cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726. This Uncle Master looks so unfamiliar. Su Fan and his master drank until midnight, and both of them were drunk. While drinking, the old man also told him in detail about the 100 years of Dao meeting in Chaoguang Star Domain. Chaoguang Star Domain is vast and boundless, and the human race's Dao sect is absolutely the dominant existence here. The monster race and the demon race are all vassals of the human race. The Zerg race is even worse, not even a slave, and can only serve as cannon fodder in the Starfield battlefield. It is said that there were many powerful demons and Zerg races in Chaoguang Star Domain in the past, but they were all killed by the powerful human race's Dao sect. Chaoguang Star Domain, whether it is the immortal sect or the demon sect, has a very long inheritance of Daoism, and various cultivation resources are also extremely rich. There are also many high-level cultivators in the major sects, and it is considered a relatively powerful star domain even among all the human Dao sects. Su Fan used to think that Cultivation was also a relatively powerful plane in Chaoguang Star Domain, but after listening to the master's story, he realized that it was not even ranked in the top 100. This also made him energetic, and he was full of anticipation for the upcoming Centennial Taoist meeting in Chaoguang Star region. At noon the next day, Su Fan and Killing Xianzhen woke up one after another. He got up a little earlier on purpose, boiled a large pot of red date and spiritual rice porridge, steamed more than a dozen steamed buns, and mixed a few refreshing cold dishes. The two were eating when the eldest brother Su Hongda also came. He didn't say hello to them. He sat down and took a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Master, I heard from senior brother Fengba last night that the sect's elite disciples who will participate in the Centennial Taoist meeting have been decided, but for some reason, only 9 places have been decided. Su Fan and Killing Xianzhen looked at each other after hearing this. You have a spot anyway, why do you worry about that? After hearing what his master said, Su Hongda said, there are only so many disciples in the sect who are qualified to participate in the Centennial Taoist meeting. Now there is still one spot, and those junior brothers are all very excited. Cultivation Xianzhen glared and scolded, it's none of your business. It's not your place to know about it. Don't ask around. The sect will make the decision. The eldest senior brother left after breakfast. He must have gone to other places to inquire about the news. Now there is a spot for the sect to participate in the Centennial Taoist meeting, and many disciples are actively striving for it, hoping to get this rare spot. The sect will have to conceal your identity for the time being. It will not officially announce you're joining the ancient Taoist palace until we go to the Centennial Taoist meeting. After hearing what his master said, Su Fan nodded. Master, I will listen to you. In fact, Su Fan also hoped that the later the news was announced, the better, so that he could stay in the sect quietly for a while. Now the sect has invested a lot of resources in Cultivation. The purpose is to try to downplay your identity as a demon cultivator, and it has achieved considerable results, although Su Fan has been practicing in the underground Buddhist cave for the past few months and is not familiar with the news from the outside world. He believes that it will not be long before a lot of positive news about him will spread around Cultivation. Cultivation is the private land of the top 10 super sects, and it is not a big deal to whitewash a demon cultivator. In the following days, Su Fan stayed in the cave of his master. The old man taught him one-on-one and helped him to straighten out his shortcomings in physical cultivation. He never thought that after joining the ancient Taoist palace for more than a year, he not only received a legacy from the sect's secret hall, but also made up for his shortcomings in physical cultivation with the help of his master. Especially the Vajra Bodhibuddha Dharmakaya legacy, because of the deal with Wangda, it is much more advanced than the legacy of the sect's secret hall. Su Fan also had to sigh that joining the ancient Taoist palace was worth it. Since he traveled to this world of cultivation, this was the first time he truly experienced the benefits brought to him by the sect. The sects he joined before didn't treat him as one of their own. The atmosphere in the ancient Dao palace was not bad, at least Su Fan felt quite comfortable there. Especially his master and senior brother, maybe because of their rough character as physical cultivators, they didn't treat him as an outsider after just a few days. The three of them would get together to drink whenever they had nothing to do, and their relationship was like a family. Of course, This was also related to Su Fan's love of thinking about all kinds of food. In the past, the master and senior brother didn't care much about what they ate. In Su Fan's eyes, it was no different from pig food. In fact, Su Fan didn't know how high his position in the master's heart was. When Xianzhen understood his true strength, he was so excited that he was like a chicken blood. Anyway, he had lived for thousands of years and had never seen someone as amazing as Su Fan. Xianzhen thought that he could accept such a disciple, which was a great eye-opener for him. After all, he was an old guy who had lived for thousands of years, and his knowledge was certainly far beyond that of ordinary people. The old man knew clearly that Su Fan, a talent that is hard to come by in tens of thousands of years, would definitely achieve more than himself in the future, and he would definitely be one of the few people standing at the top of the human race. It was enough for Xianzhen to brag about his life to have such a disciple in his lifetime. So when he taught Su Fan, he could be said to have done his best and passed on all the experience he had accumulated in the physical way for thousands of years. Su Fan could certainly feel that his master valued him, and he taught him absolutely without reservation. After a few months of getting along, he also sincerely regarded Xianzhen as his master. After wandering for so long without roots, he did not expect to meet two masters who sincerely regarded him as a disciple in succession. In this world of cultivation, the grace of preaching is definitely the greatest grace in the eyes of cultivators. Su Fan was also grateful to these two masters who had preached to him. Since he moved into the master's cave, he began to think about food in various ways. The food standard of the two masters was definitely earth-shaking compared to the past. Even the eldest brother, who had not seen each other for a few days, now comes to eat almost every day. Of course. When he arrived at the Henshin Taoist temple, Su Fan would follow the local customs. Here you don't have to be too particular. No matter how delicate the dishes are, no one will appreciate you in the eyes of a group of Taoist barbarians. On the contrary, some rough eating styles are more favored by them. Su Fan built a non-pit in the yard. The fire in the pit was burning day and night. There were roasted whole lamb, roasted duck, roasted naan and roasted fish, and they were different every day. There was also a grill next to it, and various skewers of meat, fruits and vegetables, and chicken racks were grilled when there was nothing to do. There was also a round stone platform in the yard, with spiritual charcoal underneath, and a 1-meter-long copper pot in the hollow in the middle, where the three of them could have hot pot. Even the several stoves he built were extra large, with several large pots placed side by side on them, usually stewing vegetables and soups, or steaming buns and steamed dumplings. In the evening, in the cave of Killing Immortal Venerable, the three masters and apprentices were sitting together eating hot pot. The stone table was filled with slices of meat from various monsters, as well as spiritual mushrooms, spiritual fungus, and various spiritual vegetables, all piled up in large basins. Killing Immortal Venerable picked up a large basin, dumped all the slices of meat into the copper pot, and then stirred it vigorously with chopsticks. He picked up the wine jar and poured himself a bowl of wine. He took a big sip from the wine bowl and then wiped his mouth. It's great. After the old man said that, he looked at the stone table and saw that there were not many slices of meat left, so he yelled at Su Fan. There's not much meat left, cut some more quickly. Su Fan was enjoying the meal. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then waved his hand. With a whoosh, a top-grade Taoist flying knife whizzed out and flew to the chopping board behind. A large piece of the upper brain of a one-horned queenie was placed on the chopping board. Under the control of Su Fan, the flying knife of the top-grade Taoist weapon began to cut it. Each piece of meat was as thin as a cicada's wing. After cutting dozens of kilograms of meat slices, Su Fan moved the meat slices to the large basin on the stone platform with his mind. The whole process was smooth and did not delay his own eating. There was no way. The master and the eldest brother were too good at eating. The three of them ate at the same table like a whirlwind. If they didn't fight for it, they really couldn't eat it. Until their stomachs were about to burst, the master and the three disciples stopped and picked up the big bowls on the table to drink. This was not because they were full, but just to relieve their stomachs. The digestion ability of physical cultivators is very strong, and it won't be long before they have to take another sip. Master, the Centennial Taoist meeting of Chaoguang Star Domain is about to start. When are we going to set off? After listening to the words of the eldest brother Su Hongda, Xianzhen picked up the big bowl and drank. It's almost time. You should leave in less than a year, Su Fan asked. How long will it take to come back from the Cheogwangstar region to attend the Centennial Taoist Conference? The round trip alone will take more than 2 years. Plus the various activities of the Centennial Taoist Conference, it will take 3 to 5 years to come back. After listening to the master's words, Su Fan wondered if he should also make some preparations. Because he often wanders around alone, he will make the worst plan no matter where he goes. With food in hand, he will not panic. If he does not prepare all kinds of cultivation materials and daily necessities, Su Fan will not even sleep well. Although the journey is so long, he has a lot of things to do, such as studying the formation and practicing the Vajrabodhi Buddha Dharma body he just learned. He can also brush various spells and secrets in the portable secret realm. Anyway, he is busy. The 3 masters and apprentices had a meal until midnight before they broke up. After the eldest brother left, Su Fan followed the master into the house. He brewed a pot of spiritual tea, poured a cup for the master, and then sat cross-legged in front of the old man. "Master, I want to go back to Bikyong Xianzong tomorrow." Xianzong Killing took a sip of the teacup, then glanced at Su Fan. "Miss that old guy." It has been more than a year since Su Fan joins Henshin Dao Palace. Although he often contacts Xianzong Rufang through the communication array, he has to go back to visit him. And he is about to go to the Centennial Dao Conference in Cheogwangstar region, which will take several years, so he wants to go back before leaving. "I have been out for so long, and I have never gone back to visit Master." Hearing Su Fan say this, Xianzong Killing was not angry, but rather quite relieved. At least this kid is nostalgic, not the kind of ungrateful wolf that can't be tamed. Xianzong Killing and Xianzong Rufang have a very good personal relationship, and of course they won't think too much about this matter. And through this period of time, the relationship between the master and the apprentice has become better and better. He can feel that Su Fan respects him from the bottom of his heart and has truly regarded him as his master. "You should go back and see him, so that the old man won't say anything bad to me when he sees me later." After saying this, Chilang Xianzong thought for a while and said, "You should go tomorrow. Go as early as possible and come back as soon as possible." In a few months, the disciples who are going to the Centennial Dao Conference in Cheogwangstar region will set off. The next morning, Su Fan arrived at a teleportation hall inside the mountain gate early. He walked into the teleportation hall. The several Jinden disciples on duty in the hall saw him and hurriedly bowed to him. "Disciple greets uncle." Su Fan nodded at them, then took out his identity J talisman from the ring and handed it to the leading Jinden disciple. "I want to go to Linxidao Immortal City, uncle, please follow me." The leading Jinden disciple took Su Fan's identity J talisman and led Su Fan to the depths of the teleportation hall. Under the guidance of the Jinden disciple, he stood on a teleportation formation. "Uncle, have a safe trip." As soon as the Jinden disciple finished speaking, the teleportation formation emitted a dazzling light. After a while, the light dimmed, and Su Fan's figure also disappeared from the teleportation formation. "Old Su, who is that uncle just now? How come I have never seen him before?" "Yes, we have been guarding the teleportation hall for so long. And this uncle looks so unfamiliar." He holds the identity J talisman of an elite disciple. "When did such a person appear in this sect? I haven't heard of any uncle being promoted to an elite disciple recently. Could it be that he just joined this sect?" The leading Jinden disciple laughed and said, "What are you guessing? This uncle just used the identity J talisman here. Can't we just look at his name?" After he finished speaking, he came to the teleportation formation and activated a formation disk next to him, and a light curtain rose instantly. "Hey! This uncle's name is Fan Su. Why does this name sound so familiar to me? No way, this uncle actually has the same name and surname as that big devil. It shouldn't be the same person. Isn't that big devil from the Bikyong Xianzong? How could he appear in our Henshin Dao Palace?" The leading Jinden disciple thought for a while, and then looked at a fellow disciple next to him. "Junior brother Changwen, isn't your second uncle in the sect hall? Go ask him what's going on." After hearing this, junior brother Changwen quickly took off the communication array from his waist and ran to the side to contact the elders at home. Not many people came to the teleportation hall these days, and the group of disciples on duty were bored. They happened to see the name Fan Su, so their curiosity was aroused, and they began to inquire about the details of the strange uncle. After a while, junior brother Changwen ran over. "Senior brother, I just asked my second uncle, and he scolded me and told me not to ask around." After hearing what junior brother Changwen said, the faces of several disciples on duty changed immediately. That big devil, he won't really come to our Zhenshin Taoist palace. Impossible. Our Zhenshin Taoist palace is an immortal sect. How could we accept a demon cultivator as a disciple? By the way, I heard from my family that there is still one vacant spot for the quota for the Chaoguang Star Domain Centennial Taoist Conference. Chapter 727. Who is this guy? Su Fan had just left the sect, and rumors about him spread inside the sect. In fact, it was no secret among the sect's top leaders that he had joined the Zhenshin Dao Palace. When Su Fan first joined, there were too many negative rumors about him, so the sect's top leaders kept silent. After more than a year of efforts by the Zhenshin Dao Palace, Su Fan's identity as a demon cultivator has been almost completely washed away. Now some people in the sect have heard some rumors, but they just haven't spread them. This morning, Su Fan left the sect in the teleportation array, which completely exposed his identity and let everyone in the Zhenshin Dao Palace know about it. There was no way. The sect disciples had to register their identities with the Identity J talisman when taking the teleportation array, so he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. However, although the disciples of the Zhenshin Dao Palace used to be extremely disgusted with Su Fan's identity as a demon cultivator, when they heard that this big devil had joined the Zhenshin Dao Palace, the attitude of the disciples in the sect towards him suddenly took a 180-degree turn. No matter how cruel this big devil is, it is impossible for him to attack the disciples of his own sect, since they are already fellow disciples. It's okay. At noon, Immortal Master Chu was drinking in the cave when Su Hongda came in from outside. Master, everyone in the sect is talking about my junior brother. He wanted to call him a big devil, but Su Fan was his junior brother after all, so he couldn't call him that. Immortal Master Chu sighed. He wanted to keep it secret for a while, but it only took one morning for the news to spread throughout the sect. When your junior brother just joined our Zhenshin Taoist Palace, the senior leaders of the sect concealed the matter for the sake of influence. At this point, Immortal Master Chu glanced at Su Hongda. It was my idea not to tell you the truth at that time. I was afraid that you and your friends would get drunk and accidentally tell others. Immortal Master Chu said this because he was afraid that his eldest disciple would have some ideas about Su Fan. Master, you mean, my junior brother is really? Seeing that the master nodded, Su Hongda suddenly became excited. Great, then our Chixishan will definitely not be as miserable as before during this Centennial Taoist Conference. Although the 10 super immortal sects are the kings of Chixishan, they have never made a splash in the Centennial Taoist Conference of Chaoguang Star Domain. There is no way. The human race in Chaoguang Star Domain is too strong. Especially the major immortal sects in the super planes have extremely long-standing inheritance and many talented disciples. So after hearing the news, Su Hongda immediately came to the cave of his master. Now that he has received confirmation from killing Immortal Venerable, old Su is as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Su Fan never dreamed that he would cause such a big wave in the sect just by riding the sect's teleportation array. At this moment, he has arrived at Link Citao Immortal City, found in him to change his body shape, appearance and breath, and then changed to the teleportation array to come to Bekyong Immortal City. Although it costs a lot of spirit crystals to hide the identity of a disciple of his Zhenshin Dao Palace and take the teleportation array, he certainly doesn't care about these expenses in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. When Su Fan walked out of the teleportation hall of Bekyong Xiansheng, it was already close to evening. He walked on the busy streets in the city, with mixed feelings in his heart. Originally thought that he would stay in Bekyong Xianzong for a long time, who would have thought that he would join Zhenshin Dao Palace by mistake. Fortunately, the master he worshipped in Zhenshin Dao Palace is very good to him now. It can be said that he has been teaching him the Dao with all his heart. And the atmosphere of Zhenshin Dao Palace is not bad. He stayed there quite comfortably. It was so late that Su Fan did not go to find his master immediately, but strolled on the street for a while, and then found a restaurant and walked in. It was the evening mealtime, and the hotel hall was almost full. Su Fan found a table in the hall, and then asked for some spiritual food and spiritual wine, and sat there to drink by himself. At this time, he heard several monks at the table next to him talking and actually mentioned him. Su Fan immediately became alert and began to listen attentively. Have you heard about it? The news just came today that the big devil joined the Deep Mountain Taoist Palace. Is it true? Isn't he a demon cultivator? The Zhenshin Taoist Palace is one of the top 10 super immortal sects. It can accommodate him. Haven't you heard that Fan Su was originally a disciple of the immortal sect? Later, He was separated from the sect in the Starfield battlefield. That's why he went astray and fell into the demon sect. Humph. What you said should be fabricated by this Henshin Taoist palace. It's just to fool a fool like you. How can these things be transferred? The fundamental method of Fansu's cultivation is the orthodox method of our immortal sect. Listening to several people talking about him, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that the news of his joining this Henshin Taoist palace would spread here so quickly. It seems that he couldn't hide the fact that he joined this Henshin Taoist palace. However, according to what these people said, his identity as a demon cultivator has indeed been cleared. At least in the hearts of the cultivators of Chixishan, there is not much negative information about him in the past. Su Fan came out of the hotel and went to the outside of the sect's law enforcement hall in the city, then took out the communication array and sent a message. After a while, LVN and Luo Hu ran out in a hurry. Because Su Fan had changed his appearance, they looked around outside the door, but did not find him. What are you two looking at? Just when the two were confused, they heard a familiar voice from the side. LVN and Luo Hu hurried over and bowed to him. Greetings, senior brother. Su Fan waved at the two, then smiled and said, I am no longer a disciple of the Biqiang Xianzong, you don't have to be so polite. After hearing his words, Luo Hu bowed again. Senior brother, you are my senior brother at any time. Senior brother, let's go in and talk. LVN, who was next to him, saw that someone around had noticed this place, and hurriedly called Su Fan into the yard. The next morning, Su Fan, led by LVN, returned to the master's cave again. When he walked in, Rufang Xianzhen was sitting cross-legged in the cave, holding an ancient book on formations and reading it fascinatedly. Seeing Su Fan coming, he was stunned at first, and then showed a hint of surprise. Why did you come back? Su Fan quickly knelt down in front of his master and kowtowed respectfully. Disciple greets master, get up, come and sit. Rufang Xianzhen stood up from the ground and looked at Su Fan with a smile. You kid, don't come to me anymore in the future, so that the old man Chu Ling won't be so weird with me. Su Fan took out a small red clay stove and tea sets, brewed a pot of spiritual tea for his master, and then poured a cup and handed it to the old man. I have been away from the sect for more than a year, and I miss you a little bit. Rufang Xianzhen took the teacup handed over by Su Fan and took a sip. Then you should not come back so often in the future. The old man Chu Ling is fine, but if the people of his Henshin Dao Palace know about it, how will they look at you? Su Fan laughed and said, it's okay. They can look at me however they want. I came to visit master. It's none of their business. After that, he poured a cup of spiritual tea for master, and then said, I'm going to participate in the Centennial Dao Conference in Chaoguang Star Domain. I want to see you before I leave. Although Rufang Xianzhen said so, he was still very pleased that Su Fan could come back to visit him. The master and disciple chatted for a while, and the old man tested him on his lessons on formations. Seeing that Su Fan's lessons on formations were not making any progress, Rufang Xianzhen scolded him and asked him to take some time to study formations every day in the future. Compared to other cultivation techniques, the art of formation is the most extensive and profound. If the course is delayed for a long time, it will definitely regress. Su Fan humbly accepted the master's reprimand and promised the old man that he would not delay the course of formation in the future. He returned to Biqiang Xianzong and specifically asked Lu Yan and Luo Hu to keep it a secret for him. Shen Fang was not in the sect now, except for the master. He had no familiar disciples in Biqiang Xianzong, so he had been living in the master's cave for the past few days. Rufang Xianzhen was not idle these days. He had been teaching Su Fan the art of formation, which benefited him a lot. Su Fan stayed in the master's cave of Biqiang Xianzong for more than a month, and then he was driven away by the old man. Because the Centennial Dao meeting in Chaoguang Star Domain was about to start, Rufang Xianzhen was afraid that he would delay the trip. After leaving Biqiang Xianzong, Su Fan took the teleportation array to Xiao Xianchang again. This time he did not change his shape and appearance. The news that he joined the Henshin Dao Palace had probably spread throughout Chixishan, so there was no need to hide it. Moreover, it was quite expensive to take a teleportation array, while the disciples of the 10 super immortal sects could take the teleportation array for free. The art of formations makes 3 generations poor, and alchemy ruins a lifetime. This sentence made so much sense. Since he started learning the art of formations, he had almost spent all his years of accumulation. Su Fan was really poor now, and he had to break a piece of spiritual crystal into 2 halves to spend. He came to the teleportation hall in the city. Because he was a disciple of the 10 super immortal sects, he did not need to squeeze in line with other cultivators. Su Fan came to the depths of the teleportation hall. Several Jinden disciples on duty from the Linxio Immortal Palace saw him and stopped him directly. "Uncle Master, please show your identity J talisman." The disciples of the Linxio Immortal Palace were indeed quite arrogant. Facing him, a cultivator in the nascent soul realm, they did not show any respect at all. Moreover, Su Fan could feel an inexplicable sense of superiority from them. Su Fan didn't want to argue with the juniors, so he took out his identity J talisman and handed it to the leading late Jinden disciple. The other party took his identity J talisman and swept it on a miniature array plate next to him. Instantly, a light screen popped up, showing all of Su Fan's information. The late Jinden disciple glanced at the information on the light screen casually. He returned the identity J talisman to Su Fan, and suddenly thought of something, turned his head and stared at the light screen. After a long time, the other party didn't recover. Su Fan was a little impatient, and he said with a stern face, "Is there any problem?" Hearing his words, the Jinden disciple couldn't help but shudder and wake up from his dazed state. No problem," he waved his hand and said respectfully, "Uncle, please come this way." The other party's attitude changed from the arrogance just now, and the sense of superiority in his eyes was gone at this time. Instead he looked cautious. Su Fan followed the other party to teleportation hall, where several people were already waiting. These people were all strong and sturdy. It was obvious that they were disciples of the Deep Mountain Taoist Palace. They were obviously getting impatient waiting. When they saw the on-duty disciples of Linxio Palace coming, they came over to ask, "How many more people are needed to activate the teleportation array? Why are there so many troubles in your Linxio Palace? When will the array be activated? We don't have time to hang out here." The on-duty disciple of Linxio Palace heard this and said with a smile, "Sorry for keeping you waiting for a long time. We will start the teleportation array right away." After hearing his words, everyone calmed down their anger and walked to the teleportation array to stand. "Uncle, welcome to our Linxio Fairy City again in the future." After the on-duty disciple of Linxio Palace finished speaking, he activated the teleportation array. With a flash of dazzling light, Su Fan and others disappeared from the array in an instant. Seeing that the people had left, the on-duty disciple of Linxio Palace wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, this evil star was sent away. Although Su Fan has joined the Henshin Dao Palace, one of the top 10 super immortal sects, and the negative news about him has faded a lot. But Su Fan has a great reputation in Chixishan after all. He is just a late Jinden disciple, and the pressure is not ordinary. When Su Fan opened his eyes again, his figure had appeared in the teleportation hall of Zhenshin Xianshen. He was about to go out, but found that several people on the teleportation array were looking at him. Because these people obviously felt something was wrong, the disciple on duty at Linxio Xiangong just now was not so respectful to them. They were all wondering where this guy came from. "This junior brother looks unfamiliar. Are you also a disciple of our Henshin Dao Palace?" At this time, someone really couldn't help but bow to him and asked, "I have joined the sect for some time, but I have been practicing hard in the underground caves and rarely show up." After hearing Su Fan's words, several people half believed and half doubted, but it was not easy to continue asking questions. They bowed to him and left the teleportation hall. Only after all these people had left did Su Fan follow them and walk out of the teleportation hall. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728 What If I Can't Come Back? As soon as Su Fan walked out of the teleportation hall, the disciples guarding the door saw him and hurriedly bowed to him. "Disciple, pay homage to Uncle Fan Su." Seeing them so solemn, Su Fan secretly said that it was not good, because the people in front had not walked far. Those who came back with Su Fan were a little dissatisfied when they heard the words of the disciples guarding the door. They were all Yuanying disciples in the sect, but the difference was too big. But when they heard the name, they immediately reacted. The news that Su Fan joined the Henshin Taoist palace has now spread throughout the sect, but he went to Baekhyang to visit his master and did not return to the mountain gate until today, so many disciples in the sect have been asking about his whereabouts. When Su Fan walked out, he saw the Yuanying disciples who took the teleportation formation with him, bowing to him one after another. He also returned the greetings to everyone and chatted with them for a while. Several Yuanying disciples in the sect originally thought that he was a demon cultivator and it was difficult to get along with him. As a result, they found that this big demon was very gentle, not as cruel and violent as the outside world said. Su Fan chatted with a few Yuanying realm disciples for a few words and then left, flying directly to the master's cave on the flying instrument. He arrived at the master's cave, where Chuling Xianzhen was drinking with the eldest brother. Su Fan had been away for a month, and no one had prepared food for them in a different way, which made the master and disciple feel very uncomfortable. In the past, they would just have some side dishes when drinking, but since Su Fan came, they have become picky eaters. Su Hongda also followed Su Fan's example and roasted a sheep in the pit, but the result was either roasted into charcoal or not cooked through. Not to mention grilled skewers and hot pot, they were not the same taste at all. So when he saw Su Fan coming back, Su Hongda jumped up from the ground and hugged him. "Junior brother, you are back. I missed you so much." "You didn't miss me at all. You were thinking about roasted whole lamb, hot pot and grilled skewers." Su Fan smiled and said, "Brother, I just came back. Can I take a break?" Chuling Xianzhen also scolded, "Why are you in such a hurry? Look at your useless look." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand at Su Fan and said, "Come, sit down and rest for a while." Although the old man said so, his eyes could not deceive people. Su Fan took a look at the appetizers of the two people and couldn't help curling his lips. What are they eating? The two of them are so greedy. Let's go and get them something delicious first. Su Fan had no choice but to go out and set up the hot pot. After a long time, the three of them sat together and started to blanch the pot. He actually liked this atmosphere. He felt that the master and the eldest brother were like his family. What Su Fan didn't know was that the news about his return to the mountain gate had spread throughout the sect. The mountain gate suddenly became lively, and all the disciples wanted to see this notorious devil with their own eyes. But no one expected that he would disappear after he appeared once in the teleportation hall. Even later, someone deliberately waited outside Su Fan's cave, but could not find his shadow. In fact, since he returned to the mountain gate, he changed his body shape and appearance, for fear that others would recognize him. Su Fan only stayed in the master's cave for a day, and then returned to his own cave and stayed at home, ignoring everything outside the window. The eldest brother had approached him several times, wanting to take him to the gathering of elite disciples in the sect, but he declined. Although the atmosphere of Henshin Taoist Palace is not bad, there are still many social events in the sect. Su Fan was unwilling to participate in such social events before, and now that his identity is so sensitive, he is even more unwilling to show up. Su Fan practiced hard in the cave every day, patiently waiting for the day to set off for the Centennial Taoist Conference. In addition to practicing the fundamental law, he also brushed the data of various spells and secret methods, and took out an hour every day to study the formation, so his life was very fulfilling. In the early morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage to practice the Hunan Huiki's Henjing. After 9 turns of practice, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. In the past few months, Su Fan only practiced a fundamental method once a day. He was deliberately slowing down his progress in practice. There was no other way. The last time he fought with several cultivators in the God Transformation realm in Xianli Valley, he devoured the flesh and blood of 4 old monsters in the God Transformation realm and hundreds of Yuanying realm cultivators. He accidentally reached the late Yuanying realm. Su Fan's progress was really too fast. It has only been a few years, and he has already broken through to the late Yuanying realm. This speed of practice was so fast that he was a little flustered. The reason why he made such a fast progress in practice was because of the blood transformation mist magic secret method. Obviously, there was still a flaw in his Dao heart. When he broke through to the God Transformation realm, if his Dao heart was not perfect, he would encounter various bottlenecks that were difficult to overcome in the future. This is how evil methods are, very extreme. Although the speed of cultivation is extremely fast, the price is also very painful, either life or death. Although the magic sect skills also take shortcuts, at least they are somewhat reliable, And there are methods to solve the shortcomings of the skills, which are used to overcome the costs caused by the shortcomings of various skills. If he had not met the witch god Agi, who helped him solve the shortcomings of this evil skill and devoured the blood and ki of so many cultivators, he might have been possessed by the devil long ago. At this time, the communication array disc on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array disc from his waist and found that it was a message sent to him by his master. 3 days later, at the first quarter of the morning, gather at the square of the sect hall. Disciple will obey the master's order. After replying a message to his master, he put away the communication array disc. He waited patiently for 5 months and was finally about to set off. Su Fan began to check his various supplies. Both cultivation materials and daily necessities were very sufficient. Because when he joined the Henshin Taoist palace, the sect gave him 50,000 good deeds. And also allowed him to exchange a lot of top-quality elixirs and talismans in the sect. This also saved Su Fan a lot of spiritual crystals, greatly reducing his financial pressure. At this time, he suddenly remembered something. Before joining the Henshin Taoist palace, the sect promised to let him enter the treasure hall and choose 3 secret treasures from it. This time, it will take several years to go to the Centennial Taoist Conference in Cheoguang Star Domain. It is better to do this before leaving. Who knows if there will be any changes? What if I can't come back? Wouldn't it be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Su Fan has been wandering around alone for many years. No matter when, he is used to making the worst plan. Thinking of this, he hurriedly stood up from the ground, changed his figure and appearance, and then hurriedly left the cave. The treasure hall of Henshin Taoist Palace is located in a very inconspicuous valley at the deepest part of the mountain gate. When Su Fan rushed here, he found that there was no one in nearby, and the valley was filled with thick fog. He took a deep breath and was about to walk in when he heard an old voice coming from inside. This is a sex-important place. Stop. Su Fan stopped immediately after hearing this. He felt an extremely strong breath spreading towards him from the valley. He felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet, and his whole body was cold and stiff, and he couldn't move a single finger. Then, Su Fan's eyes went dark, and he seemed to fall into an endless abyss. Fortunately, this state of confusion only lasted for a few breaths, and he recovered. This is the old monster in the refining void realm? Su Fan bowed quickly and saluted respectfully. Disciple Fan Su, come to the treasure hall to select treasures. Give me the identity J talisman. Su Fan quickly took out his identity J talisman from the ring, and before he threw it to the other side, he felt a strong suction force sucking the jade talisman over. After a while, the identity J talisman returned to his hand. You only have 6 hours. Hearing the words of the refining void master, Su Fan hurriedly bowed to him and then walked into the mist. He walked for a while and finally passed through the mist. A dark cave appeared in front of him. Su Fan followed the dark cave all the way to a huge cave, and the old voice came to his ears again. Don't touch things when you get inside. If you like something, just point it with your finger. Su Fan suppressed his excitement and walked into the cave. This cave obviously has traces of artificial carving. It is dozens of acres in size. The top is inlaid with dense night shining stones, reflecting a dim light like the stars in the dark night. Through the dim light, bubbles of different sizes can be seen floating in the air, densely spread all over the cave. Su Fan walked to the side of a bubble and saw a dry branch suspended in the bubble. He frowned immediately, not knowing how to get the information of this treasure. He couldn't just choose 3 treasures and leave without thinking. At this moment, his mind suddenly moved. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he used his spiritual sense to gently probe into the bubbles. The information of this treasure suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked at the dense bubbles in the cave and felt overwhelmed. There were only 6 hours, and he might not be able to see all the treasures. Su Fan thought about it, and then began to check the information of each bubble. Although the process was very tedious, he didn't feel bored at all. This opportunity was too rare. If you miss this village, you may not have this shop. So Su Fan took the trouble to check the information of each treasure, hoping to check the information of all treasures within 6 hours. Of course, most of the treasures in the bubbles were not what he wanted, so when he encountered such bubbles, he just passed by. Even so, Su Fan spent a full 5 hours to check all the bubbles in the cave. To be honest, after checking all the bubbles, Su Fan was quite disappointed. He originally wanted to choose a few treasures for the physical cultivators here, but there were not many things he could choose from. After careful consideration, Su Fan finally chose 3 from more than a dozen treasures, and then turned around and left the cave. At this time, there were less than 2 minutes left before the final deadline. He came to the valley outside, passed through the thick fog, and then turned around and bowed to the master of the refining void realm. "Master, I have chosen the treasure, go." It was not until the old voice came from the mountain that he turned around and left the valley. Su Fan drove the flying magic weapon back to his cave. He entered the portable secret realm, sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage, and then took out the 3 treasures he had selected from the sect's treasure hall from the ring. The first treasure was a pair of transparent gloves as thin as cicada wings. When worn on the hands, it seemed to be integrated into the hands, and the existence of the gloves could not be seen at all. This is a repaired semi-immortal weapon called Dragon Prisoner Hand. If a physical cultivator wears this semi-immortal weapon Dragon Prisoner Hand, he can not only withstand the attack of the 7th level treasure, but also increase Su Fan's physical strength several times. Although this is a semi-immortal weapon, it is a pity that it was repaired after being damaged, and only these 2 functions are left of the original many functions. However, Su Fan still chose it, because the only 2 functions left of the Dragon Prisoner Hand are really suitable for physical cultivation. The second treasure Su Fan chose is a Buddhist treasure Vajra subduing demon pestle. The reason why he chose this treasure is that this treasure has some connection with the Buddhist inheritance Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharma Bodhi. As for what kind of connection it is, this can only be studied slowly in the future. Even if you can't find the connection between the 2, it doesn't matter. The material of this treasure alone is worth the price. Moreover, the attack power of this 7th level treasure is also very strong. You don't even need to activate the function of Vajra subduing demon pestle. Just swing it up and smash it to break a mountain. The third treasure is a waistcoat called Taiyao Battle Robe. It was originally part of an 8th level robe. No one knew what happened to it. Now only a waistcoat-sized part remained. However, despite the fact that it was only this big, its defense was extremely strong and could block the strongest attack of a great monk in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. Moreover, it could be large or small. Even if he activated his demon-eye body of more than 100 feet, he could still hold on. Although 2 of the 3 treasures selected in the sect's treasure hall this time were semi-immortal artifacts, Su Fan was not satisfied with it. The Dragon Prisoner and Taiyao Battlesuit should be the relics of the high-level disciples of the sect in the past generations. And the Vajra subduing demon pestle should be the spoils that were moved back to the sect together with the evil Buddha. Okay, although these 3 treasures were a little disappointing, he was already very satisfied. The Deep Mountain Taoist Palace was indeed too poor. There were not many things he liked in the entire treasure pavilion inside the mountain gate. 3 days later, in the morning, Su Fan left the cave early and drove the flying magic weapon to the square of the sect's main hall. At this time, most of the other disciples who were going to attend the Centennial Taoist Conference had already arrived. When they saw Su Fan, they all bowed to him. Su Fan just nodded to deal with it and did not participate in their chat. However, Su Fan found that these people were secretly looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. "Junior brother, you came early enough." At this time, the voice of senior brother Su Hongda came from behind Su Fan, and he turned around and looked at him. "I just arrived too." Chapter 729 No one can stand this. Senior brother Su Hongda patted Su Fan on the shoulder and laughed. "Junior brother, let me introduce you to several senior brothers in the sect." He then led Su Fan to several elite disciples of his Henshin Dao Palace. "This is my junior brother, Fan Su." Su Fan heard this and bowed to everyone. "Fan Su, meet the senior brothers." Several elite disciples of the sect hurriedly returned the greetings and chatted with him. Although they were the strongest people in Henshin Dao Palace, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of Su Fan. "Senior brother Fengba is here." Su Fan had just chatted with several people for a few words when an elite disciple of the sect pointed to the distance and shouted. Fengba was a leader in Henshin Dao Palace in terms of both strength and qualifications, and the disciples of the sect always respected him. At this time, Fengba, Qin Lai and others landed on the square, and everyone hurriedly greeted him. "Meet senior brother Fengba." Fengba smiled and waved to everyone. Seeing Su Fan behind the crowd, he walked over a few steps. "Junior brother, you have deceived us so much." After hearing his words, the elite disciples of his Henshin Dao Palace all laughed. Su Fan smiled and said, "Master has ordered, junior brother dare not disobey. Please don't blame me." Senior brother Fengba laughed and said, Junior brother, you are not right. We are fellow disciples in the future. Junior brother is strong. We will rely on you in this Taoist meeting. Maybe it's because of the rough character of physical cultivation, compared with the elite disciples of other immortal sects. The disciples of his Henshin Dao Palace are easier to get along with, and they don't have that inexplicable sense of superiority. Of course, it may also be because Su Fan is notorious. No one dares to act big in front of him. At this time, several uncles in the realm of transformation of the spirit flew over from the main hall of the sect affairs, led by the sect master Zhang Haixianzhen of Henshin Dao Palace. Feng Ba took a few steps forward, and then led everyone to bow to the sect master and several uncles in the sect disciple. I greet the sect master, and all the uncles. Immortal Venerable Zhang Hai came over and had a cordial conversation with everyone on behalf of the sect. The senior members of Henshin Dao Palace were similar to the disciples in the sect, with rough and unrestrained personalities, and they spoke in a strong and powerful manner without a word of nonsense. He said a few simple words and came to Su Fan's side, chatting with him alone for a while. Before leaving, he took out a stored ring and stuffed it into his hand. You have joined our Henshin Dao Palace for so long, but it has never been announced. You have been wronged. This is a little thought from the sect. I hope you can do something for our Henshin Dao Palace. At the Centennial Dao Conference, how can this be done? Since it is difficult to refuse such a kind offer, just accept it. Su Fan has not made any contribution to Henshin Dao Palace since he joined it, but he has already received so many benefits, which makes him feel embarrassed. Next, the disciples of his Henshin Dao Palace who participated in the Centennial Dao Conference of Chaoguang Star Domain, led by two uncles in the God Transformation realm, took the teleportation formation to Linxidao Immortal City. In the entire Chixishan, there are only 10 super immortal sects that are qualified to participate in this Centennial Taoist meeting, and each sect has only 10 quotas. Compared with those super planes with hundreds or thousands of people, Chixishan can't be compared with them at all. Su Fan and others came to Linxidao Immortal City and were placed in a valley outside the city. The disciples of the 10 super immortal sects in Chixishan who were going to the Centennial Taoist meeting had gathered here. As soon as they entered the valley, the immortal sect disciples who had already arrived here all came out of their caves. Feng Ba and others greeted the disciples of various sects they were familiar with. Su Fan did not join in the fun, but took advantage of the chaos to come to his own cave. He entered the cave, looked around, and couldn't help but admire it secretly. After all, it is the first immortal sect in Chixishan, and even the caves allocated to them, the outer sect disciples, are so luxurious. Moreover, more than 10 beautiful female cultivators were arranged to serve in each cave, which was simply corrupt. Su Fan sent a group of female cultivators away, and then entered the portable secret realm. He walked into the thatched cottage, sat cross-legged in the hall, and then took out the ring given to him by the sect master from his arms. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept over the ring. The Henshin Taoist Palace is really real. There are only 5,000 spirit crystals in the ring, nothing else. It may also be that the sect is poor, and there is nothing else to show except the spirit crystals. Su Fan has been to the treasure hall in the mountain gate. The Henshin Taoist Palace, one of the top 10 super immortal sects, has few treasures to show. However, what he lacks most now is the spirit crystals, which can be regarded as solving his urgent needs. Su Fan put the ring away, and then took out a formation book and placed it on his forehead. At this time, Sister Zhen floated in from outside, and saw that the master was studying the formation, and hurriedly retreated quietly. After a while, Sister Zhen floated in with a pot of spirit tea, and then carefully placed it next to Su Fan. Before leaving, he lit a stick of soul-calming incense in the incense burner on the low table next to him. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, frowned and thought for a while, and then put the jade slip on his forehead. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and took a look, and found that it was a message from his senior brother Su Hongda. Junior brother, senior brother Feng Ba of the sect will organize a party in a while, you should come too. Forget it, I won't go. Su Fan hated to join in this kind of fun the most. A bunch of people who didn't know each other gathered together and sat there until midnight, pretending to be nice. What else could he do with his time? Junior brother, you should come. The disciples of other immortal sects all want to take this opportunity to get to know you. What would it be if you don't come? After listening to the words of the senior brother, Su Fan sighed. It seems that he must not go. Sometimes people in the world are really helpless. At this time, of course, he can't give senior brother Fenba face. Thinking of this, Su Fan stood up from the ground and left the portable secret realm. Immortal sect disciples are particularly willing to hold various forms of gatherings. Su Fan had experienced this before, but he didn't expect that he couldn't avoid it here. However, the evening gathering also made Su Fan discover a problem. The number of other immortal sect disciples who came to participate in the gathering was not as many as he imagined. For example, several larger sects such as Linkseo Immortal Sect did not have a single disciple coming to support them. There were quite a few disciples from the three sword sects, plus a few people from other immortal sects. It seems that Zhenshin Dao Palace has a very low status among the 10 super immortal sects. Among the Taoist sects of the human race, the disciples of the immortal sect always claim to have the highest status. Anyway, I don't know where the sense of superiority comes from. In private, they call the disciples of the physical sect barbarians and the disciples of the sword sect crazy. Therefore, the relationship between the disciples of the sword sect and the physical sect has always been good, and they can never pee in the same pot with the people of the immortal sect. Moreover, the emotional intelligence of the sword cultivators is often very low, and only the rough physical cultivators can accept these sword-crazy people. A few days later, the disciples of Chixishan who participated in the Centennial Dao meeting of Chaoguang Star Domain finally set off on their journey. 100 elite disciples, led by more than 10 cultivators of the transformation realm, boarded a large flying boat and flew towards the mountain gate of Linkseo Xianzong. The mountain gate of Linkseo Xianzong has the only fixed space gate in Chixishan. Su Fan walked into his cabin and looked around. The area of this cabin is not small, at least more than 1,000 square meters. The bedroom, study, practice room, alchemy room, instrument making room, pet room and other facilities are very complete, and the furniture in the house is also very high-end. The most expensive presidential suite in the previous life is just like this. Su Fan stood in front of the porthole of the cabin and looked at the charming scenery outside. He couldn't help feeling relaxed and happy. At this moment, the flying boat has sailed into the depths of the mountain gate of Linkseo Xianzong, and the space gate has been activated. Through the porthole of the cabin, you can see that a space gate hundreds of feet high stands in the distance, emitting an extremely dazzling light. The huge flying boat slowly sailed into the space gate and then disappeared in an instant. Because the Chaoguang Star region is vast and boundless, it takes more than 10 space gates to finally reach the location of the Centennial Dao Conference, Qingluanshan. In addition, there are several space gates to change, and the flying boat has to travel a distance, so the whole journey takes about more than a year. Although this journey is extremely long, the luxurious flying boat that Su Fan and others took not only has a very luxurious cabin, but also very complete facilities on the boat. So this year or so will not make their lives boring. Not to mention Su Fan, he has never left the cabin since he boarded the flying boat. Every day he stays in the portable secret realm to study the formation, or uses the game panel to brush the data of various spells. Others only return to the cabin when they go to bed at night, and usually linger on the flying boat, but he does the opposite. Brother Fenbai and Brother Su Hongda of the sect have greeted Su Fan, hoping that he will participate in more gatherings of disciples from various sects. But Su Fan declined on the grounds of seclusion and hard practice, and after a few times, no one came to him again. His behavior also made the disciples of the immortal sects on the flying boat sigh with emotion. No wonder this demon was so powerful. Locking himself in the cabin for more than a year of hard training, no one could bear this. After more than a year of long journey, the flying boat crossed more than a dozen space gates in succession and finally arrived at the venue of the Centennial Taoist Conference, Qingluanshan. When the flying boat roared out of the space gate, the disciples of various sects on the flying boat suddenly rejoiced. Su Fan was also alarmed. He also came out of the portable secret realm and stood in front of the porthole of the cabin looking at the scenery outside the window, feeling very excited. Thinking of the upcoming Centennial Taoist Conference, he was also looking forward to it. He wanted to see the genius monks of those superplanes in Chaoguang Star Domain. The venue of this Centennial Taoist Conference in Chaoguang Star Domain was inside the mountain gate of Taipei Immortal Palace, the largest immortal sect in Qingluanshan. There are hundreds of thousands of cultivators participating in this Centennial Taoist meeting, almost including the talented disciples from all planes of the Chaoguang Star region. It is definitely a major event for the human race. Chixishan's flying boat landed on the ground, and Su Fan followed the disciples of various immortal sects to get off the flying boat. When Su Fan walked out of the flying boat, an extremely rich spiritual energy suddenly hit him, which made him shudder. This is the place with the richest spiritual energy he has felt since he crossed into this world of cultivation. Being in this environment, he felt as if he had entered a sauna in his previous life. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Dharma, companions, wealth, and land are really too important. Because there are too many cultivators participating in the Centennial Taoist meeting, the caves in the mountain gate of Taipei Immortal Palace are limited, and only those disciples of super planes are qualified to live in them. Planes with slightly lower status will be placed in Taipei Immortal City outside the sect, while planes like Chixishan that are not up to the standard can only be arranged outside the mountain gate. Chixishan and several other disciples from other planes were placed in a valley. Fortunately, the conditions were not bad. Everyone had an independent cave. Moreover, the scenery here was very beautiful and the spiritual resources were extremely rich. The only drawback was that it was a bit far from the gate of Taipei Immortal Palace. Every day, they had to travel back and forth to the venue of the Taoist meeting. There was no way, because Chixishan was unknown. In all the Taoist meetings of the 100 years, no disciple had ever entered the top 100 of the Taoist meeting. At this time, Taipei Immortal City was overcrowded every day. The streets were crowded with people, and the shops on both sides of the street could not squeeze in at all. Su Fan would certainly not miss this opportunity and went to Taipei Immortal City to join in the fun. Although there were still more than 10 days before the opening of the Taoist meeting, various activities such as the preaching meeting and the auction had already been launched vigorously. In the past year or so, Su Fan had refined a large number of 6th-level immortal formations, all of which were exclusive formations inherited from the secret hall of Biqiang Immortal Sect, including several fairy formations such as 9 Palaces Phantom Trace Formation, Taiyi Kiman Concealing Heaven Fairy Formation, Lianga Yuanxi Shenguang Photovoltaic Demon Fairy Formation and 7 Stars Mist Sea Mirage Phantom Fairy Formation. Because of the Taoist Association, the prices in Taipei Fairy City have now doubled several times. Su Fan also took advantage of this business opportunity to sell all the real hair in the scattered stalls in the city and made a lot of money. Moreover, after the accumulated 6th-level fairy formations in his hands were sold out, he used the high-level materials in his hands to continue to refine the formation. Su Fan is like a hard-working little bee, staying up late at night to refine the fairy formation, and then taking it to the scattered stalls in the city to sell during the day. He has hardly slept for more than 10 days, and he has been refining several 6th-level fairy formations like crazy. Time is spiritual crystals. If there are more of this village, there will be no such store. There is no way. Who made him poor? Su Fan's efforts were not in vain. In just a dozen days, he earned a lot of spiritual crystals and temporarily survived this economic crisis. In addition, there are preaching sessions every day in Taipei Immortal City, and the lowest level of the preachers is the Divine Transformation Realm. This level of preaching session is absolutely rare, so Su Fan almost never misses one, and he is fascinated every time he listens. Chapter 730, This kind of person can't be easily provoked. Today is the day when a master of the refining void realm in Shaoguang Star region preaches. In a square in Taipei Immortal City, countless disciples from various planes gathered, and the huge square was packed. Su Fan also stood in the crowd, closed his eyes and listened attentively. Many obscure places in his previous cultivation were solved in an instant. Although there were people standing in front, behind, and around him, squeezing him a little breathless, he didn't care about these at this time. Not only him, but everyone in the square forgot the crowded environment and listened attentively to the preaching of the master of the refining void realm. For all the cultivators present today, such an opportunity is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone listened to it fascinatedly, and everyone felt that the trip was worthwhile. Some cultivators even felt that the bottleneck that had hindered them for many years was loosened after listening for a while. The master of the refining void realm spoke for 2 hours before this grand preaching conference ended. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, and then let out a long breath. Listening to the preaching of these masters of the refining void realm for several days in a row made him feel that he benefited a lot. A true word is worth 1,000 books. These old guys who have lived for tens of thousands of years gave Su Fan a profound explanation, which made him feel enlightened. His mind became much brighter. He followed the dense crowd to the outside of the square. As soon as he came to the street, the communication array on his waist began to vibrate slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array from his waist, picked it up and saw that it was a message from Shen Fang. "Brother, have you come to Taipei Immortal City?" Seeing this message, he was stunned. From what this guy said, could it be that he and Chen Qing are also in Taipei Immortal City? "I have been here for a few days. Where are you, brother? I just arrived. Where are you? I will go to find you now. Why is this guy here?" Could it be that he and Chen Qing are also here to attend the Taoist meeting? It should not be possible. At this time, not everyone is qualified to enter Taipei Immortal City. Chixishan is just an inconspicuous small plain in Chaoguang Star region. Only 100 people are qualified to participate in this centennial Taoist meeting. "Why are you here?" "I came here with senior sister Chen Qing. The sect is attending an exchange meeting on formations. She stood out in the formation competition and got the qualification to participate in the Centennial Dao conference." What the hell? I thought the two would never see each other again, but who would have thought that they would meet here again? Okay, now that we've met, how can we hide from each other? Come to the central square in the city, I'll be waiting for you here. After a while, Shen Fang came to the square alone, and after looking around for a while, he saw Su Fan. "Brother, I miss you so much," Shen Fang shouted excitedly, and ran towards him. Seeing the monks next to him looking at them, Su Fan covered his face. This guy was too embarrassing. He pushed Shen Fang away and looked at him with disgust. "Why are you alone?" Senior sister Chen Qing and several uncles went to the sect's residence. Seeing that Chen Qing didn't follow, Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the two met, he really didn't know what to say. "Brother, we haven't seen each other for a while. I'll treat you to a good meal today. Let's go back to my cave and get some ourselves." It's said that the prices in Taipei Immortal City have increased several times. There's no way. Su Fan is really poor now. He just got rid of the economic crisis, but he can't achieve financial freedom. He wants to spend a little spiritual crystal in his hand in two halves. "No, come to Taipei Immortal City, you have to taste the local flavor anyway." Since this guy wants to treat, of course he is willing. Don't forget that Shen Fang is also the eldest son of the family. He has never lacked spiritual stones since he was born. The two walked around the street for a while, and Shen Fang chose a very high-style hotel and forced Su Fan to walk in. "Are you so willing to be a sucker? Aren't you waiting to be slaughtered here?" "It's okay. When I came here, my father gave me a lot of spiritual crystals. I haven't had the chance to spend them for a while. This is fucking." After all, he is the eldest son of the family. He really doesn't feel sorry for selling his father's land. It's justified to spend his own family's money. Although the Shen family is just an inconspicuous small family, don't forget that no matter how small the Shen family is, it is a wealthy family of formation. Unlike him, a poor man with no roots and no friends, he spent all the wealth he had accumulated just to learn the formation. The two walked into the hotel. The decoration inside was very luxurious, and it was not affordable for ordinary people. "Two seniors, welcome to our store." At this time, a beautiful female cultivator of the Golden Core came over with a smile when she saw the two of them. "Do you have a private room?" Su Fan pulled Shen Fang. Why are the two of them pretending to be so powerful? The difference between the lobby and the private room in this place is too big, and it is normal for the price to double several times. But Shen Fang got angry and didn't care about that at all. It's rare for this young master to go on a long trip, so what's wrong with spending some spiritual crystals? He basically didn't need to spend spiritual crystals during this period of time with senior sister Chen Qing, and he didn't spend a single spiritual crystal brought from home. Anyway, the spiritual crystals were given to him by his father, so he could spend as much as he wanted. If he didn't have any, he could ask for it back home. The giant female cultivator just smiled slightly, as if she didn't see Su Fan's little move. "You two seniors, you came at the right time. There's only one room left." After she finished speaking, she said, "You two seniors, follow me." Shen Fang followed a female cultivator into the hotel, and Su Fan had no choice but to follow. Anyway, it wasn't with spirit crystals that were spent, so it was none of his business. The giant female cultivator led the two to a luxurious stand-alone pavilion. Just as she was about to push the door and lead them in, she saw a Yuanying cultivator walking over from the side. Wait a minute. Su Fan and Shen Fang turned their heads and looked at each other, not knowing what the other meant. "Xiu Lin," Seen your brother Pham from Liangzong is about to arrive. You go to the door to greet him. The girl couldn't help but be stunned when she heard it. She glanced at Su Fan and Shen Fang, then turned around and hurried away. Shen Fang immediately got angry and said, "Daoao, what do you mean? We were the first ones to come here. I'm sorry, my two Daois. It's all my fault. Senior brother Fan of Liangzong has already booked this room. I forgot to tell the people below." After the other party finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, "How about this? You two will get a 20% discount on your consumption in our store today." Shen Fang certainly didn't want to do it. The other party was obviously perfunctory. What can this young master do if he doesn't need that little money from you? "No, I want to book this room today." Shen Fang also got angry and turned around to rush into the room. The Yuanying cultivator smiled and blocked the front of the room, with no intention of moving out of the way. Seeing that Shen Fang was about to lose his temper, Su Fan grabbed him. In fact, it didn't matter whether he wanted this room or not. He didn't care anyway, but the other party's attitude was really infuriating. Even so, Su Fan didn't want Shen Fang to have a conflict with the other party. After all, this was on someone else's territory. The brother Pham from the Liangzong that the other party mentioned must be of great origin. He should be a disciple of the local Xianzong in Qingluanshan. For such a trivial matter, it is not worth offending a local Xianzong disciple. At this time, several Yuanying realm cultivators came to the front of the pavilion under the guidance of the giant and female cultivator. The leader was a late Yuanying cultivator, who looked about 30 years old, with bright eyes, elegant appearance, and nobleness in his gestures. It was obvious that he was used to a life of luxury. The Yuanying cultivator, who was blocking the door of the private room, saw the person coming and hurriedly trotted to greet him, looking extremely servile. "Fan Daoao, I have prepared the private room for you, please." The other party wanted to lead the person into the private room as if he didn't see Su Fan and Shen Fang. Shen Fang, who had long been unable to suppress his anger, shouted loudly. "Everything has to be first come first served, right? Why should we give up the private room?" Hearing his words, Senior brother Pham stopped and turned to look at them gently. The faces of the few people following him showed anger, and they all looked at Shen Fang unkindly. Senior brother Pham glanced at the two with a smile, and then cupped his hands. "Liangzong, Meng Fan, I wonder who you are." Shen Fang was about to speak, but Su Fan had already walked over before him and cupped his hands to the other party. "Chikshishian's Henshin Taoist Palace, Fan Su." After hearing his words, Senior brother Pham thought for a while. Maybe he had never heard of this place in his impression. At this time, a fellow disciple behind him came up and whispered something in his ear. Senior brother Fan nodded, and then looked at Su Fan with a smile. "Today I am going to host a banquet for a friend here. Please give me some face." He glanced at the Yuanying cultivator in the hotel and said, "The expenses of these two dousts today will be charged to my account." Senior brother Fan nodded to Su Fan, then turned and walked into the luxurious pavilion. His fellow disciples did not follow him in, but stood there with a sneer on their faces, looking at the two of them. "You." Shen Fang was so angry that he wanted to rush over, but he was pulled back by Su Fan. "Forget it, let's go. You can't kill people for such a trivial matter. What's the point of arguing over it? And if there is anyone to blame for this matter, it is the hotel's fault. The other party must be an elite disciple of the local super sect in Qingluanshan, and they are in Chikshishan. It's not up to the standard. The world of cultivation emphasizes strength, and they are clearly using their power to suppress others. It's just that Shen Fang is an idiot. If it were someone else, he would have stopped long ago." Su Fan pulled the indignant Shen Fang out. He didn't want a private room anyway. It would be the same if the two of them ate in the hall. Besides, he had already said that today's expenses would be charged to him. "What else do you want?" Several disciples of Liangzong looked at the two people's backs with a smile, and then turned to enter the private room. One of them sneered and mocked, "Country bumpkin," although his voice was not loud. Su Fan and Shen Fang heard it clearly. This guy, why is he so rude?" Su Fan stopped, then turned his head and looked at the man with cold eyes. The other party was about to turn around and enter the private room, but suddenly he felt a cold gaze coming at him, and he felt that his eyes went black. The whole person seemed to fall into an endless abyss. With a pop, the jade pendant on the other party's chest shattered instantly, which made him recover from his confused state. At this time, Several other disciples of Liang Xianzong also reacted, and they turned around and looked at Su Fan with angry faces. But before they could say anything, a terrifying killing intent instantly filled the air. It was like a mountain pressing heavily on their hearts, their bodies trembled like sieves, and their flesh and blood seemed to be unable to bear the weight. Although they were only a few feet away, several disciples of the Liang immortal sect seemed to feel that there was a pair of eyes in the dark, staring at them from the endless void. Devours, please give me some face. I apologize to you for my junior brother's abruptness just now. At this time, a voice came from the private room, and senior brother Pham spoke. The Yuanying cultivator and the stunned female cultivator in the hotel witnessed the whole process. When they saw that Su Fan completely crushed several Liang immortal sect disciples with just a glance, they were stunned. Especially after hearing what senior brother Pham said, both of them broke out in cold sweat. Who is senior brother Fan? Even in King Luanshan, he has a great reputation, but he is not angry, but has some intention to calm down. It can only mean one thing, that is, the person opposite, even he doesn't want to provoke. Su Fan sneered, glanced at a few Liang Xianzong, and then turned and left. The Yuanying cultivator in the hotel, when he thought of the murderous aura just now, he broke out in cold sweat, and quickly winked at the giant female cultivator next to him. The girl was stunned for a moment, but then she reacted and hurriedly ran after him. Until the backs of the two disappeared, several disciples of Liang Xianzong breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure they had just endured was not ordinary, as if they were stared at by a foreign demon. Until now, recalling the scene just now, it still makes them shudder. At this time, Brother Fan walked out of the pavilion with a solemn face. He glanced at the direction where Su Fan left, and then his eyes stopped on a disciple of Liang Xianzong. Brother Guangqin, don't be so reckless in the future. After hearing what Brother Pham said, Brother Guangqin's face suddenly flushed. Brother, I'll kill that guy right now. Brother Pham smiled bitterly. You really dare to say that? He was only half a step away from breaking through the spiritual transformation realm, but the aura that emanated from that kid just now made him realize with horror that even he felt like he was on the verge of despair. Brother Pham had also seen the world before. He could clearly feel a terrifying murderous aura from the other party. How could such a person be easily provoked? His intuition told him that there were at least 8,000 cultivators who died at the hands of this person. When encountering such a killing god, one must either kill them all or retreat. Okay, let's go in. After hearing his words, several disciples of the Liang immortal sect walked into the pavilion one after another. Brother Fan looked at the direction where Su Fan left and shook his head. What the master said was right. The cultivators who participated in this centennial Taoist conference were all hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They were all the most talented disciples in each plane, and no one should be underestimated. He glanced at the nascent soul cultivator in the hotel, then took out a bottle of spirit wine from his ring and handed it to him. Help me deliver this bottle of spirit wine later. Chapter 731 Brother, what are you going to do? Su Fan took Shen Fang to the lobby of the hotel, and then looked back. He saw that the giant female cultivator had caught up with him. The girl's face turned pale, and she forced a smile at him. Two seniors, please follow me. Shen Fang got angry when he heard it, and said, I don't want to eat anymore. What a lousy place. I have money but can't I spend it? After he finished speaking, he was about to go out, but was grabbed by Su Fan. What a joke, someone is treating me here. If I find another one, I will have to pay for it myself. As for what happened just now, it was just a dispute of arrogance. He didn't take this trivial matter to heart at all. If it weren't for the Liang Xianzong disciple's bad mouth, he wouldn't even turn his head back. It was just a small warning to him, so that the guy would remember it. He couldn't be killed for this trivial matter. Su Fan carried Shen Fang and followed the giant female cultivator to the hotel lobby. The lobby of this hotel has carved beams and painted buildings above and soft carpets underfoot. The decoration and furnishings are not inferior in luxury at all, and it is rich and stylish. There are rockery pavilions, exotic trees and flowers. There is also an artificial waterfall on the east wall. The trickling stream flows from top to bottom and into the pool below. Moreover, each table is separated by a precious screen, forming a private space. There are green plants and bonsai utensils around, which are pleasing to the eye. The giant female cultivator led the two to the most luxurious position in the middle of the hall. Su Fan was stunned when he walked in. The place was more than 100 square meters in size, and calligraphy and paintings were hung around. Jade antiques, porcelain and lacquerware were displayed on the antique shelves. Isn't this a private room? Even Shen Fang, who had always been dissatisfied, was attracted by the decoration here. When Su Fan and Shen Fang sat down, the giant and female cultivator came over and poured them a cup of spiritual tea. "Two seniors, may I ask?" Before she finished, Su Fan waved his hand very generously. "What special dishes do you have in your restaurant? Just bring them up." Anyway, he was determined to eat this free meal, and he was going to eat a lot. "Two seniors, please try some of our signature spiritual foods. I will arrange them now. I guarantee you will be satisfied." After the giant and female cultivator finished speaking, she turned and left. Shen Fang glanced at her back and sneered. "Brother, I originally thought that the 10 super immortal sects were domineering enough, but after leaving Chixishan, I realized that these disciples of the sects in the super planes are really arrogant. The Qingluanshan cultivators did not respect people from ordinary planes like them, and Su Fan had experienced it these days. But he was low-key and didn't care much about these things. Even if he met someone who made things difficult for him, he would not argue with the other party. He couldn't kill people for such a small matter. But the disciples of the super sects in Chixishan were used to being domineering on weekdays. They couldn't accept being treated and ignored by others all of a sudden. There was no way. They were from a small plane, and in the eyes of the Qingluanshan cultivators, they were no different from country bumpkins. Shen Fang might have been holding back a lot of anger these days, and finally found someone to talk to. Su Fan drank his spiritual tea by himself, and listened to this guy's constant complaints without interrupting him. He had to let him have his way. After a while, spiritual food came up one after another. Perhaps because they were afraid that Su Fan would cause trouble, all kinds of exquisite and rare spiritual vegetables almost filled the table. The Yuanying cultivator from the hotel came over to apologize to the two of them, and his attitude was very respectful, and he almost knocked his head on the ground. Even Su Fan had to admit that he admired this guy's thick skin. It was not a big deal, it was just a fight, so Shen Fang didn't say anything more. And Su Fan didn't take it seriously at all. Not only did he eat a table of expensive spiritual food for free, but Brother Pham from the Liang Xianzhuang also specially sent him a pot of top-grade spiritual wine. Where can you find such a good thing? Anyway, Su Fan enjoyed the meal very much and drank a lot of spirit wine. Not only that, he also pricked up his ears and eavesdropped on the conversations of other cultivators in the hall. The content of their conversations was all related to this Taoist meeting. Su Fan was not interested in these things until he heard the words of the cultivators at the table not far away, and then he became excited. "Brother, I heard that the people from the demon sect are coming soon." "Well, I just asked the uncle in the sect, and the people from the demon sect should arrive tomorrow night. These troublemaking demon cubs are here, and Taipei Immortal City will be in turmoil again. When the time comes, we should try to avoid these demon cultivators." "How can we avoid them?" In all the previous Taoist meetings, these demon cubs have always caused some trouble. Since arriving in Taipei Immortal City, Su Fan has been wondering. "I have been here for so many days, why haven't I seen a single demon cultivator?" So this is what's going on. It seems that the relationship between the immortals and demons of the human race in Chaoguang Star region is not very harmonious. And from what those people said just now, the demon sect monks are quite fond of making trouble. It seems that there will be some excitement in the next few days. While Su Fan was gloating, Shen Fang, who was sitting across the table, had a conflicted look on his face. He wanted to say something several times, but hesitated and didn't speak. Su Fan had already seen that this guy must have something wrong, but he just didn't know how to tell him. "If you have something to say, just tell me, don't be like a woman." After hearing what Su Fan said, Shen Fang hardened his heart. "Brother, I don't know if I should tell you about this. Senior sister Chen Qing is being harassed by someone." Su Fan thought someone was pursuing Chen Qing, and laughed. "Junior sister Chen Qing is naturally beautiful and has an excellent talent in formation. Isn't it normal for someone to pursue her?" Shen Fang shook his head, and his face became more and more solemn. "That guy is a disciple of a super immortal sect called Kunyuan Tian. It is said that his reputation is not very good. He relies on his extraordinary family background and will pester any female cultivator he likes." Su Fan laughed and said, "Junior sister Chen Qing, just ignore him. The ancestor of that girl's family is a big boss in the fusion realm. Not everyone dares to provoke him. That guy is Fen Qingshu." His family is quite powerful. Junior sister Chen Qing's family is not worth mentioning in his eyes. Shen Fang smiled bitterly and said, I have specially asked people. As long as he likes a female cultivator, almost no one can escape his clutches. It is said that there are not only his original wives, but also hundreds of concubines in his family. Hearing Shen Fang say this, Su Fan frowned immediately. It seems that Chen Qing is in trouble this time. Once this kind of person is provoked, it will never end. This guy is just a teddy bear. Did that guy also follow Chen Qing to Taipei Immortal City? Shen Fang nodded, then sighed. Ever since Fen Qingshu saw junior sister Chen Qing, he has been pestering her all the way. That guy's strength is not very good, but he is accompanied by 2 divine transformation realm monks. If it weren't for the protection of the 2 uncles in the sect, that guy would definitely be more unscrupulous. The fact that 2 divine transformation realm monks are willing to serve as his personal worshippers shows that this guy's family power must be extraordinary. The more difficult it is to get a playboy from such a big family, the more excited he is. No matter what, he has to help with this matter. Su Fan still owes junior sister Chen Qing a big favor. If he pretends to be deaf and dumb at this time, then the flaws in his Tao heart will never be perfected. Moreover, although he is indifferent, he definitely distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Take me to see Sister Chen Qing later. I haven't seen her for a long time. I miss her so much. Shen Fang hesitated for a moment and said, Brother, I heard that Fen Qingshu is a very narrow-minded person. Those who are hated by him have a miserable ending. I don't know what this guy is thinking. He knows that Fen Qingshu is not easy to mess with, so why did he tell him about this? Then what do you mean? Do you want me to stand by and watch? Brother, I didn't mean that. Shen Fang hurriedly defended himself. Although he is the eldest son of a cultivation family, he is different from most cultivators. Although he is usually lazy, he is actually quite a middle school student. In fact, Shen Fang has been very entangled these days. After all, when they were in the Biqiang Xianzong, the 3 of them often got together and had a close relationship. Later, he became Chen Qing's follower, and his status in the sect was suddenly improved. Shen Fang is very entangled now. He is worried about Sister Chen Qing's situation, but he doesn't want Su Fan to get involved in this matter. Anyway, it's right to be twisted. Okay, stop talking about those things. I'll take care of this matter, brother. Fen Qingshu has a brother named Fen Qingyan. It is said that he is quite famous in Chaoguang Star region. He will also participate in this Taoist meeting. Su Fan picked up the wine glass and took a sip, saying, Don't worry about this matter, leave everything to me. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array disc from his waist and took a look. He found that it was a message from his senior brother Su Hongda. Junior brother, you must come to my place at 3:45 tonight. From this message, he felt a little pressure. It sounded like something extraordinary. Senior brother, what's the matter? Don't worry about it. Let's talk about it when we meet, okay? We will know it naturally when we go there in the evening. After the 2 finished their meal, Su Fan and Shen Fang came to a courtyard in the city. This is the residence of Chen Qing and the 2 gods of Biqiang Xianzong. Shen Fang led him into the courtyard and saw Chen Qing just walking out of a fine house. When she saw Su Fan, she was stunned, with a flash of surprise in her eyes, but then she lowered her head and concealed her thoughts. At this time, a Yuanying realm cultivator followed her out. This person should be Fen Qingshu. He was dressed in a plain white robe, with a handsome face, a straight figure, and a graceful figure. But he had a pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes, and his lips were slightly thin, revealing a mean and unfeeling taste. Apart from anything else, this guy was born with a good appearance. Junior sister, you are here. Su Fan had a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes, and walked up a few steps and grasped Chen Qing's little hand. Chen Qing, who lowered her head, was thinking about 1,000 things in her heart, but who knew that her hands had been held by Su Fan. She subconsciously wanted to break free, but Su Fan's strength was not enough for her to break free. Master. Senior brother, you let go of your hands first. Although the 2 have been together for several years, this is their first real physical contact. Chen Qing's peach-like face was flushed with an imperceptible blush, which was bright and beautiful for a moment. Of course, Chen Qing was smart and thoughtful, so she could not guess the purpose of Su Fan's doing this. During this period, she had been entangled by Fen Qingshu. Although she was protected by 2 uncles, the other party was not small, so they could only deal with it carefully. With the arrival of Su Fan, the grievances of these days suddenly came to her heart, making her want to cry. But she knew that she must not cry at this time, and she must not let down her senior brother's painstaking efforts. "Come, let my senior brother take a good look. I haven't seen you for so long, I miss you so much." Such mushy words came out of Su Fan's mouth. Even though Chen Qing knew that she was acting, she was still embarrassed and almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this time, Chen Qing's face was red with shame, and her whole body was stiff, but she felt a little touched in her heart, which made her tears burst out. Shen Fang also opened his mouth wide, staring at Su Fan in amazement. "Big brother, what on earth are you trying to do?" Fortunately, Shen Fang was smart, and he immediately understood Su Fan's intention, knowing that he was going to take the blame for this matter. Feng Qingshu squinted his narrow eyes and looked at Su Fan, with a hint of sinisterness in his eyes. Chen Qing glanced at Su Fan with a reproachful look, then pulled his hand away, and then turned around to introduce Su Fan. "Senior brother, this is Feng Qingshu, who has been taking good care of me during this period." Su Fan quickly arched his hand towards the other party and said with a smile, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Qingshu." Feng Qingshu laughed and said, "Taoist, what are you saying?" "Junior sister Chen Qing and I hit it off right away, it's only natural." "Taoist, today I'm hosting a welcome party for junior sister, and I also thank you for your company along the way." After hearing what Su Fan said, Feng Qingshu smiled and shook his head. "I have something to do tonight. Let's do it another day." He smiled and glanced at Chen Qing, then took the two god transformation realm worshippers and left the courtyard. Chen Qing didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the other party disappeared. She hoped that Feng Qingshu would see the relationship between her and Su Fan and retreat and stop bothering her. Su Fan looked at the direction where the other party left, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Brother, why are you doing this? In fact, he doesn't dare to do anything to me." After hearing what Sister Chen Qing said, Su Fan sneered. "Silly girl, this kind of people often use any means to achieve their goals, and they can do any tricks. The reason why he did this when he entered the yard was to attract hatred, so that Feng Qingshu could attract his vicious thoughts to his side. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but it's from morning to night for a villain to take revenge." Although Feng Qingshu is a person who is extremely narrow-minded and vindictive at the slightest grudge, Su Fan does not regret it. He owed too much to Chen Qing, and because of his selfishness, he also made Chen Qing fall deeply in love with him, which made him feel guilty. Now that he has accepted this karma, the other party can use any tricks he wants. Chapter 732, It's Just So Arrogant. Su Fan and Chen Qing explained that if Feng Qingshu came to bother him again, he should be notified immediately. He left Taipei Immortal City and returned to the valley outside the city where the sect was stationed. Su Fan entered the valley and walked straight into the cave of the two uncles of the sect. He found that several brothers in the sect were all there. The eldest brother saw him and hurried up. "Junior brother, where have you been?" "I met a junior brother from Biqiang Immortal Sect in the city and had a meal with him." Seeing Su Hongda's confused face, he explained to him that Chen Qing had made a name for himself in the formation exchange meeting and made an exception to come to Taipei Immortal City. The eldest brother laughed and teased, "Junior brother, that girl is your lover." Su Fan shook his head and said, "What are you thinking? We are just ordinary friends." After he finished speaking, he quickly changed the subject, fearing that Su Hongda would keep talking. "By the way, senior brother, why did you ask me to come back?" The eldest senior brother smiled bitterly and said, "You have just joined the sect, and there are some things you may not understand. The Taoist tradition of our Henshin Taoist Palace is actually passed down from the Hanhei Taoist Palace of Kunlun Heaven." Then Su Hongda began to explain to him the relationship between the two sects. It turned out that this Henshin Taoist Palace of Chiksha Heaven was actually founded by a disciple of the Hanhei Taoist Palace, and the Taoist tradition of the sect also originated from the inheritance of the Hanhei Taoist Palace. Until today, the Henshin Taoist Palace has to offer a large number of cultivation materials to the Hanhei Taoist Palace every 10 years. If there was no support from the Hanhei Taoist Palace behind it, how could this Henshin Taoist Palace become one of the 10 super immortal sects in Chiksha Heaven? Not only the Henshin Taoist Palace, but also the Taoist traditions of the 10 super immortal sects in Chiksha Heaven actually come from the inheritance of those super planes. The reason why Linksito Immortal Palace can claim to be the first immortal sect in Chiksha heaven is because the Jingfa Taoist sect behind it is the strongest. After hearing what Su Hongda said, Su Fan was immediately confused. He never thought that the Chaoguang star domain also used the same trick, and used some means to infiltrate all planes. Junior brother, you should have felt that the disciples of the immortal sects in the superplanes simply look down on the cultivators of our Chiksha heaven. After hearing what the senior brother said, Su Fan smiled secretly. This was really not the case. Since coming to Taipei Immortal City, because Su Fan was very low-key, he had not had much contact with the cultivators of those superstar domains, so he didn't feel anything. That is, today he and Shen Fang were in the hotel and were robbed of the private room by the disciples of the Liang Immortal sect. In fact, Su Fan didn't take this little thing to heart at all. But the disciples of the 10 super-immortal sects who came with him were used to being the kings and hegemons in Chiksha heaven. They came here unexpectedly and were ignored, or even made things difficult and humiliated. This psychological gap made them very depressed. Even a child from a small family like Shen Fang couldn't stand it, let alone the famous disciples of those super-immortal sects. I called you back in such a hurry because we are going to visit several senior brothers of Hanhei Dao Palace tonight. Su Hongda finished speaking, and smiled bitterly in self-mockery. We have sent the visiting card as soon as we arrived at Taipei Immortal City, and it is not until today that it is our turn of Xianshan Dao Palace. Su Fan understood that they were going to visit the dock in the evening. To be honest, he really didn't want to go. The thing that Su Fan was most reluctant to do was to use his warm face to stick to someone else's cold butt. Senior brother, can I not go? Su Hongda shook his head and said, tonight, the 10 disciples of the sect cannot be missing. This is fucking. Okay, let's go. Okay, I'll listen to you, senior brother. Su Hongda patted his shoulder and smiled helplessly. Junior brother, I know you are strong, but when you go to visit Hanhei Dao Palace tonight, you must not show off. Senior brother, don't worry, I know the limit. After hearing what Su Fan said, Su Hongda was relieved. The disciples of the high sects were very arrogant. They were going to pay respects to the Hanhei Dao Palace tonight. He was afraid that this kid didn't know his limits and would contradict those proud disciples. In the evening, 2 old monsters of the Xianshan Dao Palace in the Huashan realm led 10 elite disciples from the sect who were attending the Dao conference and set off. As soon as they arrived outside the mountain gate of Taipei Immortal Palace, they were blocked by several Jinden disciples. This is an important place in the Immortal Palace. Stop. The leading Jinden late-stage disciple came in front of them. Although facing 10 Yuanying realm cultivators and 2 Huashan immortal venerables, the other party did not show any respect. I wonder what the seniors are doing in my Taipei Immortal Palace. The face of Teng the immortal venerable, who led the team of Xianshan Dao Palace, suddenly became gloomy. He said in a deep voice, we are from the Xianshan Dao Palace in Chikshan, and we are here to pay respects to the senior brothers of the Hanhei Dao Palace. The Jinden disciple of Taipei Immortal Palace listened and looked at them. Wait a moment, seniors. I will report to you, a few Jinden disciples dared to treat the old monster in the god transformation realm so badly. This behavior was extremely arrogant. Seeing the Jinden disciples of Taipei Immortal Palace leave, Su Fan and others had no choice but to wait patiently. After almost an hour, the Jinden disciples of Taipei Immortal Palace came back and led them into the mountain gate. They led Su Fan and others to the outside of a cave. At this time, there were already many people waiting here. They were all tall and strong, and they were physical cultivators. These people should be like Xianshan Dao Palace, and they all came to pay their respects to Hanhei Dao Palace. Uncle Tengda and senior brother Fengba went over to chat with them. It turned out that Hanhei Dao Palace was organizing a party in this cave, so they had no time to summon them. The sect that arrived here first had been waiting outside for 2 hours. Su Fan sneered to himself, then found a place to sit cross-legged nearby, took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead, and began to study the classics of the Dao of Formation. It would probably be midnight when the party at the Hanhei Dao Palace ended, and he didn't want to wait here. Su Fan concentrated on studying the Dao of Formation, and when he put down the jade slip, he suddenly found that his senior brother had sat next to him without knowing when. What are you doing? Su Fan smiled and said, Senior brother, I'm trying to figure out the Dao of Formation. I almost forgot that you came from the Bikiang Xianzong. Did you get the true teachings of the Dao of Formation? Not bad. I was fortunate to get the inheritance of the secret hall of the sect. After hearing Su Fan's words, Su Hongda's eyes widened. Junior brother, you are amazing. We don't even have a master of the Dao of Formation in this Henshin Dao Palace. I am dull and have a poor talent for the Dao of Formation. I have studied and figured it out for so long, but I have just touched the threshold of the Dao of Formation. At this point, Su Hongda sighed. Junior brother, you must make a name for yourself in this Centennial Taoist meeting and strive to get into the top 1000 on the battle record list. He took a deep breath and looked at the scenery inside the gate of Taibei Immortal Palace. Each of these immortal sects settled in the gate of Taibei Immortal Palace is the strongest sect in each superplane, and even the weaker ones can live in Taibei Immortal City. Only people from our small planes will be thrown into those places around, and have to squeeze into a valley with other sects. Su Fan also sighed inwardly after hearing this. The class in this world of cultivation is also clearly divided. Senior brother, don't worry, I will definitely go all out in this Taoist meeting. Junior brother, just do your best, but don't be too arrogant. When you meet those disciples of the big sects in the superplane, you should admit defeat when you should, and never fight them head-on. After hearing what the eldest brother said, Su Fan frowned immediately. Today, he was in the hotel in the city, and he also saw the strength of several disciples of Liang Immortal Sect. In fact, these super-dimensional Immortal Sect disciples were just so-so in his eyes. If he had killed them at that time, those people would not have survived for more than 3 seconds. Su Fan was still confident in facing the nascent soul cultivators of the same level. Not to mention the cultivators of the same level, even if he met an old monster in the early stage of the spiritualization realm, he would dare to fight hard. However, according to what the eldest brother said, are those super-dimensional Immortal Sect disciples really stronger than himself? Brother, tell me about those super-dimensional Immortal Sect disciples. How powerful are they? Su Hongda smiled bitterly and shook his head. In fact, I haven't seen them either. I just heard about them from the brothers who participated in the Taoist meeting. According to several uncles, those super-dimensional cultivators are absolutely crushing them, and they have almost no power to fight back. Take the last 100 years Taoist meeting for example. Our luck was relatively bad. We met people from the Demon Sect and the Sword Sect one after another. The 10 elite disciples sent by the sect only returned 6 brothers. Su Fan didn't expect that the 100 years Taoist meeting would be so cruel. But he soon understood that if he met a disciple of the Immortal Sect, he might still be able to spare his life. But if he met a cultivator of the Demon Sect or a disciple of the Sword Sect, it would be dangerous. If you were a disciple of a large sect in the superplane, they might still leave a little room for you, but how could these killers show mercy to a disciple of a small plane like Chi Ziashan? You must be careful, especially when you meet those demon cultivators and sword madmen. If you feel bad, admit defeat immediately. Su Fan was not afraid after hearing this, but became excited. He really wanted to see the true strength of those disciples of the Immortal Sect in the superplane. Brother, don't worry, I will do my best to fight to get into the top 1000 on the record list. Su Hongda laughed after hearing this, and he patted Su Fan's shoulder vigorously. Junior brother, none of our disciples from Chixishan have ever made it into the top 1000 on the battle list in all the Centennial Taoist meetings. I hope you can accomplish this feat. Su Fan also smiled and said, Senior brother, I'll try my best. The two chanted intermittently, and until midnight, no one from the Hanhei Dao Palace came out to summon them. Despite this, these physical cultivators who used to have bad tempers did not show any sign of impatience, and still waited here patiently. Finally, after more than an hour, an old monster in the God Transformation Realm walked out of the cave. Several uncles in the God Transformation Realm from the Immortal Sects hurriedly greeted him and respectfully saluted him. The cultivator in the God Transformation Realm from the Hanhei Dao Palace chatted with several people from the sects for a while, and then turned back to the cave. Uncle Tengda walked back with disappointment on his face and said, Let's go. The Hanhei Dao Palace has other arrangements today. Let's come back in a few days. Su Fan sneered inwardly. How could it be played like this? It was clearly something that had been decided, but they were made to wait outside for most of the night, and then they were not summoned without saying a word. The cultivators of the Hanhei Dao Palace really didn't take them seriously. Not only Su Fan, but everyone else was also full of anger. But no matter how angry they were, they could only hold their anger in their hearts. The next day, Su Fan entered Taibei Immortal City early and came to the courtyard where Chen Qing and Shen Fang were again. He was about to step in when his eyes froze. Su Fan vaguely sensed a few gazes looking at him. He guessed right, that Fen Qingshu still didn't give up. He actually sent people to monitor him. It was estimated that this guy must be planning some tricks to deal with him. Su Fan pretended not to know and walked directly into the small courtyard. As soon as he walked in, he saw Shen Fang rubbing his sleepy eyes and coming out of her house. When this guy saw Su Fan, he quickly pointed to the room across the courtyard, and even winked, looking like he deserved a beating. Su Fan rolled his eyes. I was just acting yesterday. You took it seriously. At this time, Chen Qing also came out of the abode opposite. Maybe because Fen Qingshu no longer came to harass her, the girl was in a good mood and trotted to Su Fan. Brother, you came so early, I came to see you, let's go. I'll treat you to breakfast. Su Fan did not tell Chen Qing and Shen Feng about Fen Qingshu's spy outside, fearing that they would worry. Okay, brother, wait for me. Chen Qing ran back to the house after saying that, excited like a child. Maybe because she had been entangled by Fen Qingshu for a while. She was under a lot of pressure in her heart. Seeing that he didn't come again, her mood suddenly improved. At this time, Shen Feng came to his side and whispered, Brother, it seems that you will not be my brother-in-law. Su Fan sneered and said, Are you stupid? Yesterday, before he finished speaking, Chen Qing ran out of the house. Brother, let's go. They left the yard, and Su Fan felt a few eyes cast towards them again. Su Fan sneered, and then subconsciously held Chen Qing's hand. Originally, it was to show these spies, but he did not tell Chen Qing about the spies outside, and directly held the girl. Chen Qing's face turned red, but she did not struggle, and let Su Fan pull her to walk on the street. Chapter 733 How could you be a simple person? Su Fan took junior sister Chen Qing's hand and came to a nearby restaurant. In fact, he did this for the people who were monitoring him, but he forgot one thing, that is, Chen Qing didn't know that someone was monitoring her. It was not until they entered the restaurant that Su Fan let go of the girl's hand, and he finally realized the problem. But at this time, he didn't care about these. No matter what, he had to help junior sister Chen Qing completely get rid of Fen Qingshu's entanglement. In this way, Su Fan also repaid the favor of the junior sister. If it weren't for junior sister Chen Qing who often answered his questions, he might not have entered the art of formation until now. Seeing the girl sitting there with a red face, lowering her head and not daring to look at him, he wanted to explain, but then thought about it and let it go. Let it be a misunderstanding, wait until she helps her solve this trouble, and then tell him the truth. Shen Fang kept winking at him on the side, and he was too lazy to pay attention. I have to say, this guy is really careless, and he still has time to think about these things at this time. Now Su Fan's mind is on Fen Qingshu. If this guy continues to pester him, he must die no matter who he is. For cultivators from small plains like Su Fan and Chen Qing, they are no different from slaves in the eyes of a noble family like Fen Qingshu. That is to say, he was born in the immortal sect, so he can't do anything too explicit. The immortal sect cares most about reputation and face. But with Fen Qingshu's family background, he has countless ways to deal with Su Fan and Chen Qing, and it won't leave a trace. Fen Qingshu is a very narrow-minded person, and he will never give in. In the past, the more difficult it was for the female cultivators he liked to submit, the more he could arouse his interest. Now in his eyes, Chen Qing is like a prey that he has been eyeing. He especially enjoys the feeling of slowly playing with a prey to death. The more fiercely the prey resists, the more excited he is. As for Su Fan, Fen Qingshu didn't take him seriously at all. He is just a cultivator from a small plain, like an ant or a weed, and he can be easily killed with just a little trick. Although Fen Qingshu's strength is not good, his family is very powerful, and he also has a brother who is famous in Chaoguang Star Domain. I don't know how many people want to get in touch with this guy. He doesn't need to say it clearly. As long as he shows something, countless people are willing to share his worries. After Su Fan and Chen Qing finished breakfast, he sent her back to the courtyard. At present, he is not worried about Chen Qing's safety. After all, this is in Tibet Fairy City, and it is the time of the Centennial Taoist Conference in Chaoguang Star Domain. Even if Fen Qingshu is arrogant, he dare not mess around during this period. The reason why he played a trick with Chen Qing again today is actually to prove his relationship with Chen Qing. In this way, Fen Qingshu will point the spearhead at him. If he wants to occupy Chen Qing, he must get rid of him first. Although he knows in his heart that Fen Qingshu will definitely deal with him next, he really doesn't take it too seriously. Even if this guy sends the 2 Incarnation Realm priests under his command, he doesn't take it seriously. Last time, Su Fan and Fen Qingshu's two Incarnation Realm priests had met, at least in his opinion. It was not good. I don't know where this guy was recruited from. It is estimated that the two should be from the background of casual cultivators, or they are dignified cultivators of the transformation realm. How could they be willing to serve him? And according to Su Fan's guess, Fen Qingshu would not send these two people to deal with him. First, doing so would leave a handle, and second, he was a cultivator of the nascent soul realm in a small plane, and people might not really pay much attention to him. This is his advantage, and he can play a bloody drama of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Su Fan has already thought about it. Even in the upcoming Taoist competition, he will not easily expose his strength. Let's hide first, and hide all the way to the top 1,000 on the record list. Su Fan left Taipei Immortal City and returned to the sect's residence outside the city. Because the dock of the Hanhei Dao Palace was not worshipped, the two uncles of the transformation realm who led the team of this Henshin Dao Palace were now full of sorrow. There is no way. Without the support of the Hanhei Dao Palace, the sect will have no one to support it in the Taoist competition this time. If the disciples of his Henshin Dao Palace met a genius disciple of Superplane in the Dao Association competition, it would make a big difference whether he had a backer or not. The last time the sect participated in the Centennial Dao Association, it had bad luck and encountered several brutal demon cultivators in succession, and lost 4 elite disciples. This was still because of the endorsement of Hanhei Dao Palace, otherwise the loss would be even greater. There is also a world of martial arts in this world of cultivation. The demon sect emphasizes fighting and killing, while the immortal sect emphasizes human relationships. If Henshin Dao Palace had a superplane big sect to support it, at least during the Dao Association competition, the disciples of the immortal sect would leave some room, at least they would not be scared to death. There is no way. Now, except Su Fan, everyone else in Henshin Dao Palace is unsure. Su Fan does not have to worry about the Dao Association competition, because if it really comes to the arena, it depends on whether he gives others a chance. 2 days later in the morning, Su Fan came to Taipei Xianchang again. He entered the city and found that there were many more cultivators from the demon sect in the city, and the atmosphere had changed a little. Compared with the previous few days, the number of law enforcement monks in Taipei Immortal Palace in the city has obviously increased a lot. Su Fan thought for a while, found a tea house on the street and walked in. At this moment, the tea house hall was almost full of people. There was only one empty tea seat in the corner of the hall. He walked over and sat down, and ordered a pot of spiritual tea and snacks. At this moment, there were many people in the hall, and the disciples of various immortal sects were chatting enthusiastically, which seemed noisy. Su Fan drank spiritual tea while listening to the discussions around him. Ever since the demon sect came, dozens of fights have been taking place in the city every day. I heard that Taipei Immortal Palace has built dozens of arenas in the city square for the disciples of the immortals and demons to compete. I went to see it yesterday. 2 people died in just over an hour. I heard that they all signed a life and death agreement. Aren't these demon sect kids always like this? Even if you don't provoke them, they will inevitably provoke you. The demon sect in this world of cultivation is like this. They not only target the disciples of the immortal sect, but also fight each other to death. At this time, there was a pop sound, and a cultivator slammed the table. HMPH. These demons had better not provoke me. If they provoke me, I will kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several cultivators walking in from outside the tea house. These cultivators had fierce faces, exuding a brutal murderous aura, and looked around with unfriendly eyes. Several people were obviously demon cultivators. Many disciples of the immortal sects in the tea house turned their heads away and ignored them. Even their voices became quieter. The originally noisy tea house hall had now become silent. Even the one who slammed the table was like a quail at this moment, and he no longer had the ambition he had just had. The cultivators who could come to participate in the Centennial Taoist Conference were all elite disciples of the major sects. They were not afraid of demon cultivators. But no one wanted to provoke these mentally ill people. Once they were provoked, it would be endless. In the end, they would not stop until they had a fight. It was enough to brag. Who would take the initiative to provoke demon cultivators? Su Fan turned his head and took a look, and ignored it, and continued to sit there drinking tea. Anyway, he was sitting in the corner at the edge of the hall. Even if these demon cultivators wanted to cause trouble, it would not be his turn. Su Fan did not want to cause trouble, But things happened to be against him. Perhaps because the tea house where Su Fan was relatively quiet, the group of demon cultivators looked around for a while and then walked straight towards him. Seeing several demon cultivators walking towards him, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. They stopped in front of Su Fan's tea house, and a demon cultivator walked over. "Devours, can you give us this seat?" Although the other party said it politely, his tone was provocative, and several demon cultivators beside him also looked at him unkindly. The hall became quiet again, and everyone cast their eyes here. "Okay, I'm just about to leave." Su Fan stood up from the tea house after he finished speaking, turned around and walked out. Suddenly, he turned around and reached out to catch a stored ring. "Are all the demon cultivators in Chaoguang Star Domain so particular?" "Thank you," the demon cultivator in the lead said, and sat down on the tea house. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, bowed to the other party, and then walked out of the tea house. He could clearly feel the contemptuous looks from the disciples of the immortal sect in the tea house, but he just pretended not to see them. It was as if Su Fan had a conflict with these demon cultivators, and they would stand up for him. Anyway, he had almost finished drinking, and he came here just to find out some rumors in the city. And for such a trivial matter, Su Fan couldn't kill all these people in such a public place. He would never fight with others for a meaningless matter. Either retreat or kill them all. Su Fan left the tea house, weighed the stored ring with his hand, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and showed a hint of surprise on his face. These demon cultivators should be of high origin, and they were so generous. This stored ring contained a full 500 spirit crystals. 500 spirit crystals were enough for him to go to the tea house more than a dozen times. At this moment, several demon cultivators were sitting together at the tea table where Su Fan had just been. "Brother, why were you being so polite to that guy just now?" The demon cultivator sitting in the first seat shook his head solemnly. This person just felt a sense of crisis from Su Fan. He was also a veteran, and was definitely a ruthless man who had crawled out of the pile of dead bodies countless times. He was far more sensitive to danger than others. How could he be a simple person who could make him feel the crisis? Of course, he would definitely not admit this in front of several fellow disciples. People recognize the tea house so readily, so I should compensate them. Su Fan left the tea house. He originally wanted to go to Chen Qing to take a look, but now he thought about it and decided not to. The atmosphere in the city has become much more depressing now. There are demon cultivators everywhere who are causing trouble. It's better not to go out and hang out recently. In the following days, Su Fan never went into the city again. He stayed in the cave every day to study the art of formation, or practice various spells and secrets. Except for contacting Chen Qing a few times a day and telling her not to leave the cave recently, he hardly communicated with anyone the rest of the time. The Zhenshan Dao Palace sent visiting cards to the Hanhei Dao Palace one after another, but unfortunately, they have not been summoned until now. The two masters in the Huishan realm who led the sect were always worried. Although they had reported this matter to the senior leaders of the sect, they still did not receive a response from the sect. In a cave house inside the mountain gate of Taipei Immortal Palace, Feng Qingshu was sitting cross-legged in a luxurious house. Several Yuanying realm monks stood in front of him, reporting to him about monitoring Su Fan and Chen Qing. "Have the two of them not left the cave house in the past few days? We sent people to watch for a few days, but we never found them leaving the cave house." After hearing what his subordinates said, Feng Qingshu sneered. "By the way, have you talked to the people I asked you to contact?" "We have contacted them. Several brothers have promised that they will inform us of the boys' match after the Daohu competition begins." Feng Qingshu laughed. As long as he found the disciple who would play against the boy, he could get rid of him on the stage. In the arena, it is common to lose one's hand, and there will inevitably be some casualties. Once that boy dies in the arena, he can continue to harass Chen Qing with a legitimate reason, and even take her down in Taipei Immortal City. When he gets tired of playing with her, he will send her away. A female cultivator from a small plane is no different from a village girl in the eyes of the high-ranking disciples of these super planes. The time for the 100 Years Taoist competition in Chaoguang Star Domain is getting closer and closer. The sects in various planes of Chaoguang Star Domain are using their connections to find out the information about the talented disciples of various sects who will participate in the Taoist competition. Moreover, some people in Taipei Immortal City have begun to sell the information of the talented disciples of various planes in this Taoist competition. Even the ranking of the top 100 seed cultivators in this Taoist competition has been sorted out by those who are interested. The most lively place now is the gambling stations in various parts of Taipei Immortal City, where countless cultivators gather every day. The cultivators who are ready to place bets have already lined up in front of the counters of the gambling stations. Because Cultivation is just a small plane, no one would take them seriously. It can be said that the disciples of the 10 super immortal sects are just invisible here. Moreover, huge light curtains have been erected in the sects and immortal cities of Ua Plains and Shaoguang Star region. Various images of Taipei Immortal City have begun to be transmitted to various plains and Shaoguang Star region in real time. Of course, the cultivators who appeared on the light curtain at this time are all talented disciples from the big sects of the major super plains. The upcoming Centennial Taoist competition has set off a wave of enthusiasm in the entire Shaoguang Star region and has become a topic of conversation for all cultivators after dinner. Chapter 734, 8-Winged Blood-Sucking Demon Mosquito. In the early morning, Cultivation gathered hundreds of elite disciples who were attending the Taoist meeting in the valley. The leader of the team, several immortal masters of the transformation realm, encouraged them, and then led everyone out of the valley to Taipei Immortal City. More than a month after Su Fan and others came to Taipei Immortal Palace, the Centennial Taoist meeting in Shaoguang Star region finally began. In the air, a dense group of monks gathered from all directions to Taipei Immortal City. The magnificent formation was quite impressive. Su Fan looked at the waves of monks around him. It was estimated that there were hundreds of thousands of people outside the city alone, not to mention the monks in the city and the high-ranking disciples in the mountain gate of Taipei Immortal Palace. Of course, it was impossible for so many people to fight one-on-one on the ring. How long would it take to compete? These days, the two uncles of the transformation realm of the sect also told them about some of the previous Taoist meetings. Because the rules of each Taoist meeting are different, the sect cannot provide them with any experience. The only thing that is the same in the Taoist meeting competition is that the initial screening process is similar, and most people will be eliminated in the initial screening process. In the Dao conference 100 years ago, the process of selecting the leader in the initial stage was to send everyone to a plain battlefield. Disciples from each plane must kill enough demons within the specified time to be eligible to enter the next stage of the Dao conference competition. The 100 cultivators of Cultivation worked together and fought to the death to win the qualification for the next stage for more than 10 powerful disciples. There was no way, there were too many disciples participating in the Dao conference, and it was impossible for everyone to enter the later stage of the competition. Su Fan and others came to the outside of Taipei Immortal City, but they were blocked by the defense formation of the Immortal City. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were densely packed, covering the sky and the sun, suspended in the sky outside Taipei Immortal City. After waiting for nearly an hour, the disciples of the sects from various planes gathered here began to get impatient. "We have been waiting for so long, why don't they let us enter the city? They summoned us here early in the morning, but we have been waiting for so long, do I need to ask this? They must be waiting for the disciples of the big sects in the mountain gate of Taipei Immortal Palace. Why? Why should so many of us wait for them? Why else? Those people are from the big sects of the super plane. Stop complaining and wait patiently." Although everyone was complaining, no one dared to stand up and question them, just to get their mouths shut. "Look, someone is coming over there." At this time, someone next to Su Fan shouted loudly, and he looked in the direction of the other person's finger. He saw a black spot in the sky in the direction of the mountain gate of Taipei Immortal Palace. After a while, the black spot in the distance became larger and larger. It turned out to be a luxurious flying boat, whizzing over everyone's heads. Almost at the same time, the defense formation of Taipei Immortal City dissipated with a bang, and a large number of flying boats entered the city in a line. It was not until a large number of flying boats entered the city that the densely packed cultivators from all planes outside the city entered Taipei Immortal City, one by one under the leadership of the cultivators of the divine transformation realm of various sects. By the time the cultivator Cultivation entered the city, more than half of the people outside the city had already entered. They flew over the central square of the city and saw a huge space gate standing in the middle of the square. Teams of cultivators who flew here from all directions lined up in an orderly manner and flew into the space gate. Buzz! Su Fan flew into the space gate and felt that his eyes went dark, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. It was not until he stabilized his body that his mind regained clarity. He opened his eyes and found that he had come to an unfamiliar area. At this moment, the entire sky was gray, as if covered by a curtain. The ground was also barren, covered with gravel and rocks, and not even a bit of green vegetation could be seen. There was no trace of spiritual energy in the air here, and a rough and dry breath was everywhere. Moreover, a strong wind would blow from time to time, sweeping up the gravel on the ground, and the wind and sands in the sky made it impossible to open one's eyes. Su Fan's eyes were focused, and his consciousness was completely released, taking in all the movements within a radius of more than 100 miles. He found that there were only 100 cultivators from their Cultivation nearby, and as for the cultivators from other planes, they were nowhere to be found. At this time, a piece of information suddenly flooded into Su Fan's mind, including a map and the rules of the following competition. The 100 cultivators from Cultivation must rush to the designated area on the map within the specified time. If they encounter danger on the way to the designated location, they only need to crush their J talismans in time, and they will be automatically teleported back to Taipei Immortal City. Fan Su, follow me. At this time, Senior Brother Feng Ba from Zhenshan Dao Palace came to his side at some point. Su Fan nodded, and then followed him to the front of the team. At this moment, the 10 leaders and disciples of each of the 10 super immortal sects in Cultivation had gathered together. When they saw Su Fan, they all nodded to him as a greeting. The leading disciple of Cultivation who attended the Taoist meeting was Senior Brother Qian, the leading disciple from Lingxiao Fairy Palace. At this time, he stepped forward without hesitation and began to organize the next work of the entire team. Su Fan's status in this team is relatively transcendent, and he is also the only one who attended the meeting as an ordinary disciple. Of course, he rarely participated in the discussion, because he was not good at this aspect, so it was better to leave it to professionals. Senior Brother Qian did have talent in this area. He first named more than 10 people as the elite of the team, including Su Fan. Everyone else had to strive for opportunities for them to ensure that Su Fan and others could smoothly reach the designated location on the map and obtain the qualification for the next stage of the competition. This was also the plan they had agreed on long ago, and it was also the experience and lessons learned from previous Taoist competitions. Next, he replanned the personnel configuration of the entire team. The strongest physical cultivators in close combat were at the front, followed by the strongest sword cultivators, and the disciples of the immortal sect's magic were the strongest firepower output units, arranged at the end of the team. My fellow disciples, this time we must work together to try to reach the designated location on the map in time. At this point, Senior Brother Qian looked at everyone again. Based on the surrounding environment, this should be 80% of the Zerg plane. If we encounter a crisis on the way, we must also try our best to cover the elite team to arrive safely. The Zerg plane is very troublesome. Although the Zerg's combat effectiveness is relatively poor, the number is too large. This is the initial screening stage of the Centennial Daohu competition. How could a Zerg in this plane be so simple? Everyone will not take it lightly. Next, he named a dozen elites of the team one by one. This order is the priority ranking of each elite disciple to protect, and Su Fan's name is the last one. The implication is that if a crisis is encountered, even if all the people in the team are dead, we must do our best to ensure that Su Fan can reach the designated location on the map within the specified time. Hearing his name, Su Fan did not speak, but nodded heavily. He did not expect that those high-level monsters in Cultivation would place their hopes on him. At this moment, everyone's face was full of solemnity, and the atmosphere became oppressive, with a sense of tragedy. In the previous 100-year Taoist meetings in Chaoguang Star Domain, Cultivation's performance was not good to watch. This time, there was finally a capable fighter like Su Fan, so the top leaders of Cultivation placed their hopes on him. Su Fan smiled bitterly to himself. Although he did not feel a sense of belonging to Cultivation, he had to do his best at this point. Okay, let's go. After Senior Brother Qian finished speaking, he took out a miniature boat from his ring and threw it gently into the air. The miniature boat grew in the wind and instantly turned into a pitch-black flying boat, more than 10 feet long. Su Fan followed everyone on the flying boat. With a dull humming sound, the flying boat slowly rose into the air and roared away into the distance. The flying boat flew into the sky, and the dense array of magic circles on the boat began to flicker, and then the boat began to slowly disappear into the air. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the cabin with his eyes closed, and the others also restrained their breath, not even daring to breathe. After all, they came to an unfamiliar plane, And they didn't even know what dangers were ahead, so they didn't dare to be careless. Although Su Fan closed his eyes, he concentrated on sensing the situation ahead. Since breaking through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art, his sensing ability has also increased significantly. Now even if Zixi is hiding more than 100 feet away, he can clearly feel its presence. The flying boat has been traveling in the air for several hours, and no danger has been found. At this speed, it will take another 3 days to reach the designated location on the map. Su Fan knew that the crisis could occur at any time. His intuition told him that the danger was not far away from him. Suddenly, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he sensed a series of disordered breaths, which were extremely similar to the insect swarms he had encountered before. Everyone be careful, there is a swarm of insects ahead. Su Fan used his mind to remind others, and the atmosphere on the flying boat became tense. Senior Brother Ki Yun, Senior Brother Fen Bai and other disciples with the strongest spiritual awareness were all stunned at this moment, because they did not find the swarm of insects ahead. But even so, they were still quite convinced of Su Fan, and everyone began to be on guard. Senior Brother Ki Yun carefully controlled the flying boat and slowed down the speed of the flying boat. A swarm of insects was found ahead. At this time, several disciples at the front of the flying boat also sensed the existence of the swarm of insects and reminded everyone with their minds. The area of the swarm of insects ahead was very large, almost covering the sky for dozens of miles. The most terrifying thing was that Su Fan also felt an extremely powerful breath spreading from the depths of the swarm of insects. What the hell? This is equivalent to the 7th level insect king of the human race's incarnation realm. Although Senior Brother Ki Yun's flying boat has the effect of invisibility, it can't escape the detection of the insect king at all. Is the threshold of the Centennial Dao Conference in Chaoguang Star Domain so high this time? Even the initial screening stage is so dangerous. Insect king. There is an insect king ahead. After receiving the thought from Su Fan, Senior Brother Ki Yun did not think twice and immediately controlled the flying boat to draw a big circle in the air, madly fleeing in the direction of departure. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Fan clearly felt that the insect swarm in front of him had become agitated. Hiss, hiss. At this time, a series of piercing hissing sounds came from the distance, and Su Fan felt that his eyes went dark. Fortunately, he focused his eyes and instantly recovered from his confused state. But it was not so easy for others. Several disciples with poor spirits did not resist a magical power launched by the Insect King and fell to the ground and fainted. Since the whereabouts had been discovered by the Insect King, Senior Brother Ki Yun simply gave up the invisible state of the flying boat and increased the speed of the flying boat to the highest state. The dense array on the boat flashed violently, and the flying boat suddenly rushed forward, and the speed instantly increased several times, flying madly into the distance. The forced speed up of the flying boat also caused the cultivators on the flying boat to fall all over the place in a hurry. Su Fan reached out and pressed the ground, only then did he stabilize his body. He stood up from the ground, his eyes suddenly focused, and he magnified his consciousness to the maximum, and found that the swarm of insects behind him had already caught up with him like a sky-blocking sun. Hundreds of huge insects were incredibly fast, and at this time they had already stood out from the crowd and chased him fiercely. Only then did Su Fan see the appearance of these insects clearly. These insects that were chasing them were like mosquitoes that had been magnified countless times. The giant mosquitoes that rushed to the front had a wingspan of more than 10 feet long. It's over. This is the 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito. At this time, a cultivator on the flying boat shouted in fear. When the people on the flying boat heard this, a look of despair appeared on their faces. Su Fan also frowned. He had never seen this kind of demon mosquito, let alone heard of this kind of insect. Although Senior Brother Ki Yun's flying boat is very fast, judging from the current situation, the hundreds of huge 8-winged blood-sucking demonic mosquitoes chasing them are obviously faster. And according to the aura of these 8-winged blood-sucking demonic mosquitoes, these hundreds of huge demonic mosquitoes should be equivalent to the 6th-order demonic mosquitoes of the human race's nascent soul realm. It is only a matter of time before the flying boat is caught up. If it is caught up by these 6th-order 8-winged blood-sucking demonic mosquitoes, the consequences will be disastrous. If the flying boat is entangled by them, it will definitely be surrounded by countless 4th-order and 5th-order 8-winged blood-sucking demonic mosquitoes. Everyone abandon the boat, use the escape technique to quickly escape from this place. After hearing Senior Brother Ki Yun's words, The Cultivation disciples on the flying boat were about to use the escape technique to try to escape from the pursuit of the insect swarm. It's too late. The 7th Order Insect King has already launched a law domain. After receiving Su Fan's thoughts, the disciples on the flying boat were stunned. One person did not believe in evil and instantly launched the void escape technique, but soon returned to the flying boat. Senior Brother Ki-yoon took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, pay attention, abandon the boat immediately and cover the elite members of the team to escape from the encirclement of the insect swarm." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735. This guy is simply too amazing. Hearing what Senior Brother Ki-yoon said, all the Cultivation disciples on the flying boat responded loudly. Senior Brother Fenba glanced at Su Fan and said in a deep voice, "We will try our best to buy time for you. It's up to you next." Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Brother, Before he finished speaking, Senior Brother Fenba waved his hand. "Junior Brother, don't say anything. We Cultivation are counting on you for this Taoist meeting." At this time, Senior Brother Ki-yoon handed over the control of the flying boat to the fellow disciple next to him, and then came to the two of them. He glanced at Su Fan, and then called over a dozen elite members of the team. "After you break through the siege, you must obey Junior Brother Fansu's command." Senior Brother Ki-yoon finished speaking and bowed to Su Fan. "Senior Brother Fansu, please." Su Fan smiled and said, "Senior Brother Ki-yoon, it's a 7th level insect king, just kill it." After hearing his words, all the Cultivation disciples on the flying boat were stunned. "This guy is too boastful. Who do you think you are? That's the 7th Order Insect King, equivalent to the human race's divine transformation realm. Can you just kill it?" Senior Brother Ki-yoon was also stunned for a moment, and then organized his words. "That? Junior Brother Fansu, we..." As soon as he said this, he saw that the Su Fanrin in front of him had disappeared from the spot. Fuck. Senior Brother Ki-yoon's face turned pale. What on earth is this guy going to do? Does he really want to kill the 7th Order 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king alone? Before coming, the senior leaders of Cultivation repeatedly told him that even if all the disciples of Cultivation died, they must protect this kid. Whether Cultivation can make a difference in this century-old Taoist meeting in Cheoguang Star Domain, they can rely on this kid. The Cultivation monks on the flying boat were all dumbfounded. This guy is too fierce. That is the 7th Order Insect King of the 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito. If all the people on the flying boat were tied together, it would not be enough for it to bite. Although Su Fan had earned a great reputation in Cultivation, his achievements were only passed down by word of mouth. Although Senior Brother Ki-yoon and Senior Brother Fenba admitted that Su Fan had extraordinary combat power, their assessment of his strength was still at the level of the nascent soul realm. Although the story of him killing 4 old monsters in the Sky Rift Valley was widely spread, the elite disciples of the 10 super immortal sects still felt that it was exaggerated. This was illogical in itself. How could a nascent soul realm cultivator do such a heaven-defying thing? In fact, it was no wonder that these people thought so, because their strength limited their imagination. Senior Brother Ki-yoon, he really passed away. It was not until he heard someone calling his name that Senior Brother Ki-yoon came to his senses from his daze. He hurried to the tail of the flying boat and saw that Su Fan's figure had appeared in front of hundreds of 6th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes. Boom! A scorching red halo instantly popped out from him to the surroundings. It was like a crimson wave several feet high, rolling away like a tsunami, and in the blink of an eye, it submerged hundreds of 6th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes. This terrible power that destroyed the world was so great that even the Cultivation monks on the flying boat in the distance felt a sense of wind and rain, and the flying boat was shaking violently. In the perception of divine consciousness, it was as if a sun had descended from the distance, piercing through the gray sky and descending to the world. The extremely hot aura was as dazzling as the sun, almost burning people's perception, filling the entire world. Su Fan's purifying red lotus was no longer as powerful as it was in the past. Half of the hundreds of 6th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes disappeared in an instant, burned to ashes by the positive pole. Although the remaining half used their magical powers to escape the disaster, they were also seriously injured, and only a dozen of them were still intact. Not only that, the swarm of insects surging from afar were also swept into this overwhelming red wave. The swarm of insects that originally covered the sky and the sun was also wiped out a large area, and countless 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes turned into dust. More 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes in the distance rushed into the red wave one after another, and large pieces of broken limbs and arms fell from the sky with a crackling sound. The strength of the Zerg was originally very weak, and the defense of the flying Zerg was extremely poor. How could it withstand such destruction? Let alone hundreds of 6th-level Zergs, when hundreds of Yuanying realm casual cultivators in Xianli Valley surrounded and killed him, they were slaughtered by him like chickens and dogs. At this time, all the Cultivation cultivators on the flying boat opened their mouths wide, stared with round eyes, and looked at Su Fan with shock on their faces. Senior brother Kain turned his head and glanced at senior brother Fengba next to him. How strong is this guy? Is he really in the Yuanying realm? Fengba was also shocked. You ask me, who should I ask? At this time, the monk Cultivation on the flying boat suddenly felt a chill spreading from afar. He saw a chilly storm rolling up in front of him, sweeping across the entire sky. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be twisted and distorted, and invisible ripples were oscillating wildly around. The chilly storm roared away, and instantly swept through the hundreds of remaining 6th-level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes. The hundreds of 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes that had just survived by chance were blown to pieces by this chilly hurricane, as if they had been weathered. This chilly and violent hurricane swept through those 6th-level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes crazily, and then roared and rolled over the dense swarm of insects behind. A large area of the dense swarm of insects in the air was instantly wiped out, and countless 4th and 5th-level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes were turned into dust. Hiss, hiss. At this time, a series of shrill hisses came from afar, and a huge insect king with a wingspan of dozens of feet long appeared from the insect swarm. Boom! With a deafening roar, a sound wave visible to the naked eye vibrated transparent ripples in the void. An invisible and intangible destructive force roared in, sweeping across the entire world in an instant. The vast and boundless pressure swept across the entire void like a tsunami. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his hands quickly formed seals. At this moment, golden Buddha light suddenly flashed on his body. There were also faint Buddhist chants coming from far away, solemn and solemn. The golden light on his body became more and more vast, as brilliant as the shining light of God, as if he had become a golden arhat. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the world, a huge golden Buddha phantom over 100 feet high rose into the air behind Su Fan. The phantom of the golden Buddha had a solemn face, and endless golden Buddha light burst out from his body. The Buddha's power was vast, like the Buddha descending to the world, like the undulating of a brilliant and vast golden river, and it was filled with an incomparably majestic aura. At this time, a magnificent voice suddenly came from the endless void. The Buddha has descended. Su Fan suddenly raised a huge golden palm and slapped it directly towards the invisible and intangible terrifying sound wave. When the Buddha descends, no grass will grow. Su Hongda, Brother Fengba and other disciples of this ancient Taoist palace on the flying boat in the distance were all confused at this moment. Of course, they knew that there was a Taoist tradition of Vajra Bodhi Buddha Dharmakaya in the inheritance of the sect's secret hall. Although there were not many people in the sect who practiced this Taoist tradition, they had all seen it with their own eyes. But when they saw Su Fan perform the Buddha's descent, they were all shocked and stunned. Why is this kid so powerful and magnificent when he uses this Buddhist magic? It's just like the Buddha descended to the world. Boom boom, at this moment, two huge and boundless terrifying forces collided like a tsunami, and an unimaginable violent explosion occurred in an instant. The aftermath of the explosion swept across the sky, and the surrounding space shook violently, as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. Su Fan was also shaken by a huge force and flew backwards, flying several miles away before he stabilized his body. The 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king opposite was also overturned by the aftermath of the explosion, and rolled several somersaults in the air before stabilizing his insect body. Just now, Su Fan lost the initiative and was shaken several miles away by the insect king's magic. Of course, he didn't want to be beaten passively again. After all, he was facing a 7th level insect king, so he didn't plan to hold back and directly launched his most powerful killing move. Su Fan's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king. Boom! When Su Fan appeared, He had already activated his demonized body. Endless dark magic smoke spread out, and his body instantly turned into a huge demon body over 100 feet tall, and in his hand there was a dark sword over 10 feet long. Infinite slash. Su Fan slashed down with his sword without thinking, silently and without any surprise. Swish, a faint sword light crossed the sky and the earth, an endless cycle, as if there was no end to the endless eternity. The 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king on the opposite side instinctively felt the crisis, and his huge insect body shook violently. Buzz, with a dull buzzing sound. A colorless barrier bounced off the insect body of the 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king. Boom boom, Su Fan's infinite slash fiercely slashed on the invisible barrier, instantly blasting it apart. The terrifying explosion directly set off a devastating storm, causing great turbulence in the area of 100 miles. Smoke and dust rolled, air currents swept across, the earth cracked, and the vision was in a mess. The dense swarms of insects around were swept into the rolling torrent like fallen leaves, turning into dust one after another, and the broken limbs and arms were thrown out. The 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king was once again overturned in the air, and the huge insect body kept somersaulting in the air. Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and his figure disappeared from the spot again. Void slash, infinite slash, of course he would not miss this opportunity. The huge demon body wielded a dark sword over 10 feet long, and kept slashing at the 7th level insect king. Su Fan slashed more than a dozen swords in succession, and each sword was a big move containing the power of the law. The 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king was like a broken sack, and was constantly chopped up by him. Even the 7th level insect king, which was equivalent to the human race's divine transformation realm, could not withstand Su Fan's destruction. In a short while, the 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king had been chopped into pieces, but its powerful vitality was still tenaciously alive. Ouch! Su Fan roared to the sky, and his huge demon body rushed over and grabbed the neck of the 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king. He swung the demon-slaying sword in his hand and stabbed it into its huge head. Puff! The demon-slaying sword, which was more than 10 feet long, was almost completely pierced, and the dark green juice splashed all over him. Su Fan drew out the great sword, and then casually put the 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king, which had lost its vitality, into his sword ring. Just now, he was as fierce as a tiger. The insect swarm that originally covered dozens of miles had already been killed by the aftermath of the battle. Because of the death of the insect king, the remaining low-level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes suddenly lost control, and the originally dense swarm of insects instantly scattered and fled. After a while, there was no 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquitoes in the whole sky. The Cultivation monk on the flying boat in the distance looked at the terrifying demon body that was more than 100 feet tall, and couldn't help but feel like an ant looking up at the sky. Even those sword cultivators who used to be arrogant had to lower their proud heads at this moment. They never thought that Su Fan really did it. He killed the 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king alone. Not only that, the dense swarm of insects that originally covered the sky and the sun was also killed by him alone. This guy is simply 2 against the sky. That is the 7th level insect king equivalent to the human race's divine transformation realm, and he killed it just like he said. Senior brother Kain turned his head and glanced at Fengba, the eldest senior brother of Zhenshin Dao Palace, and then smiled bitterly. Even if all of us were tied together, I'm afraid we wouldn't be enough for this guy to kill. What could Fengba say? The battle just now had completely overturned his cognition. Anyway, senior brother Famsu is also from Cultivation. After hearing what senior brother Fengba said, senior brother Kain nodded with a face full of satisfaction. This time in the Centennial Dao Conference of Cheoguang Star Domain, our Cultivation finally has the hope of making it into the top 1000 on the battle record list. If that's the case, this junior brother Famsu will definitely go down in history in Cultivation. Senior brother Fengba shook his head and said, I think it's more than that. With junior brother's strength, it's possible to make it into the top 100 on the battle record list. At this moment, Su Fan had already restored his true human form. He put the demon slayer sword into his body, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. When his figure appeared on the flying boat, he saw that nearly 100 disciples of Cultivation had already lined up. Senior brother Qiyun and senior brother Fengba, who were leading the group, bowed to him almost at the same time. Welcome senior brother Famsu. Chapter 736 I don't have time to chat with him. Nearly 100 elite disciples of Cultivation respectfully bowed to Su Fan. Su Fan was slightly stunned. He was a low-key person and rarely faced such a scene. He waved his hand to everyone, and then came to Brother Kian. The Insect King has been dealt with. Should we continue to set off? Brother Kian nodded, then turned around and gave instructions to several fellow disciples of Palace. The flying boat turned around and continued to fly to the designated location on the map. Su Fan chatted with Brother Fengba for a few words, and then found a place where no one was sitting cross-legged. The battle just now also made the Cultivation cultivators on the flying boat more respectful to him. In fact, before this, the disciples of several sects such as Palace were still quite twisted when they saw Su Fan. Although Henshin Palace is also one of the top 10 super immortal sects in Cultivation, in the eyes of the disciples of Palace and other immortal sects, physical cultivators are a group of vulgar barbarians. Not to mention physical cultivators, they don't even take the disciples of the Sword sect seriously. Although they acknowledged that Su Fan was strong, they still acted a little arrogant in front of him, unable to let go of the superiority of the famous sects. Of course, if Su Fan could take the initiative to make friends with these immortal sect disciples, they would not mind making friends. But if they were asked to take the initiative to accept Su Fan, it would definitely be impossible. In fact, Su Fan had already felt this from these immortal sect disciples, but he didn't care, because he didn't want to know these people at all. Su Fan took out a jade slip from his ring and put it on his forehead. Master. Senior brother, let me ask you something. I don't know when the eldest senior brother Su Hongda came to sit next to him. In fact, he just wanted to call Su Fan junior brother, but he felt it was inappropriate, so he changed his words in time. Su Fan frowned when he heard it. Senior brother, we are from the same sect, there is no need to be like this, it's the same as before, it will be the same in the future, just ask if you have anything. Old Su laughed and rubbed his hands. You really killed those old monsters in the God Transformation realm in the Sky Rift Valley by yourself. The Cultivation cultivator who saw Su Fan kill the 7th level 8-winged blood-sucking demon mosquito insect king today probably had this thought in his mind. The eldest brother came to ask him about this matter, and it must be instigated by others. Su Fan nodded, and then told Lao Su the whole process of his fight against several old monsters in the God Transformation realm that day. There is nothing to hide about these things. Now he no longer regards himself as a Yuanying realm cultivator. When Su Fan faced Lao Su and others, he actually looked down on them in his subconscious mind. After listening to Su Fan's narration, Su Hongda was stunned for a long time with his mouth wide open and his face full of shock. To be honest, let alone a Yuanying cultivator like Lao Su, even many old monsters in the God Transformation realm felt that Su Fan's killing of 4 monks in the God Transformation realm was exaggerated. Master. Junior brother, what you said is true. Senior brother, why would I lie to you about this? There were several senior brothers from the Xianzong who were at the scene. If you don't believe me, you can go ask them. At this time, Su Hongda's head was buzzing. He never thought that this matter was actually true. Seeing the eldest brother leaving in a trance, Su Fan smiled, then took the jade slip and put it on his forehead. He sat cross-legged on the deck of the flying boat and began to concentrate on studying the formation. But what Su Fan didn't know was that when the eldest brother told his words to others, the Cultivation disciples on the flying boat suddenly exploded. When Su Fan opened his eyes, he found that the atmosphere on the flying boat was obviously different. He turned his head and looked at the several Xianzong disciples sitting next to him. The other party quickly stood up from the ground and saluted him with a nervous face. Su Fan shook his head and put the formation jade slip on his forehead again. In the next 2 days, they encountered 2 more swarms of insects. Su Fan killed 2 7th-level insect kings again, allowing them to arrive at the designated location on the map at the specified time. The flying boat carrying Cultivation's disciples arrived at the designated location, where a large number of disciples from various planes had gathered. When Cultivation's disciples got off the flying boat, there was a great uproar around them, because all the hundreds of elite disciples were intact. Which plane are these disciples from? Not a single one is missing. They must not have been attacked by the swarm of insects. They are so lucky. How do you know that they didn't encounter the swarm of insects along the way? Do you still need to ask? If they encountered the swarm of insects, how could they not have even one injured person? This gathering point was full of disciples from some small planes. They suffered heavy losses along the way. Many teams only had a few people left, and some planes were even completely wiped out. Cultivation was the only team that had all its members arrive. The difficulty of the 100 Years Dao meeting in Shaoguang Star Domain increased greatly in the initial stage, and the elimination rate even reached more than 80%. Therefore, Cultivation has attracted a lot of attention. Of course, everyone thinks that they are lucky. This situation is not without precedent in previous Taoist meetings. Many planes sent people to inquire. Brother Kian of Linxidao Immortal Palace certainly would not tell the truth, but just sent people back on the grounds of good luck. At this moment, on the square of Taipei Immortal City, the immortal masters of Huishan of Cultivation were gathering together. I hope that more people can come back this time, not like last time, when there were only a dozen left. No, the last Taoist meeting chose a cruel star-filled battlefield. This time, the initial elimination stage should not be so harsh. That's not necessarily true. Those high-ranking sects in the superplanes have long disliked us. It is said that they will reduce the number of people participating in the Taoist meeting. This time, we have Famsu and Cultivation, so it will definitely be better than before. The immortal master Huangfa of Linxidao Immortal Palace, who is in the lead, turned his head and looked at the immortal master Tengda of Xianshan Taoist Palace next to him. He smiled and said, I hope so. It depends on whether this kid is willing to work hard. Even if he brings back half of the people, I will be satisfied. Immortal Venerable Tengda frowned and cursed in his heart. These old guys obviously have bad intentions. Don't worry, this kid will definitely try his best. Although he said it lightly, he couldn't help but get nervous in his heart. He's back. He's back. At this time, someone shouted loudly in the distance. The group of old monsters in the god transformation realm of Cultivation hurriedly looked at the space gate standing in the center of the square. The disciples who returned first were all disciples of the superplane. They had been thrown out of the space gate to the square one after another. Immortal Venerable Hongfa, Immortal Venerable Tengda and others suddenly became solemn. Because they found that even the disciples of the superplane had an elimination rate of more than 40%. This was rare in previous Taoist meetings, indicating that the area selected in the initial elimination stage must be quite difficult. Brother, I just went over to ask. The location for this elimination phase is selected in a Zerg plane. All the disciples participating in the Dao conference will face the 7th Order Zerg King. Hearing his words, the group of old monsters in the god transformation realm in Cultivation suddenly lost their composure. Facing the 7th Order Zerg King and the endless swarm of Zerg, let alone the disciples in the nascent soul realm, even the cultivators in the early stage of the god transformation realm had to retreat. At this moment, the time stipulated for the assembly point where Su Fan and others were located had also arrived. He only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the whole person once again experienced the feeling of a roller coaster. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the central square of Taipei Immortal City. The group of old monsters in the god transformation realm in Cultivation, who were anxiously waiting here, all rushed over without caring about their manners. When they saw that none of the 100 disciples were missing, they were immediately ecstatic. Not only the group of old monsters in the god transformation realm in Cultivation, but also the people in other planes were stunned. In the past, only those superplanes could occasionally achieve the situation where all the members arrived like Cultivation. Immortal Venerable Huangfa summoned senior brother Kian from the sect. Just when he wanted to ask what was going on, he saw him gently shaking his head. Seeing that all the cultivators in the square were looking at the disciples of Cultivation, he waved his hand and led everyone away from the square. Because most of the disciples who participated in the Taoist meeting were eliminated, the remaining people were settled in the city of Taipei Immortal City. Cultivation's residence was in a luxurious courtyard in the city, and the treatment had been improved a lot. As soon as they entered the yard, senior brother Kian and others were questioned by the group of uncles in the god transformation realm. Su Fan did not follow them to join in the fun, but came to his cave under the leadership of a beautiful female cultivator. He sent the female cultivator away, walked into the cave alone, and then casually arranged a fairy formation. Su Fan also hung a sign outside, which read Healing Retreat, please do not disturb. He has used this sign several times and the effect is still good. Su Fan knew it clearly in his heart. It would not take long before Cultivation's group of old monsters in the god transformation realm would call him over. He had no time to chat with them. There were still 3 days before the next stage of the competition, and he did not want to waste time with those old guys. He might as well study the art of formation for a while. Su Fan looked around the environment of the cave, then went to the hall and sat cross-legged, then took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. As expected, after a while, senior brother Feng Bai and old Su hurried over. But when they saw the sign hanging outside the cave, they were immediately confused. They watched Su Fan's 3 battles from beginning to end, and did not find that the boy was injured. But they did not dare to neglect it, and hurried back to report the matter to Chixishan's uncles. This made the group of old monsters in the God Transformation realm very anxious, and they asked about the situation at that time. As a result, senior brother Qian and others were also hesitant to explain clearly. They all witnessed Su Fan's 3 battles with their own eyes. Every time, they only saw Su Fan kill the 7th level insect king with great ease, and no one could see where he was injured. Hongfa Immortal Venerable of Linxidao Immortal Palace frowned, and he glanced at the Immortal Venerable Tengda next to him. The other party smiled bitterly at him, and he immediately understood what was going on. In this case, let junior brother Famsu heal his wounds in peace. After saying this, senior brother Hongfa took out a jade bottle from his ring and handed it to the Immortal Venerable Tengda next to him. This is a bottle of 9-turn dragon and tiger creation pill that I got by chance many years ago. Junior brother will give it to junior brother Famsu when he has the chance. Seeing that senior brother Hongfa took out a healing pill, other immortal venerables of the God of Transformation also generously took out bottles of top-grade healing pills. At this time, whether Su Fan was really injured or not, they had to make such a gesture. After listening to the narration of senior brother Qian and others, even a group of old monsters in the God of Transformation couldn't help but smack their lips. This kid's strength can no longer be regarded as that of a Yuanying realm cultivator. And when Su Fan breaks through the Shinhua realm in the future, most of them will be beaten up when they meet him. There is no way, in this world of cultivation, some people are enviable. In fact, Hongfa Xianzhen and others knew that Su Fan was clearly unwilling to come and accept their inquiries. If someone else dared to treat these old monsters in the Shinhua realm so badly, they would have been taken over and dealt with by them long ago. But at this time, even Hongfa Xianzhen, a great cultivator in the late Shinhua realm, did not dare to have a trace of dissatisfaction. Not only did these old monsters in the Shinhua realm not have a trace of dissatisfaction, but they were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It has been so many years, and Chixishan has participated in countless centennial Taoist meetings in Chaoguang Star Domain, but no disciple has made it into the top 1,000 on the record list. Now Su Fan has come out of nowhere, and with the strength he has shown, it is very likely that he will create history for Chixishan at this Taoist meeting. Now, let alone Su Fan's refusal to be summoned, even if they pointed at the noses of these old monsters in the God Transformation realm and cursed them, Hongfa Xianzhen and others would have to smile and swallow their spit. The images of the initial elimination stage of the Chaoguang Star Domain Centennial Dao Conference have been transmitted in real time to the light screens of all planes in the entire Star Domain. Unfortunately, the images of this stage are all from those super planes. No one pays attention to small planes like Chixishan, let alone appearing on the light screens of various planes. At night, in a luxurious house in Taipei Immortal City, Feng Qingshu sat cross-legged and drank spiritual tea. Several beautiful female cultivators served him respectfully. At this time, a Yuanying cultivator walked in from outside and saluted him. Qi Feng, meet brother Qingshu. Feng Qingshu's narrow eyes glanced at the other party slightly. Sit down and have tea. After hearing his words, Qi Feng sat down cross-legged. How is it going? Qi Feng took the teacup handed to him by a female cultivator and took a sip. Brother, I have fulfilled my mission. Feng Qingshu became excited when he heard it and asked quickly, come, tell me, I found a senior uncle in charge of this Taoist meeting through my family elders. It's just a matter of a word to change the opponent. After hearing what the other party said, Feng Qingshu laughed. Are you sure about the opponent you found for that kid? Don't worry, brother, I personally found an elite disciple from King Luanshan Liang Xianzong. Hearing what Qi Feng said, Feng Qingshu felt relieved. King Luanshan is a relatively famous super plane, and Liang Xianzong is also one of the famous sects. Their elite disciples are enough for a cultivator of a small plane. Have you contacted the senior brother from Liang Xianzong? Qi Feng shook his head and said, I have already found a senior brother from Liang Xianzong and asked him to pass on a message to that person. I will meet him tomorrow. Feng Qingshu nodded, then took out a store drink from his arms and threw it in front of Qi Feng. Take this and give it to the senior brother from Liang Xianzong. Ask him to kill that kid. Chapter 737 How can such a good thing happen? At noon the next day, in a restaurant in Taipei Immortal City, Qi Feng entertained two elite disciples from the Liang Immortal sect of Kinglun Heaven. One of these two people is the cultivator who will face Su Fan in the next match, named Shi Guangfeng. Although the Liang Immortal sect is the native of Kinglun Heaven, the opponent is from the Guangfadao sect of Kunun Heaven, and the two disciples of the Liang Immortal sect certainly cannot be neglected. As Feng Qingshu's follower, Qi Feng's job is to share the worries of his master. He did not hesitate and directly made a request to Shi Guangfeng, and handed over the ring that Feng Qingshu gave him to him. Brother Qingshu means that the kid must die? Shi Guangfeng hesitated for a moment, and he used his spiritual sense to scan the ring in front of him, and his heart suddenly became excited. He never thought that Brother Qingshu would be so generous. In this case, he might as well agree to it. This matter is not difficult at all, and it is okay to kill a disciple from a small plane. Although Brother Qingshu is not strong, the Feng family of Kunun Heaven is a cultivation family with a very long heritage. Moreover, his elder brother Feng Qinglin was a well-known figure in the entire Chaoguang Star region. If he could also make friends with the Feng family of Kuniwanshan and senior brother Qinglin through this deal would be a great deal. Thinking of this, Shi Guangfeng bowed to the other party. Please tell senior brother Qingshu that I will take this matter. After hearing what Shi Guangfeng said, Qi Feng smiled and nodded. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother Qingshu said that there will be a big reward after the matter is completed. If you need him in the future, please just ask. The two sides reached an agreement, and it can be said that both the host and the guest had a great time. They drank until the evening before they dispersed. Shi Guangfeng returned to the cave house of the sect's residence in the city. Just as he was about to enter his own cave house, he stopped. He thought for a while, then turned and came to the cave house of the eldest brother, triggering the formation outside. Is this junior brother Guangfeng? Come in. After hearing the words of the eldest brother, Shi Guangfeng stepped into the cave house. This is the cave of Brother Fan, the leading disciple of Liang Xianzong, and also the eldest senior brother of Shi Guangfeng. When Shi Guangfeng became a disciple of a master, it was the eldest senior brother who took in the disciples on behalf of the master and brought him up, so he respected him very much. This time, Liang Xianzong participated in this Taoist meeting. As the leading senior brother of the sect, Shi Guangfeng felt that he should talk to the eldest senior brother about what happened today. At this time, Brother Fan was sitting in the garden of the cave drinking spiritual tea, and two pretty young female cultivators were standing beside him and serving him carefully. Shi Guangfeng walked over and sat cross-legged opposite the eldest senior cultivator. He took the spiritual tea handed to him by the young female cultivator and took a sip. Big brother, today Feng Qingshu of Kuniwanshan asked someone to find me. Brother Fan frowned when he heard it. He's Feng Qinglin's younger brother, right? You should stay away from him in the future. His reputation is not very good. He drank a sip of spiritual tea. And then asked, what does he want from you? Shi Guangfeng quickly told the eldest brother everything that happened today. Senior brother Fan snorted coldly. If it was according to his meaning, the younger brother should not agree to the other party. It was not for anything else, but mainly because Feng Qingshu was notorious. He was afraid that the younger brother would be involved with him and ruin his reputation. The younger brother was extremely talented. He was the lifeblood of the sect. He had watched him grow up since he was a child and usually protected him like his sons and nephews. But since he had come to the door to ask for help, it would not be appropriate to refuse directly. Moreover, it was not a big deal to kill a disciple of a small plane, so it didn't matter if he agreed. Okay, if you agree, just do it. Do it cleanly at that time and don't leave any traces. Seeing that the eldest brother agreed, Shi Guangfeng was relieved immediately. Big brother, I'll go back then. Go ahead. Shi Guangfeng stood up from the ground, turned around and walked out. Wait a minute. At this time, the big brother called him. Shi Guangfeng stopped, turned around and looked at the big brother. Where did you say the person you're fighting against come from? The person I'm fighting against tomorrow is Fan Su from Chixishan. Brother Fan was stunned when he heard this, and he suddenly remembered the person he met in the hotel that day. No wonder he felt that this place sounded so familiar just now, and now he's facing it. At the beginning, that person just gave a look and crushed several junior brothers in the sect, and even he barely managed to deal with it. Thinking of the little junior brother facing such a ruthless person tomorrow, Brother Fan's cold sweat came down. That cultivator from a small plane, let alone the little junior brother, even if he went down in person, He might not be able to defeat him. It's really fortunate. If he hadn't heard the other party introduce himself that day, the little junior brother would definitely be in danger tomorrow. Junior brother, you should contact that Qi Feng right now and turn this matter down. Shi Guangfeng was immediately confused after hearing this. What happened to the eldest brother? Elder brother, I have already received the things. It is not good to turn it down now. Besides, that is senior brother Kinglin. Shut up. Before Shi Guangfeng finished speaking, senior brother Fan scolded and interrupted him. Shi Guangfeng was already scared. It was the first time that the eldest brother scolded him, which made him even more confused. Do you know what kind of person your opponent will be tomorrow? Shi Guangfeng shook his head blankly. How the hell do I know? I have seen that person. Even I may not be his opponent. After hearing what the eldest brother said, Shi Guangfeng was stunned. How could a cultivator from a small plane be so powerful? Seeing that the younger junior brother looked unbelievable, senior brother Fan told him about what happened that day. Hurry up and contact that Qi Feng. You must get rid of this matter. Don't worry about senior brother Kinglin. Senior brother will make all the decisions for you. After hearing what senior brother said, Shi Guangfeng quickly took out the communication array and sent a message to Qi Feng. At this moment, Feng Qingshu and Qi Feng were in a private room of a hotel, having fun with a beautiful female cultivator. Those people I asked you to arrange, you must keep a close eye on them every day. Don't worry, senior brother, that girl can't escape from your palm. Well, when I get tired of playing with her, I will give her to you, then I'm here. Thank you senior brother in advance. Qi Feng just finished speaking when he found that the communication array on his waist was vibrating slightly. He took off the communication array from his waist, picked it up and was stunned. Qi Feng quickly handed the communication array to Feng Qingshu and said, Senior brother, look. Feng Qingshu took the communication array and took a look, then sneered. Don't worry about him. He took my things and wants to go back on his word. How can such a good thing happen? Qi Feng said worriedly. Brother, will this happen? Don't worry, our Feng family is not a small family. I don't think they dare to take the things and not work. Shi Guangfeng sent several messages in succession, but they all fell on deaf ears. Brother, Qi Feng didn't reply to my message at all. Brother Fan smiled bitterly. He had already taken the things. He was caught. Brother, I will fight with that person normally tomorrow. If I can't beat him, I will lose. Brother, if you don't do your best tomorrow, you will offend the Feng family of Kuniwanshan and brother Kinglin. If you do your best, I'm afraid that person will not be gentle. He met Fan Su from Chixishan in the hotel that day. He was definitely a cruel and violent person. He could see from the murderous aura emanating from the other party that there must be many people who died in the hands of this guy. Even if there was no such thing as Feng Qingshu, he was still worried about the safety of his younger brother. Who knows if that person would show mercy? Junior brother is the lifeblood of master, not even a hair of him can be lost. No, we must not let junior brother fall into this unknown crisis. Thinking of this, senior brother Fan took off the communication array from his waist, and then sent several messages in succession. After a while, a disciple of Liang Xianzhuan came to the cave. Senior brother Fan, I have inquired about the situation of Chixishan and found out their station, but I heard that a sect in Chixishan has inherited from Hanhei Dao Palace. Senior brother Fan was relieved after hearing this. He had a close relationship with an elite disciple of Hanhei Dao Palace, and he could contact that person through him. The high-ranking sects in super planes like this will pass on their own sects to those small planes. The small plane sects that have accepted the inheritance of the high-ranking sects will regard themselves as the lower sects of these higher-ranking sects. In fact, they just want to find a backer in the superplane and forcefully recognize their father. The same is true for the Liang Immortal sect. The sect's tradition has been passed down in many small planes. At every Taoist meeting, many sects from small planes will come to pay their respects. This is simple. Let the senior brother from the Hanhei Taoist Palace pass on a message, and then the junior brother will be safe. This kind of thing is normal among the various immortal sects. At every Taoist meeting in the Chaoguang Star region, the major immortal sects will communicate with each other, for fear of unnecessary accidental injuries, which will affect the relationship between the sects. Immortal sect disciples like this tune, and they will make connections everywhere no matter where they go. Thinking of this, senior brother Fan picked up the communication array again, but then he put it away again. It's better to go there in person for this matter, and it's best to talk to that person face to face. I don't know why, but his intuition tells him that the kid will definitely shine at this Taoist meeting. It's just right to tell him about Fen Qingshu's murder, so he can be considered as making friends in advance. Anyway, there is no loss. Let's try it out. If the kid flies to the sky, it will be a cold stove. At night, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the hall of the cave, holding a jade slip on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip down, with a hint of surprise on his face. After several years of continuous study and contemplation, he finally got it. Now he is trying to understand the inheritance of the secret hall of the Baekhyang immortal sect again. Many puzzled points in the past have now been solved. At this time, the formation outside the cave was touched by someone. Su Fan frowned immediately. Who the hell is this? Didn't you see that it said outside that I was healing? He stood up from the ground, came to the entrance of the cave and opened the formation, and saw two immortal masters of this ancient Taoist palace standing outside. Uncle, you? Before he finished speaking, Immortal Master Tengda grabbed him and walked out. Uncle, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense, follow me. Seeing the two old guys in a hurry, he asked hurriedly. Uncle, what happened? Where are we going? Just now, Senior Brother Nanming from the Hanhei Dao Palace specifically sent a message, asking you to go and pay a visit. Su Fan was immediately confused when he heard it. What the hell is going on? I don't know that Senior Brother Nanming, okay? Uncle, I don't know Senior Brother Nanming either. Immortal Tengda grabbed Su Fan's arm tightly and hurried forward. We went to the Hanhei Dao Palace to pay a visit several times, but we didn't get an audience. Today is such a good opportunity, you kid, don't do me any harm. Su Fan racked his brains, but couldn't remember where he had seen Senior Brother Nanming. Okay, let's do whatever we want. Su Fan and the two uncles of the sect who were in the state of transformation of the spirit hurried to the door of a luxurious hotel. Hurry up and go in, they are waiting for you inside. Su Fan took a deep breath and then walked into the hotel. A beautiful female cultivator in the Jiandin realm saw Su Fan and greeted him with a smile. Welcome to our store, Senior. I wonder if you have made a reservation. Although she was polite, the implication was that this place does not accept idle guests, and there is a threshold for consumption here. I'm looking for Senior Brother Nanming, the girl hurriedly said. You are Senior Fan Su, please follow me. Su Fan followed a female cultivator in the Jiandin realm into the hotel and came to the outside of an independent pavilion inside. Senior Brother Nanming is in that private room. I'll take my leave. Su Fan nodded and walked straight to the luxurious pavilion. At this time, several Yuanying realm cultivators were standing at the door of the pavilion. When they saw him coming, they blocked his way. Dao, please stay, Su Fan hurriedly said. I am Fan Su from Chiksha Hill Mountain Taoist Palace. Senior Brother Nanming asked me to come. After hearing his words, the leading man looked at him coldly. Wait here. The other party threw down a sentence and turned to walk into the luxurious pavilion. This is. You slave are pretending to be a bitch. Su Fan certainly would not argue with these followers. He stood there with his hands behind his back and waited patiently. After a while, the guy walked out of the pavilion and looked at Su Fan inquiringly. You go in, Senior Brother Nanming is waiting for you. Su Fan ignored him and walked into the luxurious pavilion. He came to the second floor of the pavilion and saw three nascent soul cultivators sitting cross-legged there. When Su Fan saw Senior Brother Fan, his eyes could not help but condense. Isn't this the man I met in the hotel that day? He won't cause trouble for me because of this trivial matter. Chapter 738 What kind of shitty world is this? Although Su Fan did not know Brother Nanming, he recognized Brother Fan from the Liang Xianzong, and the person next to him was obviously headed by him. He glanced at the middle-aged cultivator sitting on the far left, and then bowed. Fan Su from the Chiksha ancient Taoist Palace, I greet Brother Nanming. Brother Nanming nodded slightly, and then stretched out his hand to him. Come and sit down. Su Fan walked over and sat down opposite the three of them. Brother Nanming looked at Su Fan and found that there was nothing strange about this kid. He knew that there was a lower sect, the ancient Taoist Palace, and the sect had taken care of it in the past. However, the ancient Taoist Palace's performance in previous Taoist conferences has not been very good, so Hanhei Taoist Palace has decided to give up. However, this guy has a good mentality. A disciple from a small plane, facing three disciples from a large sect in a super plane, is actually neither humble nor arrogant. This is quite rare. The cultivators from other small planes, Not to mention the nascent soul cultivators, even the old monsters in the spiritualization realm, were all very cautious when facing him. Senior brother Nanming glanced at senior brother Fan next to him, wondering what he was afraid of. Even if this kid was strong, he was a mid-nascent soul cultivator like Shi Guangfeng, so he shouldn't be so nervous that he specially asked him to call someone over in the middle of the night. But the two of them were close friends, and since he was asking for help, he had to help call someone over. You must be Fan Su, right? This is senior brother Fan from the Qinglun Xianli Yang Xianzong. Su Fan bowed his hands and said, "Greetings, senior brother Fan, junior brother Fan Su, don't be so polite. Today, I asked senior brother Nanming to call you here. I have something to ask." Su Fan frowned when he heard it. "We don't have much in common, why are you asking me for help?" "Brother Fan, if you have anything to say, just tell me." Brother Fan organized his words, and then he narrated exactly what Fen Qingshu had entrusted to Shi Guangfeng. After listening to his narration, Su Fan finally understood the other party's purpose. His judgment was correct. Fen Qingshu really used a dirty trick on him, but it just happened that he asked Brother Fan's younger brother for help. Brother Fan and he had met once in the hotel. At that time, his fellow disciple was rude and was punished by him. After all, the other party was a disciple of a super-dimensional sect, so he could certainly gauge his background. If Brother Fan's younger brother came up and tried to kill him tomorrow, he would certainly not be soft-hearted. Su Fan didn't care about the disciples of super-dimensional sects. Anyone who dared to provoke him would be killed. Thinking of this, he glanced at Shi Guangfeng next to Brother Fan. "Brother Fan, how do you want me to help you?" "Brother Fan Su, let's be frank. You are very strong. Even I may not be your opponent. I hope you will show mercy to my junior brother tomorrow." After hearing what Brother Fan said, Brother Nanming next to him was stunned. He had seen Brother Fan's strength, and he was on par with him, even a little stronger than him. Brother Nanming glanced at Su Fan again. Could this kid really be that strong? But he knew in his heart that Brother Fan was not a person who talked nonsense. And his words would definitely not be aimless. Su Fan knew in his heart that the other junior brother had already received Fen Qingshu's things, and now he couldn't contact him, so it was impossible to push him away. "Brother Fan, Brother Guangfeng doesn't need to hold back tomorrow. I know my limits." Hearing Su Fan say this, Brother Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although this person is just a disciple from an unknown small dimension, the murderous aura that the other party exuded in the hotel that day still makes him feel scared. Although it is just a hint of momentum, he is definitely a ruthless person who kills without blinking an eye. If this person does not agree to this matter in person, he will not be able to sleep well tonight. There is no way. The little junior brother is the hope of the sect and the lifeblood of the master. There can't be any mistakes. Then I thank junior brother Fan Su. I owe you a favor. Senior brother Nanming was surprised again. Senior brother Fan is the chief disciple of Liang Xianzong. His favors are not small. Su Fan secretly curled his lips after hearing this. It's useless for me to ask for your favors. It's better to get something real. He thought for a moment and said, "Brother, you are too polite. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Nanming. Our Henshin Dao Palace has always respected the Hanhei Dao Palace. After all, he was a disciple of the Henshin Dao Palace. To be honest, the sect treated him very well. It was a good opportunity to take this opportunity to do something for the sect." Brother Nanming felt very relieved when he heard Su Fan's words. Although he had a good personal relationship with Brother Fan, once it came to matters between the sects, that was another matter. Brother Fan laughed and said, "Brother Nanming, of course I have to thank you, but I will also remember your favor." Seeing the three people chatting there, Shi Guangfeng felt very uncomfortable. He stared at Su Fan, and a raging anger had already burned in his heart. Tomorrow, he must let this guy know how powerful he is. Su Fan felt Shi Guangfeng's resentment, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He chatted with Brother Nanming for a few words, and then said goodbye. Even though they were begging him, in their hearts, he was still a disciple from a small plane. The two sides were not on the same level, and Su Fan had no intention of trying to get close to him. "Junior brother Fan Su, let the leader of your Henshin Dao Palace come over tomorrow, and I will introduce them to the uncles in the sect," Senior brother Nanming specifically told him before leaving, so that Su Fan's words were not in vain. It was not until Su Fan disappeared that senior brother Nanming looked at senior brother Fan with a puzzled look on his face. "Is this kid really as strong as you said?" Senior brother Fan nodded and said solemnly, "Let's make a bet. How about it?" "What's the bet?" "I'll bet this kid can make it to the top 500 on the battle record list." After hearing what senior brother Fan said, senior brother Nanming was a little confused. The top 500 on the battle record list of the Cheoguang Star Domain Centennial Dao Association are all talented disciples from various superplane sects, and 80% of them are sword cultivators and magic cultivators. Although both of them are not bad in strength, it is very difficult for them to make it into the top 1,000 in the battle record list. Senior brother Nanming never thought that senior brother Fan would actually use this as a bet. The other party was clearly giving him spirit crystals. He was about to take the bet without thinking, but he calmed down immediately. Senior brother Nanming knew Fan too well. He was extremely stable and rarely acted so willfully. "Forget it. What kind of bet is there between us two brothers?" Senior brother Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that Nanming would resist the temptation. He wanted to win him. Senior brother Nanming had been observing Fan's expression. When he saw a flash of disappointment in the other's eyes, he secretly felt lucky that he didn't fall for it. "Tell the truth, kid, does he really have that strength?" Seeing that he couldn't deceive the other party, senior brother Fan could only tell the truth. "If you believe me, bet more on that kid. I guarantee you will make a small fortune." Su Fan left the hotel and saw the two masters of the sect who were in the God transformation realm, waiting for him to come out anxiously. Seeing such a scene, he couldn't help but feel sad. Two masters of the God transformation realm, facing several Yuanying realm disciples from the superplane, couldn't even get in the door. What a shitty world. Master Tengda saw Su Fan, trotted to Su Fan's side, and grabbed his hand. "Have you seen the people from the upper sect?" Su Fan nodded and said, "I just met brother Nanming from the Hanhei Dao Palace. He has agreed." "Master, I will go to him tomorrow and introduce you." After hearing Su Fan's words, the two masters of the God transformation realm breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way, the sects in the small plane are so sad. If there is no high-ranking sect in the superplane as a backer, it is not just as simple as no one to support the 100 Years Dao Association, but many things are involved in all aspects. Therefore, the sects in the small planes would rather pay a large amount of cultivation resources as tribute every year, and recognize a father in the superplane. Uncle Tengda was so excited that he patted Su Fan on the shoulder. "You have made great contributions to the sect. When we go back, we will personally ask for credit for you." In fact, Su Fan really didn't care about these. Zhenshan Dao Palace was so poor that it couldn't reward anything. He did this more for his master and senior brother. They really treated him as a family. Moreover, Zhenshan Dao Palace was also good to him. Su Fan should do something within his ability for the sect. It was also what he should do. The next morning, Su Fan and nearly 100 elite disciples of Chixishan came to the square again. In just 3 days, this place has been transformed into a huge arena. A huge four-sided light screen popped up on the square, which would play the images of the fight in real time for the monks watching the battle. There were dozens of stands around, and countless monks from all over King Luanshan had gathered at this moment. The atmosphere on the scene was extremely warm. Although nearly 80% of the disciples were eliminated in the early stage of the Centennial Dao Conference, there are still many people left, so the next big competition will still be held in the secret realm. Of course, the images played in real time on the countless light screens in various planes of the Cheoguang Star Domain are all from the battles of genius disciples from the super planes. Disciples from small planes like Su Fan cannot be seen on the light screens of various planes. At this moment, Feng Qingshu and Qi Feng were sitting cross-legged in a luxurious house, watching a light screen that bounced up opposite. Although the image of Su Fan's battle could not appear on the light screens of various planes, if Feng Qingshu wanted to see it, he could still find a way to get it. The two of them had been playing all night last night, and now they were in a bad state and kept yawning. "Go ask, when will it start, brother?" "I've just asked, that guy still has an hour to go." Feng Qingshu covered his mouth and yawned, saying, "I'll sleep for a while, wake me up when the time comes." Su Fan and others sat cross-legged in a makeshift hall, and from time to time someone suddenly disappeared. These are all disciples participating in the battle. You don't need to move at all, the two sides will be directly teleported to the secret realm to fight. At this time, the eldest brother sitting next to him suddenly disappeared. Su Fan was not worried about him, because in this stage of the Daohu competition, The disciples of the small planes in the first few rounds of them almost never met the disciples of the big sects in the super plane. For example, his encounter with Shi Guangfeng of the Liang Xianzong was purely because of Feng Qingshu's manipulation. About half an hour later, Su Hongda's figure appeared next to Su Fan again. He looked in good condition and was not injured. "Brother, how is it, did you win?" Old Su laughed and said, "Haha. I definitely won, don't you know my strength, brother?" After he finished speaking, he began to talk about the fight with a group of people from the sect, and was full of excitement. What a boast. Su Fan curled his lips, but did not discourage old Su's enthusiasm, but praised him a few words. At this time, in the location of Liang Xianzong, Shi Guangfeng sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. Because of Feng Qingshu's manipulation, he was the only one in the entire Liang Xianzong who was eliminated today. And not only today, but also in the next 2 days, disciples of the big sects like them in the super plane will be eliminated when the disciples of other small planes are almost eliminated. Junior brother, you must remember, don't show off today. After hearing the words of the eldest brother, although Shi Guangfeng was full of dissatisfaction and resentment, he also knew what was good and what was bad. He knew very well in his heart that the eldest brother would never harm him. But knowing it is knowing it, but if he was asked to admit it like this, he would definitely not be willing. No matter what, we must try our best today. Even if we can't win, we can't let the other party look down on us. At this time, Shi Guangfeng felt that his eyes went dark, and the whole person seemed to fall into the abyss. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and found that he had come to an endless wasteland. At this time, a figure appeared in the distance. That was his opponent today, the disciple from the small plane. I don't believe it. How powerful can a country bumpkin from a small plane be? At this moment, Feng Qingshu had been awakened by Qi Feng. The two who were originally sleepy were all energetic, staring at the light curtain opposite with sharp eyes. Brother, they are about to start. After hearing Qi Feng's words, Feng Qingshu sneered. Haha. I want to see how this kid died in the end. In addition to Feng Qingshu and Qi Feng who were paying attention to this fight, at this time, senior brother Nanming and senior brother Fan were also concentrating on watching Su Fan on the light curtain. Especially senior brother Nanming, today he wants to see whether this kid's strength is as senior brother Fan said. Chapter 739. This thing is really not a joke. Shi Guangfeng appeared next to senior brother Fan again, and he was horrified at this time. When facing the disciple from the small plane just now, he almost used all his tricks, and even took out the means at the bottom of the box. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, the opponent easily resolved his means. Although Shi Guangfeng had the advantage on the scene, he knew very well that the opponent was obviously letting him go. Not only that, this guy also deliberately pretended to be powerless. He was almost attacked by himself several times, as if he had tried his best to avoid it, and finally won with a sneak attack. At least in the eyes of outsiders, he lost unfairly. He was obviously much stronger than that guy, but he was shamelessly attacked by the other party. In fact, only Shi Guangfeng himself knew that the other party was simply using all his strength and was just playing with him. This also made him feel a deep sense of frustration. Since he joined a Liang immortal sect, because of his extraordinary talent and his own extreme hard work, his path of cultivation has been smooth sailing. But after seeing the opponent's strength, he felt inferior for the first time. Junior brother, are you okay? At this time, senior brother Fan came to his side with a nervous look. He carefully checked and saw that the junior brother was not injured, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He watched the fight of the junior brother just now. The other party really kept his promise. Not only did he show mercy, but he also performed a vivid drama. Not only did Feng Qingshu find nothing wrong, but he also saved face for the junior brother. Senior brother, I am useless. Seeing Shi Guangfeng's frustrated expression, senior brother Fan smiled and patted his shoulder. Junior brother, believe it or not, after a few more rounds, you will see the performance of that guy, and you will not think so. Shi Guangfeng was confused and did not understand what senior brother meant for a while. Senior brother Fan did not continue to comfort him. The junior brother's path of cultivation was too smooth, and it was not a bad thing to encounter some setbacks. However, Su Fan's performance just now once again refreshed his cognition. If he had not experienced countless life and death battles, if he had not crawled out of the pile of dead bodies countless times, he would not have been able to perform such a big drama. This guy's sense of proportion is simply perfect. If he did not know his true strength, even he would have been deceived by the other party. In fact, even if senior brother Feng did not ask for help from him, he was prepared to survive all the way to the end of this Taoist competition. Even if he killed into the top 1,000 of the record list, he was not prepared to expose his strength. Unfortunately, in the first few rounds of the Taoist competition, no one like him, a disciple from an unknown small plane, bet on him at the betting station, otherwise he could make a little money. At this moment, in a luxurious house in Taipei Immortal City, Pa, seeing that Shi Guangfeng, who obviously had the advantage, was ambushed and fell off duty at the last moment, Feng Qingshu suddenly threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. Incompetent, waste, he pointed at Shi Guangfeng on the light screen and cursed angrily. In the fight between the two just now, Su Fan acted very well. It seemed that his strength was obviously not as good as Shi Guangfeng's. He narrowly escaped several times. What made him even more angry was that Shi Guangfeng really tried his best and used all kinds of killer moves to almost suppress that guy, so that he could not find any fault. Feng Qingshu came from a famous family, so he didn't care about the things he gave away. People with narrow minds like him can't bear any loss. Especially since he was a young master from a rich family, if he violated his wishes, it would be a great shame in his eyes. Qi Feng, who was next to him, was scared and tried to persuade him. Brother, calm down. Although Shi Guangfeng is strong, he is obviously inexperienced and was taken advantage of by that guy. Feng Qingshu was so angry that his face turned red. He kicked the table in front of him to the ground. I want him to die, right now, Qi Feng said hurriedly. Brother, don't worry, I will make arrangements right away. I will never let him come back alive in the next game. Feng Qingshu turned his head sharply and stared at Qi Feng with red eyes. Forget it this time. If he doesn't die in the next game, there is no need for you to live. Qi Feng bowed and said respectfully, Brother, please rest assured. If that kid is still alive in the next game, I am willing to die to apologize. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do your work. After hearing what Feng Qingshu said, Qi Feng bowed and turned to leave the abode. As soon as Su Fan appeared in the hall, Su Hongda and others ran over. Brother, did you win? Su Fan nodded and said, Yes. I won. In fact, Su Hongda and other brothers from Xianshan Dao Palace were not worried about his winning or losing. After all, the previous rounds were all the weaklings of the disciples from various small planes fighting each other, which posed no threat to Su Fan at all. Senior brother Fen Bar raised his hand and patted Su Fan's shoulder heavily. Everyone performed well today. Most of the disciples of Chixishan have successfully advanced in this round of competition. Let's go back and celebrate today. We won't leave until we are drunk. Su Fan and others returned to the city's base, and he was called over by the two uncles in the sect. Senior brother Fan's words last night also made senior brother Nanming pay attention to Su Fan, so today he specially introduced Uncle Tengda to the old monster of the Hanhei Dao Palace. The two uncles finally put their hearts at ease after they got on the upper sect of the super plane. Once abandoned by the Hanhei Dao Palace, Xianshan Dao Palace will have a hard time, and it may not be able to keep its position as one of the top 10 super immortal sects in Chixishan in the future. Uncle Tengda encouraged Su Fan and rewarded him with a stored ring. Although there are no other rare and precious things in the stored ring except spirit crystals, it is still a small fortune for Su Fan. There is no way, he is a poor guy now. Just like those art students in the previous life, they were all children from rich families, and ordinary families really couldn't afford them. The same is true in the world of cultivation. Various skills such as alchemy, talismans, instruments, formations, and puppets are not affordable for ordinary cultivators from small families. Even the simplest entry-level talisman, although many casual cultivators make a living with it, is also a wild way. And it is completely different from the Taoist inheritance of regular sects. Especially the alchemy and formations, even a medium-sized sect may not be able to support them. Su Fan is a casual cultivator without roots and no sect or family support behind him. He has persisted to this day by himself. He has only studied for a few years, and he has almost spent all his years of seizures and savings. The threshold of the formation cultivator is high, which can be seen. Su Fan was lucky to get the secret hall inheritance of the Biqiang Xianzong. He left the cave of his two uncles and did not join the drunkards of his eldest brother, but went to the cave of his junior sister Chen Qing in the city. Su Fan walked to the cave of junior sister Chen Qing and frowned immediately. He clearly sensed several auras hidden nearby. Su Fan sneered secretly. Feng Qingshu was really a thief. What Feng Qingshu didn't know was that he had been sentenced to death by Su Fan. Su Fan didn't care who this guy was. Anyone who dared to provoke him must die. He walked into Chen Qing's cave calmly and felt two extremely powerful auras as soon as he stepped over the threshold. Seeing that it was Su Fan, the two auras were retracted. The two old monsters in the transformation of the spirit realm of the Biqiang immortal sect did not dare to neglect the safety of junior sister Chen Qing at all. "Brother, you are here. Did you win the Taoist competition today?" Shen Fang rushed out of the house and started shouting loudly when he saw him. Su Fan rolled his eyes. This guy was noisy every day and never stopped. He nodded and said, "I was lucky to win a game today." Shen Fang curled his lips and said, "I heard that this is only the first round. I guess no one can hurt you even if you stand there and don't fight back in the first few rounds." Su Fan ignored him and walked directly into the depths of the cave, just in time to see Chen Qing. The girl's cheeks were pale, and her eyebrows and eyes looked gloomy. It seemed that she had not had a good life these days. She stood there gracefully, wearing a white robe, with her black hair twisted into a snake bun, fixed on the top of her head with a jade hairpin. Although her face was plain, her creamy skin was like a lotus bud just beginning to bloom, which was very charming. Seeing Su Fan, the girl opened her mouth slightly, and a barely perceptible blush appeared on her pretty face. "Brother, you are here," Su Fan smiled and said, "I came to see you, brother, let's go inside and talk." Su Fan followed the girl into a room, and then sat cross-legged in the hall. Chen Qing brewed a pot of spiritual tea by herself, and then poured him a cup. "Brother, have some tea." She placed a teacup in front of Su Fan, her eyelashes drooped and she dared not look directly at him. The shyness in her heart silently flowed out from the corners of her eyebrows and eyes. Since the two of them had a scene 2 days ago, the girl would naturally feel shy whenever she saw Su Fan. Su Fan couldn't help but feel moved when he saw it, and felt that Chen Qing was so beautiful at this time that she was breathtaking. He fixed his eyes and drove away the distracting thoughts in his heart. Su Fan didn't want to think about anything else. In fact, he came here today for an important matter. "Junior sister, if there is a chance for you to join a sect of King Luanshan, I wonder if you have any intention in this regard," he said here and glanced at Chen Qing. What surprised Su Fan was that after hearing his words, the girl's face was not only calm, but also revealed a trace of sadness. "Brother, I have participated in several array ceremonies in the past few days. There are indeed several sects that want to accept me as a disciple, but, at this point," Chen Qing sighed slightly. But later, nothing came of it. Su Fan was stunned for a moment. It seemed that the girl misunderstood his words. He also understood why she had a sad look on her face just now. It seems that these sects have taken a fancy to Chen Qing's array talent, but they were all ruined by Feng Qingshu. This guy is really not a good thing. Su Fan smiled and said, "Junior sister, you don't understand what I mean." Before he finished speaking, the communication array disc on his waist suddenly vibrated slightly. Su Fan picked it up and looked at it, and couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence, this message happened to be sent by senior brother Fan of Liang Xianzong. "Junior brother Fan Su, I'm at Xianhe Pavilion, come over, this is fucking." What Su Fan hates most about the disciples of the high-ranking sects is that every time they speak, it's like they are delivering an imperial decree, without considering other people's feelings at all. Letting you go over is giving you face, don't be ungrateful. Of course, senior brother Fan he may not mean this, he should be used to this kind of behavior on weekdays. "Senior brother Fan I'm with someone else, it's not convenient, who are you guys?" "A junior sister, haha, bring them all over, I'll be there right away." Su Fan put away the communication array disc and looked at Chen Qing. At this time, Chen Qing and Shen Fang were both confused, not knowing what was going on. "Junior sister, if there is a chance, would you be willing to join King Luanshan's sect?" After hearing what Su Fan said, Chen Qing nodded quickly. "Come with me." After he finished speaking, he didn't explain to Chen Qing and stood up directly from the ground. "Brother, what about me? You stay here honestly." Chen Qing was also confused. Seeing Su Fan leave the house, she had to stand up and chase him out. The two came to Xianhe Pavilion, which was the luxurious hotel last night. The giant female cultivator at the door still remembered Su Fan and led the two directly to a luxurious pavilion. Su Fan asked the disciples guarding outside to inform him, and then took Chen Qing into the pavilion. Chen Qing was confused. She felt that Xianhe Pavilion was not simple since she entered it. She gently pulled Su Fan's sleeve and asked, "Brother, who are we going to see?" Su Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, you will know in a while." After he finished speaking, he led Chen Qing and walked into the luxurious private room on the second floor. At this time, Brother Fan and Shi Guangfeng had been waiting for him for a long time. They all stood up when they saw him coming. "Greetings, Senior Brother Fan, haha. Junior Brother Fan Su, come and sit." Senior Brother Fan glanced at Chen Qing and winked at Su Fan. "Junior sister, these two are Senior Brother Fan and Senior Brother Guangfeng from the Liang immortal sect of Qinglun Heaven." Chen Qing was shocked when she heard this. She had participated in several formation ceremonies in the past few days and had a better understanding of the sects in Qinglun Heaven. Although the Liang immortal sect was not considered a top sect in Qinglun Heaven, it was definitely a super sect that could be ranked in the top 10. The sects that had taken a fancy to her formation talent in the past few days, although they also came from various super planes, were all ordinary sects. Super sects like the Liang immortal sect were not places that ordinary people could easily access. Chen Qing from the Beqiang immortal sect of Chiksha Heaven, "Hello to Senior Brother Fan and Senior Brother Guangfeng, haha. Junior sister, don't be polite, come and sit quickly." After Senior Brother Fan finished speaking, he personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for the two of them. "Junior brother, I won't say anything else. Thank you for today." Su Fan laughed and said, "Junior Brother Guangfeng is quite strong, but his experience in fighting is a little less." Senior Brother Fan waved his hand and said seriously, "Junior brother, I know best what strength my junior brother has. Today, it's all thanks to you." The two chatted for a few more words, and Su Fan didn't want to waste any more time. "Senior Brother Fan, I don't know if the favor you asked for last night still counts." Chapter 740. "I think you are hiding something from me." Senior Brother Fan heard Su Fan's words and said seriously, "Of course, if you have anything to say, just tell me." Su Fan stood up from the ground and bowed to Senior Brother Fan, then he pointed at Chen Qing. "Senior Brother Fan, my junior sister has extraordinary talent in formation. I would like to ask you to introduce her to the seniors of Liang Xianzong." Hearing Su Fan's words, Senior Brother Fan's face suddenly became serious. Liang Xianzong is not a small sect. It is not easy to find a cultivator from a small plane to join. The main reason is that the big sects of the super plane look down on disciples from small planes. This stereotype is not so easy to change. Su Fan saw the hesitation on Senior Brother Fan's face, and he quickly winked at Chen Qing next to him. The girl was smart and immediately understood what Su Fan meant. Her eyes focused, and she stretched out her jade hand and drew a few times in the air. A formation diagram suddenly appeared, flashed faintly in the air, and then disappeared. "Arrange the array in the void," Senior Brother Fan exclaimed when he saw Chen Qing drawing the talisman in the void. Although he was not good at array, he was a disciple of a super-dimensional sect after all, so he had some vision. The void was secretly carved, and the inspiration became a line, which was formed in the invisible and hidden in nature. This was something that only a formation cultivator in the transformation realm could do. I didn't expect that Chen Qing, a female cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, could already do it. Chen Qing was born in an array family and grew up in the Beqiang immortal sect, which focused on array. She was influenced by this environment since she was a child. Moreover, she had a strong talent in array, and the family's ancestor in the fusion realm taught her step by step. This also made her attainments in array not inferior to those disciples of super-dimensional sects, and even outstanding. Although there were many talented disciples in the Liang immortal sect, it was not a sect that focused on array after all, so there were really few disciples with array talent in the sect who could reach Chen Qing's level. Senior Brother Fan laughed and said, "Junior brother, I didn't expect that this junior sister has such a high level of attainment in formation." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Qing and said solemnly, "Junior sister, tomorrow you will come with me to meet our uncle from Liang Xianzong. As for whether you can enter the uncle's eyes, it depends on you." Hearing what Senior Brother Fan said, Su Fan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He knew in his heart that the other party would definitely not say the matter to the end, but to the extent that it was said, it was basically a done deal. In fact, from the moment Senior Brother Fan said that he owed him a favor, Su Fan had already thought about it and took this opportunity to arrange junior sister Chen Qing to Liang Xianzong. If it weren't for the sister who patiently answered Su Fan's questions, Su Fan would not have been able to master the formation inheritance of the sect's secret hall so quickly. Moreover, he knew that Chen Qing had a deep affection for him, but he stayed with her every day, and he felt very guilty for this. Not only did he owe such a big favor, but he also owed a debt of love to the sister. Now Fen Qingshu is entangled with junior sister Chen Qing, and it is not easy for her to get away. If she joins the Liang immortal sect of King Luanshan, she can completely get rid of the other party's entanglement. After all, the Liang immortal sect is also a high-ranking sect in the super plane. No matter how powerful Fen Qingshu's family is, it is impossible to be as unscrupulous as before. Of course, this guy can't entangle Chen Qing, and he will inevitably transfer his anger to himself. Su Fan didn't care much, anyway. Fen Qingshu was already a dead man in his heart. In addition, when Chen Qing joins the Liang immortal sect, the two will be separated in the future. The relationship between men and women, if two people can't see each other for a long time, their thoughts will slowly fade. Su Fan's family already has 3 Taoist partners, and he doesn't want to gather a table of mahjong. At this moment, Chen Qing was completely confused, especially when he heard what senior brother Pham said. His brain suddenly went blank. That's the Liang immortal sect of King Luanshan. Even if the ancestor of the family's fusion realm came, they would not give him face. There is no way. It is said that the supreme combat power of the super plane has surpassed the big guys in the fusion realm. The old monsters in the fusion realm of all the sects in Cultivation added together may not be as many as the Liang Xianzong. Chen Qing didn't know how she left Xianhe Pavilion. It was not until she came to the outside of the hotel that she figured it out. Brother, what's going on? Su Fan smiled and said, that senior brother Fan owed me a favor, so I asked him to introduce you to the uncle of their sect. Chen Qing was smart and extremely intelligent. He thought of many things in a moment. Brother, I think you are hiding something from me. Su Fan smiled and said, what am I hiding from you? I just did it by chance. He had never told Chen Qing about Fen Qingshu's trick on him, because he didn't want his sister to think too much. Brother, if you don't tell me, I will ask senior brother Fan tomorrow. After hearing what Chen Qing said, Su Fan smiled bitterly. This matter really can't be concealed. Senior brother Fan and Shi Guangfang both know the reason for the matter. As long as the sister asks, they will know. Su Fan sighed, and then told the story of Fen Qingshu targeting him. After listening to Su Fan's narration, Chen Qing was stunned. Senior brother, I joined the Liang immortal sect, so what can you do? Fen Qingshu will definitely not let it go. Su Fan smiled and said, it's okay. After the Taoist competition is over, I will return to Cultivation. For such a trivial matter, can he still chase me? Hearing Su Fan say this, Chen Qing was relieved. She came to Su Fan's side, put her arm around his arm, and looked at him with a worried face. Senior brother, what if he continues to target you during the Taoist competition? Seeing the sister hugging his arm, Su Fan subconsciously wanted to break free, but thought about it and didn't move. Anyway, the two of them will be separated in the future, and it will be difficult to see each other, so let her be now. You know my strength, but those disciples from the super-dimensional sects are just so-so in my eyes. Su Fan laughed and looked at the girl. Brother, I want to be among the top 1,000 in this Daohu competition. Chen Qing tightened his arms around Su Fan and leaned his head on his shoulder. Brother, you gave me this opportunity, so what are you going to do in the future? What else can he do? He will go back to Cultivation after the Daohu competition. To be honest, Su Fan really didn't think those super-dimensional sects were the good. He was just a disciple from a small plane, and his qualifications were so poor. Even if he joined a sect like Liang Xianzong, he would not be taken seriously by the sect, and he also liked Xianshan Dao Palace. Although the sect was a little poor, it made him feel the rare human touch in the world of cultivation. I don't want to join those super-dimensional sects. I think Cultivation is pretty good. Although this was Su Fan's true thought, how could Chen Qing believe it? In fact, no one would believe it. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. The cultivators in this world of cultivation care most about the law, land, companions, and wealth. In order to go further on the road, countless cultivators will risk their lives to fight for even the slightest opportunity. How can there be someone like Su Fan who only wants to be a salted fish and lie down? The next morning, Su Fan secretly came to Chen Qing's cave. He avoided the few spies guarding outside and led the girl out of the yard. There was no way. In order to avoid more trouble, Fen Qingshu must not know about this at this time. Su Fan brought Chen Qing, who was dressed in disguise, to the Liangzhuang station in the city and handed her over to Brother Fan. He did not follow them and went directly back to his residence in the city. The second round of the Su Fan Daohu competition will be in 2 days. Feng Qingshu will definitely not give up and will have to find ways to kill him. This time he will not be like the last game. He doesn't care who his opponent is. As long as he dares to provoke him, he must die. Of course, Su Fan still had to continue to hide, and the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger had to be played as usual. At noon, he was pulled over by the eldest brother and Feng Ba and others to drink. The disciples of his Henshin Taoist palace were a bunch of drunkards. Su Fan and them drank until they were drunk, pouring spiritual wine into their mouths as if it was free. After a while, Su Fan was drunk. He could only continue to secretly use his power to dissolve the alcohol, otherwise he would be drunk to death by them. Su Fan was drinking happily, and the communication array played on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from junior sister Chen Qing. Senior brother, I just went to see several uncles of Liangzhuang, and they have agreed to accept me into their sect. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the message from Chen Qing. He left the house, came to the yard outside, and then sent a message back to the sister. Although Su Fan knew that this matter was already a foregone conclusion, man proposes, God disposes, and he was also worried that something unexpected would happen. Junior sister, I'm relieved, congratulations. Senior brother, where are you? Su Fan thought for a while, then replied a message. I'm in seclusion in the cave, preparing for the next round of the competition. Since this matter has been settled, the two should try to see each other less in the future. Oh, then, forget it. Just prepare with peace of mind. When you go to Liangzhuang, I will ask senior brother Fan to take care of you. After a long time, the sister replied a message. Senior brother, I want to see you. Junior sister, what's the matter with you? Tomorrow I will go to Liangzhuang with a senior uncle from the sect. Su Fan sighed, then made up his mind and replied a message. Junior sister, you can go with peace of mind. I can't leave here, so I won't see you off. This time it took a long time again before Chen Qing replied a message. Senior brother, will you come to Liangzhuang to see me in the future? Once the Taoist competition is over, he will have to go back to Chixishan. How can he have the time to see you? And before leaving, Su Fan had to find a chance to kill Feng Qingshu. If everything went well, it would be fine. Once the matter was exposed, he would have to continue to wander around the world. Su Fan could not let this matter implicate the sect and his master. Well, brother, you must remember to come and see me. Although it was just a message, Su Fan could still feel a sense of loss between the lines of the girl's words. Don't worry, I will come to see you. Su Fan and Chen Qing chatted for a few more words, and then put away the communication array. He sighed, feeling empty in his heart. It is the most difficult to accept the kindness of a beautiful woman. People are not plants, who can be heartless. No matter how long the two have known each other, how could Su Fan not feel anything when facing the smart and lovely Chen Qing? But reality does not allow it. Su Fan was alone in a foreign land, and sooner or later he would return to the Qingquan Star region, so he could only suppress his thoughts. He returned to the house, and the eldest brother saw him back and pulled him to his side. Where have you been, kid? Did you go out to avoid drinking? Old Su poured him a bowl of spirit wine, then picked up the big bowl and clinked it with him. Come, drink. Su Fan took a deep breath, picked up the big bowl on the table and drank it. The group drank until midnight before they dispersed. Su Fan was completely drunk and was carried back to his residence by old Su. It was not until noon the next day that Su Fan woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, blocked the sunlight from outside with his hands, and then sat up from the bed. Su Fan felt his throat burning. He took out a magic kettle from his ring and took a big sip, then sat cross-legged and practiced Kigen to drive the alcohol out of his body. Since breaking through the nascent soul realm, he has never drunk like last night. In fact, cultivators can easily dissolve the alcohol, but the drunkards in Hanshin Dao Palace like this feeling of hangover. So when drinking with those barbarians, if anyone secretly uses Kigen to dissolve the alcohol and is discovered, everyone will despise him. Su Fan was about to get off the bed when he found that the communication array disc on his waist was vibrating slightly. He picked it up and saw that he had received dozens of messages from last night to today. Most of them were sent by junior sister Chen Qing, and there were also a few messages from senior brother Fan He. Junior sister, I practiced a secret method last night and put the communication array disk into the ring. As soon as he sent the message, the sister replied instantly. Senior brother, I have left Taipei Immortal City. You must come to see me. Don't worry, I will definitely come to see you. Su Fan and Chen Qing chatted for a long time before the sister reluctantly ended. He sighed and replied to senior brother Fan, he with the same reason as he had just sent to Chen Qing. Come to Xianhe Pavilion in the evening, that guy Nanming is also there. He understood what senior brother Fan he meant, hoping that he would have more exchanges with senior brother Nanming from the upper sect. Junior sister Chen Qing has already joined the Liang Immortal sect, so she should have less contact with these people from the high-ranking sects in the future. He is just a disciple from a small plane, and he is from a completely different world from others. The two sides have no common language, so what can they talk about? Brother, I have an appointment tonight, let's do it another day. Okay, I'll find you in 2 days. Su Fan put away the communication array disk, and then smiled bitterly. If it were someone else, he would have come up to him a long time ago, but Su Fan is not the kind of person who flatters and fawns. He really doesn't know how to flatter and curry favor. Anyway, the favor has been used, so there is no need for the two sides to have any more interactions. At this moment, in a house in Taipei Immortal City, Feng Qingshu sat there with a gloomy face, looking at Qi Feng, who was kneeling in front of him with a sinister look. That woman was really taken away by the people of Liang Immortal sect. Qi Feng knelt there trembling, burying his head deeply in the ground. This morning, several brothers who were on the lookout saw two old monsters from the Liang Immortal sect who were in the god transformation realm taking her away, and then took the teleportation array to leave Taipei Immortal City. At this point, Qi Feng slightly raised his head and glanced at Feng Qingshu, who was standing opposite him, and then immediately lowered his head again. I specifically asked someone from the Liang Immortal sect, and they said that the girl had an outstanding talent for formations and had been accepted by the Liang Immortal sect. Before he could finish, Feng Qingshu, who was standing opposite him, picked up the teapot on the table and smashed it hard on his head. Waste, a bunch of waste, you can't even keep an eye on a woman. Feng Qingshu angrily smashed everything in the room, venting his emotions crazily. In the past, as long as he had targeted a female cultivator, no one could escape from his palm. In fact, Feng Qingshu's lust was only one aspect, and he more often regarded this as a hunting game. He particularly enjoyed the pleasure of robbing. In particular, he liked the feeling of snatching a female cultivator away from her Taoist partner. The more the girl resisted, the more excited he became. Chen Qing was the first person to make Feng Qingshu fail, which made him extremely angry. Liang Xianzong is a high-ranking sect in Qingluanshan, although it cannot be compared with Quniwanshan Guangfadaozong where he is. But this is the home ground of Liang Xianzong after all. No matter how arrogant Feng Qingshu is, he dare not do anything to Chen Qing, who joined Liang Xianzong. Moreover, he knew too well that Chen Qing had a talent for formation. Even in those big sects in the super plane, he was outstanding. Such a technical talent would definitely be regarded as a hot commodity if he joined Liang Xianzong. So it would definitely not work to occupy Chen Qing by force and plunder as before. A person like Feng Qingshu, who was extremely narrow-minded and a Xianlong born in a high-level family in the super plane, would be furious even if he suffered a little setback. At this time, he knew very well that if he wanted to occupy Chen Qing, he would have to make a long-term plan. But Feng Qingshu couldn't swallow this breath at all, and all his anger was vented on Su Fan. That kid must die tomorrow. Chapter 741, like an indestructible cockroach. The next morning, Su Fan appeared again in the second round of the Taoist competition. This time, his opponent was also a disciple from a major sect from a super plane. The opponent was bribed by Feng Qingshu and promised to kill Su Fan on the field. Because in the first round of the Taoist competition, Su Fan was upset and defeated Shi Guangfang of the Qingluanshan Liang Xianzong. So his record also attracted the attention of the Taoist gambling department, and the odds of both sides of this fight were raised. Of course, there were not many people betting, but some monks who accidentally discovered him saw that his odds were good and bet some spirit crystals on him. This major disciple attacked Su Fan right away, using all kinds of means to suppress him from beginning to end. The result was surprisingly similar to the previous one. Su Fan approached the opponent at the last moment and completed the lure. This time he did not hold back and directly hammered the opponent to death. The opponent died miserably, and even the nascent soul did not escape. It was crushed alive, and even the soul was annihilated. Faced with such a result, Feng Qingshu was so angry that he almost beat Qi Feng to death. But this was just the beginning. Although he made careful arrangements for the next 3 rounds of the Daohu competition, Feng Qingshu did not hesitate to take out rich and rare cultivation resources and bribe 3 disciples from the super plane. Even one of them was a sword cultivator from the sword sect, but without exception, they were hammered to death by Su Fan on the field. What annoyed Feng Qingshu the most was that Su Fan was like an indestructible cockroach. Every time, he killed his opponent at the last moment when there was a huge difference in strength. Especially in the last game, Su Fan did not hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries and risked his life to launch a counterattack, which was a narrow victory. But he was also covered with wounds. After being teleported out of the secret realm, he was carried back to the station by his fellow disciples of the Henshin Dao Palace. In the eyes of others, it was unknown whether Su Fan could play in the next round. Because of his experience in the Yaogu arena, he had rich experience in pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. At least in the eyes of most people, Su Fan had already tried his best in the first 5 rounds, and the step was already his limit. However, Su Fan's successive upsets also made him a little famous in Taipei Immortal City. However, the images of his great competitions were not qualified to be displayed on the light screen of the Dao Association competition, so his reputation was limited to Taipei Immortal City. And the people who knew Su Fan's name were all the cultivators who had bet on him and won money. But in the last round, Su Fan ended up with a miserable victory, so the Dao Association gambling department also adjusted his odds for the next round, and almost no one bet on him. Su Fan lay on the bed with a pale face, wrapped in layers of gauze, and the blood had soaked the gauze, looking extremely miserable. Hongfa Immortal Venerable and others in Chixishan surrounded him with solemn faces. From the 3rd round, the disciples of the super planes of Chaoguang Star Domain began to appear one after another. At this time, Su Fan was the only one left among the 100 elite disciples of Chixishan who participated in the Dao Association competition. Not only Chixishan, but also the disciples of other small planes, there were few who made it through the 5th round. In fact, this record has created the best record of Chixishan in all the previous Dao associations. As long as Su Fan made it through the 6th round, he would have a good chance of making it into the top 1000 of the Dao Association competition record list. Hongfa Immortal Venerable glanced at Su Fan, who was lying on the bed, and couldn't help but sigh. Just rest and recover. If you can't recover to your best condition, just give up in the next game. Although he knew that Su Fan was strong, it also depended on who he was competing with. After all, the disciples of the major sects in the various superstar fields of Chaoguang Star Field were much stronger than the cultivators of the small plane like Chixishan. And cultivators of the small plane like Chixishan had an innate sense of inferiority when facing the disciples of the major sects of the super plane. Especially when the two sides are facing each other, they will subjectively have an inexplicable fear, and they will not be able to exert their due strength in the process of fighting. There is no way. Whether it is the inheritance of the Taoism or the qualifications of the cultivators, the disciples of the small plane like Chixishan cannot be compared with those disciples of the super plane. Su Fan was able to pass the first 5 rounds of the Taoist Association competition, and his ranking has been within the top 10,000. For a small plane, this is definitely an overfulfillment of the task. After listening to the words of Hongfa Immortal Venerable, Su Fan tried to sit up, but was immediately held down by Tengda Immortal Venerable. I can still hold on, I will definitely play in the next round. Tengda Immortal Venerable glared at him and scolded him. Nonsense. You go into battle with injuries, what if you hurt your cultivation foundation? Listen to me, we will withdraw in the next round. Su Fan shook his head and said, Uncle Master, don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing that he insisted again and again, Hongfa Immortal Venerable and Tengda Immortal Venerable looked at each other and sighed at the same time. In fact, they were quite conflicted. They were worried about Su Fan's injury, but they also hoped that he could make it through the 6th round. Hongfa Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice, let's see when the time comes. If the injury doesn't recover well, don't be stubborn. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Tengda Immortal Venerable and said, let's go out and let him heal his wounds in peace. After everyone left, Su Fan smiled and sat up from the bed. In fact, his injury was faked, and even the group of old monsters in the god transformation realm of Chixishan were deceived by him. Although Su Fan used his physical body to resist the opponent's flying sword, it looked very serious. But with the strength of his physical body now, it would only take a few hours for this injury to recover. There was no way. Feng Qingshu's careful arrangements failed one after another. With this guy's character, he could do anything. At this time, Su Fan didn't trust anyone. Not to mention the people from other immortal sects, he even kept a watchful eye on his fellow disciples in Henshin Dao Palace. Although he knew that these people in Chuxishan could keep secrets strictly, there were too many gloomy and treacherous methods in the world of cultivation. Especially for those high-level monsters, it is too easy to control a Yuanying cultivator without anyone noticing. By then, there will be no secrets. He has been acting hard in these rounds of fighting, and now he is almost a movie star. Although the images of his several fights are not qualified to be displayed on the light screen of the Daohu competition for the time being, it is just a matter of words for Feng Qingshu. After several rounds of competition, Su Fan has a certain understanding of the strength of the disciples of the Super Planes in the Chaoguang Star Domain. In his opinion, the strength of these people is just so-so. Only the Sword Cultivator in the last round has acceptable strength, but it can't pose any threat to him at all. Of course, the opponents Su Fan encountered in the first 5 rounds were all elite disciples of the Superstar Domains. The famous genius disciples of the Superstar Domains in the Chaoguang Star Domain are equivalent to the seeded players of this Daohu competition, and they have not yet finished. They will start to finish from the 6th round, and these people are Su Fan's real opponents. It is said that there are only more than 1,000 seeded players. The criteria for becoming a seeded player are based on the recommendation of the sect, previous battle records, and various comprehensive data rankings. So starting from the 6th round, the Daohu competition will become more intense and cruel. In the past 100-year Daohu and Chaoguang Star Domain, no disciple from a small plane has successfully passed the 6th round. Su Fan couldn't help but look forward to it. He really wanted to have a chance with the genius disciples of Chaoguang Star Domain. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He took it off and took a look. It turned out to be a message from Senior Brother Fan. Junior Brother, is your injury okay? In the first 5 rounds of the Daohu competition, this guy bet a lot of spirit crystals on him and made a lot of money. However, today he watched the video of Su Fan's fight throughout the whole process, and his mood was ups and downs like a roller coaster. Until the last moment, Su Fan exchanged injuries and risked his life to kill his opponent, which made him feel relieved. There was no way Senior Brother Fan had bet all his wealth on Su Fan. If Su Fan loses this time, he will go bankrupt. It's okay, I'm just acting, you can do it the same next round. I was almost scared to death today. The sword madman you played against, although he is not well known, his strength is recognized to be strong. Even I can only run away when I meet him. Maybe Su Fan's acting skills were so good today that even Senior Brother Fan he hesitated. After all, he looked seriously injured, which directly affected his confidence in the next round. Don't worry, I have been playing the pig to eat the tiger for several consecutive rounds. If I don't act more realistically this round, people will see through it, haha. Yes, I have to act more realistically, then I will be relieved, except for yourself, no one can tell this matter. Senior Brother Fan, he knew that he had been playing the trick of playing the pig to eat the tiger and had won a lot of spirit crystals from him. Despite this, Su Fan still warned him. He was afraid that this guy would get excited and leak this matter out again. Don't worry, I won't go against the spirit crystals. By the way, you can do the same thing in the next round. During the Daohu competition, Su Fan certainly would not go to the gambling station to place bets in person, so he asked Brother Fan to place bets for him. Seeing Su Fan once again bet all the spirit crystals he won in the past few rounds, this also strengthened Brother Fan's confidence. You are ruthless enough, so I will fight once. Brother, you must win the next round. Has the information of the opponent in the next round come out? Now Brother Fan is Su Fan's intelligence officer, and he will send the detailed information of the opponent in each round as soon as possible. This also gives Su Fan enough time to prepare. After all, it is hard to play the pig and eat the tiger. It is much easier to have the opponent's information. The earliest will be tomorrow. I will contact you as soon as the information comes out. The two chatted for a few more words before they ended the contact. He was about to put away the communication array disk when he found another message coming in. Su Fan picked it up and looked at it, and couldn't help but smile. This message was sent by Senior Brother Nanming. Currently, only these two people know that he is playing dumb to gain advantage. Junior Brother, are you okay? I have a bottle of top-grade healing elixir given to me by my family's ancestor. I'll have someone send it to you later. It may be because senior brother Fan personally experienced Su Fan's terrifying aura last time in the hotel, so he has blind faith in Su Fan's strength. But senior brother Nanming is not as superstitious about Su Fan's strength as senior brother Fan. Although he also bet some in the first 2 rounds, he was far less resolute than senior brother Fan when he placed the bet, so it can only be considered a small win. It was not until the 4th round that he figured it out and followed the all-in and won a lot of money. But in the 5th round, seeing that Su Fan's opponent was the sword cultivator, senior brother Nanming was scared again and only bet a little. After the result came out, he regretted it so much that he almost hit his head against a wall. Thank you, senior brother, but no need. The injury has been controlled and it should not delay the next round. Su Fan was not so sincere to senior brother Nanming. He only told him 3/10 of the truth. It's not that he didn't trust him. After all, he knew that Su Fan was playing dumb and eating the tiger. Anyone would make a fortune in silence. But the relationship between senior brother Nanming and him was obviously worse than that between senior brother Fan and senior brother Fan. Then I'm relieved. Your opponent today is not simple. I have been sweating for you all the time. It's okay. I finally caught an opportunity. Starting from the next round, there will be no weak hands. Are you sure? This guy still lacks confidence in himself, so he is testing. Don't worry, senior brother, I will definitely try my best. When your opponent comes out, I will pass the information to you. During this period, senior brother Nanming was also helping Su Fan collect intelligence, and Su Fan would certainly not refuse. Comparing their intelligence, maybe you will find something different, which will also increase the accuracy of the intelligence. The two ended the communication, and Su Fan put away the communication array. He knew very well that he could only play this trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger once more. After the 6th round, everyone would see through his strength, and no one would look down on him anymore. Even the images of his first 5 rounds of fighting would be carefully studied. Fortunately, Su Fan had never revealed any cards in the previous rounds of fighting. Studying the images of his first 5 rounds of fighting would not only be of no help, but would also give his opponent some illusions. At this time, someone outside touched the formation in the room, and Su Fan couldn't help but frown. Who is it, senior? I brought you some snacks, eh? Su Fan felt something was wrong. No, don't bother me if you have nothing to do, senior, open the door. Su Fan couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. You're still excited, aren't you? He wasn't worried about any danger. Since the 2 uncles of his Henshin Dao Palace paid homage to the dock of Hanhei Dao Palace, the sect's residence has been moved to a better place. Now that this place is within the sphere of influence of the Hanhei Dao Palace, Feng Qingshu would not dare to cause trouble here no matter how bold he is. Su Fan got off the bed, removed the formation in the room, and was stunned when he opened the door. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 How can you even speak human language? Su Fan pushed open the door and saw a young girl standing outside. The girl had skin as white as snow, delicate features, and a head of black hair combed into a high bun, which made people unforgettable at first sight. Although she was wearing the clothes of a maid, it was hard to hide her beautiful face, and her simple and elegant temperament revealed a noble spirit that was not in touch with the world. Su Fan rolled his eyes secretly. Even if you are pretending to be a maid, you should be serious. The girl looked at him calmly, and then took out a jade bottle from her ring. This is the elixir that senior brother Nanming entrusted me to send. Su Fan nodded, took the elixir from the other party, and then closed the door. The girl was locked outside the door and immediately became ashamed and annoyed. Humph, country bumpkin, she snorted coldly, turned around and walked out, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. A cultivator from a small plane dared to treat her like this, which was really ignorant. When they came to the outside of the courtyard, the girl took off the communication array from her waist and sent a message. Third brother, I have sent the elixir to you. This girl's name is Yi Zijin. She is the half-sister of senior brother Nanming, but she is a concubine's daughter. Thank you, sister. Do you think he is okay? In fact, senior brother Nanming sent her here just to check Su Fan's injuries. What do you mean? A cultivator from a small place? You can tell at a glance that he has never seen the world. Sister, I'm talking about his injuries. Just now, Su Fan took the elixir and locked Yi Zijin outside the door, so how could he have time to see if he was injured? Oh, I didn't notice it either. Didn't your skills bring a magical power of true illusion, ice pupil? Didn't you notice that he was injured? Yi Zijin's magical power of true illusion ice pupil not only made her extremely sensitive to various auras, but also able to see through all kinds of illusions, restrictions and concealments. She thought about it and realized that she didn't sense the injured aura of the country bumpkin just now. If a cultivator is seriously injured, he will definitely have blood deficiency, disorder of spirit and mana, etc. She didn't sense any of these just now. Third brother, I didn't feel that guy was injured just now. Impossible. He clearly resisted a flying sword today. How could he not be injured? Brother, if this guy was so seriously injured, I would definitely be able to sense it. Su Fan closed the door. He glanced at the jade bottle in his hand, and couldn't help frowning. Senior brother Nanming is still not as reliable as senior brother Fan. How can he send someone to contact him at this time? But he didn't take it too seriously. Anyway, after the next round of the Taoist competition, he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. Su Fan came to the hall and sat cross-legged, picked up the jade bottle and looked at it carefully, how to remove the steel talisman on it. A cool breath instantly came to his face, and in a moment it spread in the room, and he quickly resealed the pill. It seems that this healing pill is not simple. He just inhaled a little of the elixir energy that had just overflowed, and he felt extremely comfortable all over his body. At this time, the communication array disc on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was sent by senior brother Nanming. Junior brother, did you receive the elixir? Brother, how can you send someone to come at this time? What if the news leaks out? It's okay, that's my sister. Su Fan immediately understood the purpose of this guy. He sent someone to check on his injury. Thank you, senior brother, I received the elixir, I just asked, you can rest assured and recover. Su Fan put away the communication array disc, and then shook his head. It seems that senior brother Nanming is still worried about his condition. The next morning, in a luxurious house in Taipei Immortal City, Feng Qingshu sat cross-legged with a gloomy face. Go and ask quickly, has the next round of matches been announced? Hearing his words, Qi Feng, who was standing opposite him, suddenly looked bitter. Brother, didn't I just ask you? I've already told you to notify me immediately if you have any news. Feng Qingshu glared at him, then took a sip from the teacup. Do you think this kid will give up the next game after being so badly injured? Qi Feng rolled his eyes secretly. You've asked this question dozens of times today, okay? He's a disciple from a small dimension. It's rare for him to make it through the 5th round. No one would give up easily. It's no wonder Feng Qingshu is anxious. From the 6th round, he can no longer use his connections to swap opponents like he did in the previous rounds. But he's not too worried. As long as they're willing to give up the precious cultivation resources, no one will refuse this deal. Anyway, he's just a disciple from a small dimension, so it doesn't matter if he's killed. So Feng Qingshu barely slept last night, and he was always thinking about this matter. Since Su Fan made it through the 5th round, the narrow-minded Feng Qingshu has been obsessed, and now Su Fan has become his obsession. As long as this kid doesn't die, he can't even sleep. At this time, the communication array disc on Qi Feng's waist vibrated slightly, and he quickly picked it up and took a look. Has the guy who is going to fight come out? Feng Qingshu stood up from the ground with a whoosh, staring at the communication array disc in Qi Feng's hand. Brother, the guy's opponent is Qin Yuan from the Blood Demon Palace of Qirangshan. After hearing Qi Feng's words, Feng Qingshu frowned immediately. Why is it a demon cultivator? If it was a disciple of the immortal sect in each super plane, he could contact him through his connections. But it's not the same for the people of the demon sect. They don't care about their Feng family, and with his connections, he can't get in touch with the people of the demon sect at all. Brother, Qin Yuan is also a notorious person. It is said that he is extremely cruel. If this kid meets him, he will definitely not survive. Feng Qingshu shook his head with a gloomy face and said, no, I'm afraid this kid will admit defeat right away. At this point, his face twisted, and then he made up his mind and took out a box from the ring. You should find a way to meet that Qin Yuan and give this thing to him. Qi Feng was a little scared when he heard Feng Qingshu asked him to meet a notorious demon cultivator. These demon cultivators were not so easy to deal with. He hadn't come into contact with demon cultivators yet. Who knew if these psychopaths would turn hostile on the spot? Master. Senior brother, I still. But just when Qi Feng was about to refuse, he saw Fen Qingshu staring at him coldly. There was no way. Since you are a dog for others, you must have the awareness of a dog. Qi Feng took the wooden box and said in a deep voice, Senior brother, don't worry, I will go to see Qin Yuan now. In the next few days, Su Fan stayed in the house quietly. The information from senior brothers Fen and Nanming had been sent to him, and he didn't expect that he would actually meet a demon cultivator this time. Because the human race sects in Chaoguang Star Domain are much less than the demon sects in the flourishing immortal sects. This is the first time that Su Fan has fought with demon cultivators since he came to Chaoguang Star Domain. Demonic monks are cruel and violent, and their methods are sinister and treacherous. They are very difficult to deal with. Once the disciples of the immortal sect encounter demonic cultivators, they are often suppressed. So although the number of demonic sects in the Chaoguang Star region is relatively small, in terms of combat effectiveness, only sword cultivators can suppress them. Therefore, in the previous Daohu competitions, the top 500 in the record list are mostly sword cultivators and demon cultivators. Su Fan looked at the information of this round of opponents and had a plan in his mind. Qin Yuan, who came from the Blood Demon Palace of Qiranshan, is a late Yuanying great cultivator. He mainly practices the way of blood, and supplements the way of soul and the way of insect goo. It is said that he is very cruel and never leaves anyone alive. It is said that his strength is not much inferior to those seated players. If a disciple of the immortal sect meets him, he will definitely feel unlucky, but for Su Fan, he is least afraid of demonic cultivators. Although he does not know much about the demonic monks in the Chaoguang Star region, he is very familiar with the fighting style of demonic cultivators. At this time, the formation outside the cave was triggered. Su Fan stood up from the ground, went outside to dispel the formation, and saw Hongfa Immortal Venerable and Tengda Immortal Venerable standing outside with solemn faces. Disciple greets the two uncles. Tengda Immortal Venerable had a hot temper. He waved his hand and walked into Su Fan's cave. Seeing the faces of the two old guys, Su Fan almost laughed. Probably seeing that Su Fan would face a demon cultivator in the next round, the two uncles could no longer sit still. Su Fan and the two came to the hall of the cave and sat down cross-legged. He brewed a pot of spiritual tea for the two uncles, and then poured a cup for each of them. Two uncles, drink tea. Tengda Immortal Venerable glared at Su Fan. At this time, how could he still have the heart to drink tea? I have discussed with your uncle Hongfa, you will give up in the next round. Hongfa Immortal Venerable picked up the teacup and took a sip, then lowered his head to think for a while. I asked someone to find out about Qin Yuan. He's extremely cruel and rarely leaves anyone alive. You are injured, so don't take the risk. Su Fan shook his head and said, my two uncles, I have decided. I will give it a try in the next round no matter what. Immortal Tengda had just picked up the teacup, but after hearing his words, he quickly put it down. Why don't you listen to my advice? Every cultivator can participate in the Centennial Dao Conference twice. You will have a chance next time. Don't try to show off. Su Fan laughed and said, uncles, I know what I am doing. Although I can't guarantee that I can defeat the other party, I can still protect myself. The two old guys persuaded him for a long time, but seeing that Su Fan was very determined, they could only leave with worry. At this moment, in a courtyard in Taipei Immortal City, several demon cultivators from Liuzi's Qirangshan Blood Demon Palace were sitting cross-legged and chatting. Congratulations, junior brother Qin Yuan. I guess there won't be any problem in the next round. Why is my luck so bad? I actually drew a sword cultivator. I'll have a fight in the next round, haha. I'm not bad either. I drew a disciple of the Immortal Sect's magic sect. I guess there won't be any problem. Qin Yuan laughed and said, don't worry, those genius disciples won't be eliminated in the 6th round. Everyone should be able to make it. Several people were chatting happily when suddenly someone walked in from outside. It was Qin Yuan's follower disciple. These disciples of the super-dimensional sects would not allow only disciples who participated in the Taoist meeting to come like Chixishan did. Each of these disciples of the high-ranking sects would have a follower disciple accompanying them, and some even brought concubines. Anyway, each of them had a big show, with a bunch of people following them. The follower disciple came to Qin Yuan's side and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing what the other party said, Qin Yuan frowned immediately. Tell him to wait for me in the small hall. It was not until the follower turned around and left the hall that a fellow disciple next to him asked, "Brother Qin Yuan, what happened? There's someone outside who wants to see me. I'll be back soon." Qin Yuan left the hall after he finished speaking. He came to the small hall in the cave and pushed the door open. He saw a strange immortal sect cultivator sitting inside. He had almost never dealt with immortal sect disciples, so he didn't want to be polite with him. As soon as Qin Yuan sat down, he said bluntly, "Devours, we don't know each other." Qi Feng stood up quickly and bowed to the other party. "Qi Feng of Kunlun Xianguan Fadao sect, I greet Brother Qin Yuan." After hearing Qi Feng's words, Qin Yuan frowned and thought for a while, and didn't think that he had any connection with this sect. "I don't know you, just say it." Seeing Qin Yuan's lukewarm attitude, Qi Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. How can these lunatics from the demon sect speak human language? Qi Feng took out an ancient wooden box from the ring and placed it in front of Qin Yuan. "Brother, take a look at the things inside first." Qin Yuan glanced at the wooden box and frowned again. He was a little unhappy. This group of disciples of the immortal sect were just a bunch of hypocritical hypocrites. "Devours, what do you mean?" Qin Yuan's eyes made Qi Feng shudder, and he quickly told his purpose. After hearing Qi Feng's words, Qin Yuan subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he took another look at the wooden box in front of him and thought he should take a look at the things first. He picked up the wooden box in front of him, opened it and was shocked. But Qin Yuan calmed down immediately. It wouldn't be such a big deal for him to kill a disciple of a small plane. Anyway, it was just a matter of convenience. Because he rarely left anyone alive when fighting against a law. Does it really matter if the disciple from that small dimension is like this? Brother Qin Yuan, that guy is very cunning. Brother King Shu has arranged people to deal with him since the first round, but unfortunately he has not been killed. After hearing Qi Feng's words, Qin Yuan couldn't help but be alert. Feng Qingshu wanted to kill that guy, and the opponents he arranged for him in the first 5 rounds must be strong, but he didn't kill him. This is interesting. However, this has nothing to do with him. Since the other party is so willing to give up, it's a matter of convenience. Go back and tell that Feng or something, I will take over this matter. After hearing Brother Qin Yuan's words, Qi Feng was relieved. He quickly stood up and bowed to the other party. Thank you, Brother Qin Yuan. Watching Qi Feng leave the small hall, Qin Yuan thought for a while, and then took off the communication array from his waist. Help me check the person in the next round. The more detailed the information, the better. To be honest, if Qi Feng hadn't suddenly come to him, he really didn't take the opponent in the next round seriously. A disciple from a small dimension who managed to survive the 5th round would not have to spend his energy studying his opponent. But the opponent actually survived 5 rounds of Feng Qingshu's calculations, so this person must be extraordinary. Chapter 743, Soul-Stealing Boy. Hearing Su Fan introduce himself, Qin Yuan and others in the room stood up quickly and bowed to him. Just now, several people used various means to take the opportunity to see Su Fan's foundation, but they all felt a little scared. Several disciples of the Blood Demon Hall are all majoring in the way of blood, and are extremely sensitive to the blood of cultivators. Although Su Fan has been deliberately suppressing it, Brother Yuan Qi's words last night also made them prepared and used various secret methods of the way of blood in advance. Just now, they felt a strong blood from Su Fan as deep as the sea. The indescribable pressure was as if an ancient demon was staring at them. The terrifying sense of restraint made several people subconsciously nervous. Not only that, Su Fan's calm attitude made Qin Yuan and others feel that they were being looked down upon when facing them. This is not something that any disciple of a small plane can do. Let alone the disciples of the immortal sects in the small planes. Even those disciples of the immortal sects in the super planes would not be as calm as he was when facing several demon cultivators. Su Fan walked into the private room and sat in front of several people casually. He looked at the people in the room calmly. Except for a demon cultivator who looked familiar, he didn't know the others. Qin Yuan personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Su Fan, and then explained his purpose. Deoarao, I am Qin Yuan from the Kuro Shiangsusha Demon Palace. I came here today for one thing. After he finished speaking, he took out an ancient wooden box from his ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. Su Fan looked at the wooden box and frowned immediately. Qin Yuan smiled and said, Deoarao, why not open it and take a look? Su Fan picked up the box on the table and opened it gently. When he saw the things inside, his eyes couldn't help but condense. He really knew what was in the box. However, this is an evil thing. and it is also a conscienceless thing. This box contained a miniature wooden coffin of about an inch in size, which was as black as ink and engraved with dense runes. His eyes focused and his consciousness swept over the miniature wooden coffin. As he expected, there was a 2-meter-long space inside the wooden coffin, and a baby of several years old was sleeping soundly inside. Su Fan had only seen a record in an ancient book before, but today was the first time he saw it with his own eyes, which made his hair stand on end. This miniature wooden coffin is a magical instrument of the evil way, called the health coffin. Even if a seriously injured cultivator has only one breath left, his vital signs can be maintained in it. The baby in the health coffin is not simple either. This baby is the famous soul-stealing boy in the evil way, and it is also a taboo in Taoism. Most of the evil cultivators choose spiritual roots or excellent qualifications, and then use evil methods to capture the soul, retaining only one of the 3 souls of the boy. Although this baby has 2 souls captured, his body can grow normally in the health coffin, which is actually a vegetable. Although this is a taboo in Taoism, according to rumors, this evil soul-stealing boy is in short supply on the black market. Soul-stealing boy has a wide range of uses. Evil cultivators can use evil secrets to perform methods such as seizing bodies, cutting off life, seizing souls, and splitting bodies. Seizing bodies is just as the name suggests, but the risk is too great, unless the cultivator is dying or the body is damaged. Cutting off life means that the evil cultivator uses secret methods to transfer the boy's lifespan to other people. Seizing souls is easier to understand, that is, plundering the boy's excellent spiritual roots and transferring them to the bodies of cultivators with poor qualifications. Splitting bodies is more advanced, and only high-level cultivators can play with it, refining a living incarnation. Some elderly cultivators who are about to die, the direct descendants of large families with poor qualifications, and high-level cultivators who are injured and dying frequently all have this demand. No matter what the purpose is, it is a heinous and unforgivable business. Because the soul-stealing boy is harmful to the harmony of heaven, the carrier baby must not only have excellent qualifications, but also have a special birth date. Only when the soul-stealing boy has this special birth date can the evil cultivator use evil methods to avoid the punishment of heaven. Therefore, babies who meet the requirements of the soul-stealing boy carrier are extremely rare, and can even be said to be rare. Moreover, this thing is a taboo of Taoism and cannot be seen on the market. Only through some shady organizations can you get a chance to get a message if you're lucky. Even if you get the news, because this thing is priceless, even those wealthy families may not be able to afford it. Su Fan thought about it, and he probably guessed Qin Yuan's intention. I just don't know why the other party did this. Such a precious soul-stealing boy, whether it is used by himself or handed over to the family, can get rich rewards. Su Fan glanced at Brother Yuan Qi opposite inadvertently, and finally remembered the tea house incident. He finally understood the taste, and it turned out that the root was here. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh that the great demon cultivators in the superplane were indeed not simple, and they could actually guess his background from some clues. He looked at Qin Yuan calmly and said lightly, "This is the reward Fen Qingshu gave you." Qin Yuan nodded and said, "He contacted me through an elder in the sect, hoping that I would kill you in the next round." At this point, he sneered. "Although I am a demon cultivator, I am not someone who can be ordered around by a playboy. The two of us are fighting, and the victory or defeat depends on our own abilities. How can we allow others to point fingers?" Qin Yuan's words were righteous, but Su Fan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "If I hadn't been a demon cultivator, I would have believed it." Su Fan glanced at the wooden box in front of him, and then looked at Qin Yuan calmly. "Dao, let's be frank. What's the point of coming to see me today? I came here today because I don't want outsiders to affect our next round of fighting. This thing was sent to me by Fen Qingshu through someone else. I'm not going to return it, so I'll give it to you. In the next round of fighting, the victory or defeat of each of us will depend on our own ability." After hearing Qin Yuan's words, Su Fan almost burst out laughing. Are all the demon cultivators in Chaoguang Star Domain so good at talking? They are obviously afraid of death, but they speak so confidently. What else can Su Fan do? He can't find any fault with what they said. He understands it, after all. Qin Yuan is a disciple of a demon sect from a superplane, and he still has to save face. Don't look at Qin Yuan's humble attitude now, it's because he feels that he has brought him a crisis and doesn't want to take the risk. If he finds out that he is not as strong as he thought in the next round, this guy will definitely not show mercy. Su Fan didn't care, Because the demon sect cultivators are the most realistic, and he is the same. The transaction between the two parties is based on strength. If you don't even have strength, why would someone take out such a precious thing to trade with you? I understand what you mean, he said, looking at the wooden box on the table, and then pushed it to the middle of the table. Qin Yuan's face suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Devours, what do you mean? I can't use this thing. If anyone wants it, you can trade with me." Soul-stealing boy is really a bit against the will of heaven. Su Fan will definitely not use it, but who made him poor? This thing is too evil, he doesn't want it at all. The baby in the health coffin has lost 2 souls, and he can't save it even if he wants to, so it's better to sell it for spirit crystals. And soul-stealing boy is too hot. Qin Yuan, a disciple of a super-dimensional demon sect, certainly doesn't care. But if this thing falls into the hands of Su Fan, a disciple of a small plane, the outcome is uncertain. So he just wants to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible. But Su Fan didn't know many people in Taipei Immortal City, and he didn't know who to sell it to. He couldn't just send it to the auction house. If that happened, the law enforcement hall of Taipei Immortal Palace would come to kill him in a moment. And Su Fan didn't trust Qin Yuan and others. Who knew if these guys would leak this matter? If they had bad intentions, as long as he took the things out of the private room, he might be caught by the people of the law enforcement hall before he even returned to the cave. Not only would he lose the things, but he would also be labeled as an evil cultivator, which would be terrible. Qin Yuan was relieved to hear Su Fan say this. Don't think that the demon cultivators are usually fierce and domineering, that's all for others to see. Although the demon cultivators may not be mentally normal, they are definitely not as stupid as the sword cultivators, and they can definitely bend down when they need to be cowardly. When the people in the room heard that Su Fan was going to sell the soul-stealing boy, they immediately became excited. "Devours, do you really want to sell this thing? You name a price, I want it, why?" There are several people here. Seeing several demon cultivators in the room quarreling, Su Fan waved his hand. "Stop arguing, everyone. Let's do this. Each of you give me a price, and the one with the highest price wins." After he finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, "I only want spirit crystals, high-level formation materials, and the Taoist inheritance of the demon sect." After hearing his words, Qin Yuan and others hurriedly took out the jade slips and put them on their foreheads, and then put the jade slips in front of Su Fan. Su Fan put the jade slips in front of him on his forehead one by one. He carefully considered it, and chose a jade slip with a tangled face, and then looked at Qin Yuan with a smile. "Devours, happy cooperation," Qin Yuan laughed and said. "I have to ask someone to deliver some things, Devours, please wait a moment." Su Fan nodded and said, "No problem." After a while, one of Qin Yuan's followers came in from outside and handed him a ring. Su Fan used his spiritual sense to scan the ring, then nodded and put it away. The transaction was reached. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then stood up and bowed to several people. "I have something else to do, goodbye." Qin Yuan and others stood up quickly and bowed to him. Su Fan pushed the door open and was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and turned around. "I hope you will keep the transaction between me and fellow Taoist Qin Yuan a secret for the time being, please." Su Fan's words meant not only the transaction between the two of them for the soul-stealing boy, but also the fact that he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Several demon cultivators were all shrewd people, and of course they could hear the hidden meaning of his words. Su Fan just said that, in fact, it didn't matter what the few people in the room thought, he really didn't care. It was not until he left the private room that Qin Yuan and others sat down again. "Based on my many years of experience, this guy is definitely not simple, need I tell you? I almost died so many times, I knew it as soon as this kid entered the room. Old Qin, you are lucky. If it weren't for a Feng Qingshu, who knows what would happen in the next round of your fight. That kid is a ruthless and cruel man, and there must be many people who died in his hands." Listening to several people sighing there, Senior Brother Yuan Qi next to him smiled. "Should we bet on the kid in the next round?" After he said that, he glanced at Qin Yuan and laughed. "Junior Brother Qin Yuan, I don't mean anything else, it's just..." Qin Yuan laughed and said, "It's okay, I'll bet on him too." Su Fan left the tea house and returned to his cave. He sat cross-legged in the hall, and then took out the storage ring that Qin Yuan gave him. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept over the storage ring, and a smile appeared on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was really worth the trip. Combined with the proceeds from the past few rounds of gambling, Su Fan finally achieved financial freedom again. Although Qin Yuan's price was not the highest, he only gave 200,000 spiritual crystals, which was far less than what others gave. But he took out 3 complete sets of demon sect's Taoist inheritance, namely the Zombie sect, the Insect Goo sect and the White Bone sect. Although these 3 sets of inheritance did not come from the Blood Demon Palace, but from a demon sect in Kuroyan, they were also demon sects with a very long inheritance. It is estimated that this guy killed people to rob treasures, or there was a war between 2 sects, and he got the spoils from the other sect. Of course, Su Fan didn't care about the origin of these 3 sets of Taoist inheritance. Anyway, Kuroyan was far away, and he was not afraid of meeting the disciples of that sect. He put the 3 sets of jade slips of inheritance on his forehead one by one, and simply checked them. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. After all, it was a demon sect in a super plane, and the Taoist inheritance was really awesome. When he was in the King Kwang Star region, he also read a lot of Taoist inheritance in the Tibetan Dharma Hall of the several demon sects he joined. Moreover, he seized a lot of spoils from the disciples of the demon sect, and there were many other Taoist inheritances. But these 3 sets of the demon sect inheritance of Kuroyan are far better than those of the King Kwang Star region. There is no way. The King Kwang Star region is just a small plane located in a remote area, and it cannot be compared with the Chaoguang Star region. Su Fan simply checked the 3 sets of inheritance from the demon sect, but it took him until midnight to finish reading all the jade slips. He put all the jade slips into the storage ring, and then heaved a sigh of relief. I had something to do today, so I came back a little late. I will try to make up a small chapter tomorrow. Chapter 744. Don't blame me for being rude. Su Fan smiled bitterly. He originally thought that he would reveal his strength in the next round, but he didn't expect Qin Yuan to do this. It seems that he can survive another round. Qin Yuan seems to be fierce and violent, but in fact, he is very cunning. When the 2 fight in the next round, he will definitely test Su Fan's foundation. Su Fan is ready to continue to be the best actor, and Qin Yuan dare not cooperate with him. If he dares to play tricks on him, don't blame me for being rude. Although the 2 made a deal, Su Fan would not kill him, but it would not be a breach of contract to destroy this guy's danshan. Anyway, no matter what, Su Fan can't let him off easily, and he must make this guy suffer. Qin Yuan handed the soul-stealing boy to him, but he actually had evil intentions. Facing the priceless soul-stealing boy, no cultivator could resist such a great temptation. After all, it is a priceless treasure, and it can even be described as a priceless treasure. Once Su Fan accepted this thing, it would be equivalent to his handle falling into Qin Yuan's hands. He knew without guessing that this guy must have tampered with the wooden box. When the Taoist competition is over, if Qin Yuan leaks the matter of soul-stealing boy, Su Fan will not be able to wash himself clean, even if he jumps into the Yellow River. But what Qin Yuan didn't expect was that Su Fan didn't want this thing that hurt the world at all. Such an evil thing, even if he holds it in his hand, will make him feel that he has lost all conscience. Moreover, this thing hurts the harmony of heaven. It is not that it will not be reported until the time has come. It is not certain that one day it will be punished by the way of heaven. So Su Fan simply held a bidding in the private room. How could the several disciples of the Blood Demon Hall in the room miss this opportunity? Seeing that Su Fan didn't fall into the trap and sold the soul-stealing boy back, Qin Yuan was immediately anxious. Of course, he didn't want this thing to fall into the hands of others. At this time, who had talked to him about the friendship between fellow disciples of the Blood Demon Palace? They all tried to get the soul-stealing boy. Fortunately, the final bid was successful, otherwise Qin Yuan would have to die of frustration. Although it cost 200,000 spirit crystals and 3 sets of the demon sex inheritance, for Qin Yuan, who was born in a noble family, this little bit of spirit crystals was not a big deal. Moreover, the soul-stealing boy was extremely rare, and it was a profit to buy it at such a low price. Even if he didn't use it for himself, he would get unimaginable returns by taking it back to the family and contributing it to the ancestors. Of course, Su Fan also knew that the value of the soul-stealing boy was far more than the price offered by the Blood Demon Palace disciples. But he had no choice but to throw this hot potato away as soon as possible. Anyway, he didn't even connect this thing, and he made 200,000 spirit crystals and 3 complete sets of the demon sex inheritance. With such a big profit, what else do you want? Well, For the sake of Qin Yuan's 200,000 spirit crystals and 3 sets of the demon sex Taoist inheritance, I'll spare his life. At most, he will have to lie in bed for a few months. Through the contact with senior brother Fan and others in the past few days, Su Fan has also seen it. There are not many good people among the disciples of the Super Planes and Shaoguang Star Domain. Needless to say, the Immortal Sect has always emphasized human resources, and now it seems that the disciples of the Demon Sect are also in a bad state. When facing the disciples of the Small Planes, these disciples of the Super Planes are so cruel. I don't know how many disciples from the Small Planes died at the hands of these disciples of the big sects. The Taoist Association competition lasted for 5 rounds, and 30% of the 100 elite disciples from Cultivation alone were lost. Although Henshin Taoist Palace paid homage to Hanhei Taoist Palace, it also lost 2 people, both of whom died at the hands of the demon cultivators and sword cultivators. There is no way. Although Hanhei Taoist Palace is considered a big sect, the disciples of the demon sect and the sword sect don't care about them at all. Now the Daohu competition has come to the 6th round, and there are almost no disciples left from the various small planes of Chaoguang Star Domain. Therefore, the disciples of the major sects of the major super planes have also begun to frequently contact each other. Anyway, it is all about various human relationships. 2 days later, the 6th round of the Daohu competition began. In the early morning, as soon as Su Fan came out of the cave, he saw that the door was already full of people. Led by Hongfa Immortal Venerable and Tengda Immortal Venerable, all the cultivators of Cultivation who participated in the Chaoguang Star Domain Centennial Daohu this time have arrived. They did not alarm Su Fan, but just stood here silently, and they didn't know how long they had been waiting. As the only remaining seedling of Cultivation, he is also the only hope of the entire plane. Seeing a group of masters in the God Transformation realm who came to the cave early to wait for him, Su Fan hurriedly stepped forward. "Disciple, greet all the masters." Hongfa Immortal Venerable smiled and said, "If the injury relapses, don't be stubborn." Tengda Immortal Venerable did not speak, but just walked over and patted his shoulder, and then nodded heavily. Hongfa Immortal Venerable waved his hand at him and said, "Go." Su Fan nodded, then walked past the crowd that was seeing him off. He had not walked far when he suddenly turned around and bowed to everyone. Hongfa Immortal Venerable, Tengda Immortal Venerable and other old monsters in the transformation realm all bowed to him. Senior Brother Qi Yun, Senior Brother Fenbai and Su Hongda and other Yuanying realm cultivators bowed back and bowed. Su Fan raised his head, took a deep breath, then turned around and walked away. He came to the temporary hall next to the square in the city and found that the layout here had completely changed. It was a completely different scene. The originally empty hall had been replaced by luxurious tea houses. There were also many green corridors, pavilions and garden pavilions next to it for the disciples participating in the competition to gather and communicate. At this time, many disciples who participated in the 6th round of the Daohu competition had already arrived. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to greet each other, but the Immortal Sect and the Demon Sect were clearly divided and talked about their own things. Only those arrogant sword madmen sat alone in the tea house, without anyone around them, and even their fellow disciples did not communicate. Because the sword cultivators participating in the Daohu competition will try their best in every round, so no matter whether it is the Immortal Sect or the Demon Sect, they do not want to meet these sword madmen. It is definitely wishful thinking to expect these sword cultivators to leave a little room when fighting. Even if the fellow disciples of the sword sect meet in the competition, they will still kill each other. Although they will not kill in the end, the process of fighting is also extremely dangerous, and no one will expect the sword cultivators to show mercy. Every time there is a Daohu competition, the death rate of sword cultivators is very high. Injuries are common. Su Fan entered the hall and was immediately confused. Which of these densely packed tea houses is his? Those disciples who gathered together to chat and greet each other saw Su Fan coming, just glanced at him and ignored him. He didn't know anyone around him, and he didn't even know who to ask. Just when he was at a loss, a beautiful female cultivator of the Jinden realm came to him. "Senior, are you looking for your position?" Seeing Su Fan nod, she asked with a smile, "May I ask your name?" "Cultivation, Zhenshin Dao Palace, Fan Su." The girl was stunned when she heard it, but then she smiled to cover it up, and quickly took out a jade slip from her ring and placed it on her forehead. After a while, the Jinden female cultivator put down the jade slip and stretched out her hand. "Master Fan Su, please come this way." Su Fan followed the giant and female cultivator all the way inside. When passing a tea house along the way, he saw senior brother Fan chatting happily with several cultivators. The two exchanged glances. Su Fan nodded calmly, and then walked past a tea house. The giant and female cultivator led him to an independent tea house, and Su Fan sat down cross-legged and looked around. The tea house was 2 meters square, and the decoration and furnishings were very simple, with only a straw mat, a table and a cushion. Next to the table was a small and exquisite furnace tripod, with 3 fragrant incense sticks inserted in it. The curling smoke slowly floated up from the tips of the 3 incense sticks, and the faint smell of sandalwood lingered in the room, making people feel peaceful. The female giant and cultivator waved her hand, and an isolation formation instantly rose up, blocking the surrounding noise outside. The girl was very considerate. She knew that no one would come to greet him, a small plain disciple who had luckily made it to the 6th round, so she simply activated the isolation formation. At this time, a light curtain was hung across from the tea house. The disciples participating in the Taoist Association competition could watch the light curtain to pass the time before going on stage. The disciples who were able to make it to the 6th round were already among the 10,000 in this Taoist Association competition. These nearly 10,000 cultivators were definitely the most elite disciples in the entire Cheoguang Star region, and of course they enjoyed different treatment than before. Moreover, Su Fan would stay in this tea house for the next few rounds of the competition. The giant and female cultivator brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him, and brought a few plates of exquisite snacks and placed them on the table. After doing all this, the girl did not leave, but knelt beside him. Su Fan wanted to send her away, but later found that every disciple participating in the Dao Association competition was accompanied by a giant and female cultivator. He did not want to stand out on this occasion, so he let her do what she wanted. Boom, there was a dull humming sound, and the light curtain opposite the tea seat suddenly lit up. The dull humming sound just now was the cheers from the stands in the square, which came through the light curtain, giving people a sense of being there. The 6th round of the Dao Association competition began, and an image of a secret realm had already appeared on the light curtain, but the 2 cultivators who were fighting had not yet officially left the stage. Senior, I wonder if there are any matches you are interested in. Su Fan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that the disciples participating in the 6th round would have this treatment and could choose to watch any match. Which matches are the most popular among the disciples in this Dao competition? The giant and female cultivator took out a miniature array disc, and after activating it, a light screen popped up. She searched on the light screen for a while, and then recorded it. The seniors who are currently the most popular in the Dao competition are all here, please take a look. After she finished speaking, she handed Su Fan a piece of paper, on which the various matches were densely written, almost filling up the entire paper. Su Fan was confused, as he didn't know any of the people on it. Please help me choose a match, preferably a fight between sword cultivators or magic cultivators. The girl was stunned for a moment, but then she understood that this true master came from an unknown small plane and was not familiar with the disciples of the major sects and various superplanes. She took the paper, glanced at it, and selected a match. Senior, the Beizhuang Demon Lord of the True Demon God Sect is against the Dongaian True Lord of the Daoxuan Sword Sect. This match has the highest attention. Su Fan didn't care. Anyway, he didn't know anyone, so he nodded. The giant and female cultivator came to the side of the light curtain, waved her jade hand gently a few times, and the image on the light curtain suddenly changed. At this time, the communication array disc on the girl's waist vibrated slightly. She pretended not to feel it, then walked over and picked up the teapot to pour a cup of tea for Su Fan. Su Fan smiled and said, "If you have something to do, go and do it first." The girl blushed at what he said, and then bowed to him. "True Lord, wait a moment, I'll go get some spiritual spring water." The giant and female cultivator left the tea house, hurriedly walked through the densely packed tea houses, and came to an empty corridor. He took off the communication array disc from his waist, glanced at the message that had just been sent, and then replied. "Are you going to die? Why send a message at this time? I'm serving the true Lord who is participating in the competition." Tisk. "I'm the same." Wrong. Do you know who I'm serving now? It's Mingshan, True Lord of the Zuanayu Sword Sect. Chen Rong glanced at the message sent by her bestie and couldn't help sighing. Mingshan, Immortal Venerable of Zuanayu Sword Sect, is the most popular sword cultivator among the top 100 in this Taoist competition. Alice. I am miserable. The immortal I serve is just a senior from a small dimension. I guess I will have to leave here in the next round. Ah. Your luck is so bad. Do you know the girl Kitashu? She serves Zuoming Immortal Venerable of Redwind Fairy Palace. It is said that he is a hot favorite to make it into the top 10. Chen Rong saw the other party's message and felt more and more hopeless. Why is my luck so bad that I actually met an immortal from a small dimension? This senior must be eliminated in the first round. I thought I could get some rewards or something by serving the immortal this time, but who would have thought that I didn't have the same fate as him? Forget it, don't think about it. What is destined to happen will happen, and what is not destined to happen will not happen. Okay, I should go back. He's just a country bumpkin from a small plane. Why do you care about him? He'll be eliminated in one round anyway. Chen Rong couldn't help rolling her eyes when she saw her bestie's message. No matter how small the plane is, he is still a heavenly sovereign, and he's a heavenly sovereign who made it through the 5th round. Looking at the entire Chaoguang Star region, there are only 18,000 people who can make it to the 6th round. I'm going back. There's nothing important today. Don't send me messages, the girl replied with a message, and then put the communication array into her ring. She knew her bestie too well, and she would definitely harass her again in a while. When Chen Rong returned to Su Fan's tea house, the 6th round of the Taoist competition had already begun. She picked up the magic jade bottle filled with spiritual spring water, brewed another pot of spiritual tea, and then poured a cup for Su Fan. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, his eyes never leaving the light curtain. Beishong Demon Lord of the True Demon Sect and Dongaian Xianjin of the Daoxuan Sword Sect are indeed extraordinary, and are obviously stronger than other disciples participating in the competition. The Sword Sect cultivator of the Chaoguang Star Domain is extremely powerful, and his flying sword is even as powerful as that of a cultivator in the God Transformation realm. Beishong Demon Lord of the True Demon Sect mainly practices the way of demons and demons, and also practices the way of souls, but his way of practicing the way of demons and demons is completely different from Su Fan's. Su Fan practices the blood-melting magic sutra, which devours the essence of high-level demons to activate his demonized body. However, Beishong Demon Lord chose another way, which is to integrate the blood of various exotic beasts. Not only does he have a physical strength comparable to that of high-level exotic beasts, but he can also inherit the magical powers of various exotic beasts. The most amazing thing is that the blood of various high-level exotic beasts is integrated into the body of Beishong Demon Lord, so that many of his organs have the magical powers of exotic beasts. The 5 sense organs such as nose, eyes, mouth, tongue, and ears, the 5 internal organs of heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys, as well as the hands and legs, have more or less inherited the magical powers of high-level beasts. In comparison, the blood-melting magic sutra that Su Fan practiced is much rougher. The Taoist inheritance of the demonic path of the demon lord Beishong is dozens of streets ahead of Su Fan, and it is completely heaven and earth. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. This is the foundation of the superplane demon sect. In remote star fields like the Qingquang star field, the Taoist inheritance of the cultivators has been outdated from the root. Compared with the Chaoguang star field, it is simply the gap between the demon city and the remote countryside. In fact, Su Fan is the same. It was not until he was stranded in Chuxishan by chance that he saw the power of the superstar field. If he hadn't exchanged a lot of Taoist inheritances in these years, what would he have practiced before? To be honest, his various skills and secrets before were not worth looking at. Fortunately, the heavenly demon saint body art that Su Fan practiced was a relatively heaven-defying technique. After all, few people could really learn it, and most of them died. Coupled with a bug in the game panel, this gave him the ability to compete with his superplane disciples. The 2 people who were fighting on the light screen, no matter which one, could easily defeat an ordinary cultivator in the God Transformation realm. In the past, Su Fan still had a strong sense of superiority over the cultivators of the same level in the nascent soul realm. But when he saw the 2 cultivators on the light screen, he couldn't help but feel a little pressure in his heart. At the same time, this also stimulated Su Fan's fighting spirit. At this moment, he had an unprecedented desire to fight in his heart, burning like a fire. Su Fan glanced at Chen Rong, then pointed to the light screen opposite. How many places can the 2 of them get in this Taoist competition? After hearing Su Fan's words, Chen Rong was stunned. These 2 true lords are currently the top 10 contenders in this Taoist competition. What the hell? They are the top 10 in this Taoist competition, so it's okay. Su Fan took a deep breath. With his strength, if he activated the strongest state of his demonized body, he should have no problem facing these two people. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. If he tried his best, wouldn't he be able to make it into the top 10 of the Taoist competition? In fact, this was because he was lenient with his opponent. If he tried his best and didn't care about the consequences, it would not be impossible to be in the top 3 of the record list. But Su Fan immediately gave up this idea. Although he was now in a distant foreign land, he must not be too ostentatious. If he was within the top 100, it would be acceptable, but if he made it into the top 10, it would be a big deal. A lone cultivator who drifted to the Chaoguang star domain from an alien domain made it into the top 10 of the 100 years of Taoist competition record list in just a few years. How embarrassed would those elite disciples of the superplanes feel? By then, the entire Chaoguang star domain would be in chaos. Once he attracted the attention of the Frigate River Palace and was traced here by a few clues, his identity would definitely be suspected. With the power of the Frigate River Palace and its excellent intelligence capabilities, they must investigate him thoroughly. Su Fan took a deep breath and decided not to show off. He should just lie low for the time being. In fact, even if he made it into the top 100 of the Dao Association Grand Competition, it would be unprecedented and unparalleled. It is estimated that for many, many years to come, no disciple from a small plane will be able to break his record. Su Fan sat there thinking about random things, and before he knew it, it was already afternoon. "Senior, it's almost time for you to go on stage." After hearing what the girl said, Su Fan nodded, then stood up from the ground and walked away from the tea house. "I updated 5,400 words today, and I will update more tomorrow to make up for that day." Chapter 745. I don't believe it. He won't die like this. Su Fan stood up from the ground, then closed his eyes and waited to be transferred to the secret realm. After a while, his figure slowly disappeared into the air, as if he had never appeared. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he had appeared in a space filled with mist, surrounded by barren fields. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he released all his spiritual senses, taking in all the movements within a radius of 100 miles. A figure appeared on the wasteland dozens of miles away. This person was his opponent today, Qin Yuan from the Kuro-Shiangsusha Demon Palace. Su Fan waved his hand, and more than 100 formation flags whizzed out from the ring, and flew away in all directions. He held the formation plate in his left hand, and kept making seals with his right hand. The dense runes on the formation plate began to flash with dazzling light. The dense and obscure runes on the formation plate flickered back and forth, and all the formation flags seemed to come alive suddenly. In a flash, the formation plate connected all the formation flags into one. Boom! A vast and majestic breath suddenly rose up, rolling and surging to the surroundings, instantly supporting a spiritual shield. The mist on the wasteland also quickly condensed like a boiling pot, swarming towards the formation. After a while, the whole formation was shrouded in extremely thick fog, and faintly, dazzling rays of light flashed in the fog. At this moment, Feng Qingshu, who was watching in front of the light curtain, sneered. "Is this kid crazy? He thinks that he can block the attack of that cruel demon cultivator by setting up a 6th level formation." Qi Feng next to him frowned, feeling something was wrong. This kid didn't set up any fairy formation in the previous rounds. Why did he come up with such a trick today? "Brother, is this kid going to play a trick again?" Hearing Qi Feng say this, Feng Qingshu couldn't help but show a solemn look on his face. This guy is too cunning. In the first few rounds of fighting, he was always mysterious from the beginning, or hiding his strength, and was suppressed by his opponent. But he always found an opportunity to launch a counterattack at the last moment, and it was often fatal. Today, this kid inexplicably arranged a 6th level immortal formation. What conspiracy is he playing again? Not only Feng Qingshu couldn't figure out Su Fan's purpose, but also Senior Brother Fan, Senior Brother Nanming and others who had been paying attention to this fight were confused. Even Qin Yuan, who was standing opposite, was confused. He had never seen anyone arrange any formation in the Taoist competition. "You said you could arrange an immortal formation, but you could make a 7th level or 8th level immortal formation. Why did you make a 6th level immortal formation? Who are you looking down on?" This is the Liangai Yuanzi Shenguang Opto-Electronic Immortal Formation arranged by Su Fan. This formation has both offensive and defensive capabilities, especially when used against the demons. It is extremely effective. Moreover, This formation can conceal the breath and has a certain effect of confusing the opponent. Especially the two-element yuan magnetic divine light in the formation, which is a secret technique that specifically counters the demons and yin qi attributes. The reason why Su Fan set up this immortal formation is really to be mysterious, just not to let people see through his own steps. How could the 6th level immortal formation resist the attack of a great cultivator in the late Yuanying period? It's nothing more than covering up one's ears and eyes. Qin Yuan came from the Blood Demon Palace. Most of the sects in the sect mainly practice the blood path, and they will definitely use the blood path secret technique at that time. How could Su Fan miss such a good opportunity? The evil technique he practiced, blood transformation demon technique, has not been used for a long time. As long as Qin Yuan dares to use the blood path secret technique, Su Fan will teach him a lesson in a minute. Although blood transformation demon technique is just an evil cultivator in the foundation building realm, who randomly created a crude evil technique full of loopholes, it has now been transformed beyond recognition by Su Fan. Generally, the evil techniques of the blood path have many disadvantages, but Su Fan used the blood shadow descending God array taught to him by the witch god Ag to completely resolve all the disadvantages. The blood shadow god descending array was originally a witch sect sacrificial array. It was originally created by the witch god Ag in order to make him perform a blood sacrifice and help him purify the flesh and blood he had devoured. Now the witch god Ag can no longer be contacted, but the blood shadow god descending array, a witch sect sacrificial array, has always existed. If another witch sect monk wanted to set up this blood shadow god descending array, it would take a lot of cultivation resources and take a long time to prepare before it could be activated. But Su Fan did not have such a problem, because the witch god Ag had already transformed his divine tower in the lower world into him. He set up this Lianga Yuanzi Shenguang photovoltaic magic fairy array to cover up his arrangement of the blood shadow god descending array and to activate the blood transformation demon art. After all, one is a witch sect array and the other is an evil secret technique, neither of which can be seen in the light. At this moment, Qin Yuan on the opposite side sneered. Although his intuition told him that the guy on the opposite side was extremely dangerous, he even put down his dignity and took the initiative to go to the other party to trade. But he has always been very indignant, so in today's battle, he must try the opponent's footing and see what this kid is capable of. If the opponent is not as powerful as he imagined, he will kill this guy without hesitation. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan's eyes condensed, and his whole body was suddenly filled with an extremely strong blood light. In the blink of an eye, the area dozens of miles around turned into a surging endless sea of blood. This is his blood sea domain, which has also consumed hundreds of years and swallowed countless cultivators' blood to achieve its current scale and momentum. The extremely vast sea of blood set off a shocking sea wave storm. Within a radius of hundreds of feet, under the impact of the unparalleled sea of blood, a terrifying blood-colored storm vibrated and swept across the sky. The terrifying sea of blood almost covered the entire sky, and the secret realm turned into blood-colored one. In the endless blood light, many emotions such as despair, fear, resentment, etc. flashed one by one, and hideous and distorted human faces appeared one after another, or strange and hideous demons, and let out terrifying roars. Layers of terrifying momentum collided and disappeared between heaven and earth. Wherever you look, the sky seems to have been reversed and distorted, and invisible ripples are swinging around. If you look closely, you will find that there are dense insects lurking in the blood-colored ocean with huge waves. Qin Yuan supplemented the insect poison, and he has integrated the robbery blood poison into his blood sea domain. Robbery blood poison is an extremely poisonous blood poison in the insect poison of the demon sect. It can not only devour the flesh and blood of the cultivators, but also corrode the Taoist tools and spiritual shields of the immortal sect. When facing the immortal sect cultivators, it often easily gains the upper hand. Qin Yuan's figure stepped out of the blood sea, as if crossing the border. The vast and terrifying endless sea of blood, with a huge force that could turn mountains and rivers upside down, rushed towards the Lianga Yuanzi Shenyuan photovoltaic magic fairy formation in front of him. The blood-colored huge waves like tidal tsunamis instantly overturned the entire world, rolling towards the front. Boom! With a deafening and violent roar, the extremely vast blood-colored sea slammed into the shield of the fairy formation. Just this time, the Lianga Yuanzi Shenyuan photovoltaic magic fairy formation was on the verge of breaking, and the huge spiritual shield was already shaky, as if it would collapse at any time. Qin Yuan's eyes were as red as blood, and there was a crazy momentum in his eyes. He sneered and suddenly opened his hands to both sides. Boom! The vast and terrifying endless sea of blood overturned the entire world, and the blood-colored tsunami waves roared and completely covered the Liangai Yuanxi Shenyang photovoltaic magic fairy formation. Boom boom boom! The aura shield of the Liangai Yuanxi Shenguang Moxin formation burst and shattered in an instant, just like a broken mirror-like space. Now, at the moment when the aura shield supported by the fairy formation collapsed, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and dense blood-colored runes suddenly appeared all over his body. These witch magic patterns were intertwined with each other in a crooked way, forming layers of gray lines, which would make people feel dizzy at a glance. Boom! With a roar, a blood-colored formation suddenly appeared within a radius of several miles with Su Fan as the center. Boom! A thick blood mist exploded, and the boundless blood color that permeated the whole body instantly soared into the sky. Endless blood mist spun wildly around Su Fan, gradually forming a blood-colored storm like a tidal wave, and the surrounding dust, gravel and rubble were all swept up. Almost at the same time, Qin Yuan's blood sea domain was like a roaring tsunami, crushing over and swallowing Su Fan in an instant. At this moment, Feng Qingshu in front of the light curtain waved his fist fiercely. "I don't believe it, he won't die like this." Qi Feng beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. The blood sea domain of the demon cultivator, even on the light curtain, made him terrified by the terrifying momentum. The kid was enveloped by the demon cultivator's domain, and even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be much better. In this world of cultivation, the battles between Yuanying realm cultivators are often the collisions between each other's domains. Once a cultivator is involved in the opponent's domain, he will fall into an extremely passive and dangerous situation. At this time, Senior Brother Fen and Senior Brother Nanming, who were paying attention to this battle, were also sweating. Senior Brother Nanming was lucky, he only bet part of it on Su Fan, and even if he lost, he would not be seriously injured. But Senior Brother Fen was in a bad situation. He had already gone all in and bet all his wealth on Su Fan. Once Su Fan lost this battle, Senior Brother Fen would definitely go bankrupt and would be extremely embarrassed for decades to come. At this time, Chen Rong, who was sitting cross-legged in the tea house, saw Su Fan being swallowed by the surging blood-colored waves on the light screen, and couldn't help but sigh. "I knew it would be like this." The girl waved her hand, and the image on the light screen suddenly changed, turning into a battle between two disciples of the immortal sect. She was completely discouraged and was thinking about whether to ask her master for help after leaving here, and then find another way to make a living for herself. Now that the family has fallen, Chen Rong's cultivation resources have long been unsustainable. Originally, she thought of taking advantage of this Taoist competition to earn some spirit crystals to maintain her future cultivation, but who knew that the senior in the small plane fell into a passive and dangerous situation after a while. It is estimated that it will not be long before someone will come to notify her to leave. At this moment, the secret realm where Su Fan was located was almost covered by an endless sea of blood, and the entire secret realm was filled with blood. Qin Yuan, whose eyes were as red as blood, let out a long breath. Even he did not expect that he would gain the absolute upper hand so quickly and completely crush this kid. Although the opponent launched a counterattack unexpectedly in the previous rounds in an extremely passive situation. But it was different from now, because this kid had been completely suppressed by him in his domain. Qin Yuan had absolute confidence in his blood sea domain, and the opponent had absolutely no chance of turning the tables in this game. He completely let go of his consciousness and frowned. "I didn't expect that the opponent could hold on for so long after being enveloped by my blood sea domain," Qin Yuan sneered, suddenly raised his head, and suddenly opened his arms. Boom! The boundless sea of blood suddenly set off a vast and terrifying wave, like a bloody sea descending into the world. In an instant, the vast and boundless momentum suppressed the sky and earth and swept across the entire secret realm. The space shook violently, as if some great terror was about to cross the boundary and descend, making people feel as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. At this time, a blood-colored wave suddenly rushed up into the sky and turned into a red giant hand that covered the sky. The extremely spectacular blood-colored giant hand almost covered the sky and the sun, and there seemed to be a mysterious taurime surrounding the boundless fingers and palms. Boom boom! As the giant hand fell, the sky was suppressed at this moment, and a terrifying explosion almost overturned the entire sky. The space collapsed, and everything was shattered. Senior Brother Fen and Senior Brother Nanming in front of the light curtain closed their eyes at this moment. They all had a thought in their hearts. This kid is finished. When the blood-colored giant hand that covered the sky and the sun just now fell with a bang, even they felt a little scared. Kill him! Feng Qingshu waved his fist fiercely and roared loudly. Qi Feng, bring some wine, let's celebrate. Qi Feng hurriedly asked people to prepare wine and food. In a short time, he prepared a large table of rare spiritual food and found more than a dozen beautiful female cultivators. The two of them hugged the female cultivators and drank the spiritual wine heartily, as if Su Fan was completely dead. At this moment, the blood-colored waves that were like a riot in the secret realm finally calmed down. Qin Yuan frowned, because when he controlled the blood-colored giant hand to fall just now, he clearly felt a rotating force that removed most of the power of the blood-colored giant hand. He checked with his spiritual sense and found that the other party had been covered and suppressed by his blood sea domain, but why didn't that guy have any problem? Suddenly, Qin Yuan inexplicably had a bad premonition in his heart. Having experienced countless life and death dangers, he was extremely sensitive to crises. At this moment, the hairs all over his body stood up. Something was wrong, too wrong. Chapter 746, You want to run? No way. At this moment, Qin Yuan had realized that something was wrong. His blood sea domain had raised a tsunami several dozen feet high, which kept hitting Su Fan in the depths of the domain. But for some reason, the blood poison of calamity that he had integrated into the blood sea domain had inexplicably disappeared a lot. Qin Yuan's eyes condensed, and he completely released his spiritual consciousness, and his surging spiritual thoughts roared to the deepest part of the blood sea domain. Under the surging blood sea, with Su Fan as the center, a huge witch gate formation within a radius of several miles was rotating loudly, forming a blood-colored storm group that was rolling up wildly. He was in the eye of the storm of this hurricane that was spinning wildly. At this time, Su Fan's eyes were red as blood, and his long hair fluttered. He simultaneously performed the witch formation blood shadow descending God array and the evil method blood transformation demon mist. Although the evil spirit was soaring to the sky and the momentum was extraordinary. But hidden under Qin Yuan's surging blood sea domain, even if Liang Xianzhen was present, it would be difficult to detect anything. The blood-colored waves, like a tsunami, were constantly swallowed by the blood-colored hurricane. After a while, a large amount of blood essence was sucked in like a fan, purified by the blood shadow god descending array, and then swallowed into Su Fan's body by the blood-transforming mist. Fortunately, his current realm is already a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, otherwise he would have burst if he swallowed so much blood at once. The countless blood-borne blood goo that had merged into the blood sea domain had just been drawn into the blood shadow god descending array and were instantly shattered. Although the blood shadow god descending array looks inconspicuous, it is still a witch gate array taught by the witch god Ag, and only Su Fan, a human flesh god tower, can easily control and launch it. The witch array blood shadow god descending array and the evil method blood transforming magic mist are used together to specifically defeat the blood path cultivators of the demon sect, especially when facing this kind of blood sea domain. No matter how much blood you have, I can swallow it all. Since he broke through to the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, and Su Fan's realm was already in the late nascent soul stage, even if he devoured Qin Yuan's blood sea domain, at most he could only eat half full. If someone else swallowed so much blood essence, even if the body was not burst, the blood would become extremely mixed. The essence purification function of the blood shadow god descending array made him not have to worry about this drawback at all. Moreover, there was a trace of the blood of the foreign combined demon in Su Fan's blood. Even though Qin Yuan's blood sea domain was mixed with the blood of countless cultivators, exotic beasts, and demons. But once it was absorbed into his body, it would be instantly assimilated and could not cause any waves. Su Fan never thought that he would encounter such a good thing when participating in the Dao Association competition. Qin Yuan mainly practiced a blood Dao, and his blood sea domain took hundreds of years, and he didn't know how many cultivators, exotic beasts, and evil demons he devoured, to reach its current momentum and scale. But how could he know that Su Fan was now digging his foundation? At this time, Qin Yuan's divine consciousness had already roared, and was instantly involved in the blood-colored storm. He was immediately shocked and quickly retracted his divine consciousness. Although Qin Yuan didn't know what was going on with the storm deep in the blood sea domain. But he already knew that this storm was constantly devouring his blood sea domain. Not only that, The robbery blood goo that Qin Yuan had spent countless resources and carefully cultivated for many years was also constantly disappearing. It was not until now that he felt a sense of fear in his heart. Qin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand and tried to take back his blood sea domain. But he desperately found that his blood sea domain had now been firmly absorbed by the blood-colored storm that was spinning endlessly. Su Fan had already felt the divine consciousness just now, and he couldn't help but sneered. If you want to run, there is no way. Since you have discovered it, I won't pretend anymore. Su Fan suddenly raised his head, and his hands formed several strange hand seals in succession, and his red eyes suddenly focused. Boom boom, with a huge roar like thunder resounding through the sky, the blood sea domain, which was originally like a surging tsunami, began to slowly rotate. Like a hurricane, the storm group turned faster and faster, and then raged wildly. The endless and vast blood sea domain was lifted up, turning into a chaotic storm that swept the entire secret realm. The entire sky was reversed and twisted, and the terrifying power turned into invisible storm ripples and violently vibrated around. The blood-colored wild hurricane crossed the sky, and the vibration of the world that flooded and swept even the void trembled. The surrounding space has already appeared a few spider web-like cracks, spreading all over the sky. It seems that the next moment it will be dissipated by the annihilation energy swept up by this terrifying blood-colored storm. At this moment, the entire secret realm is filled with a breath of destruction, almost shattering the void. Feng Qingshu and Qi Feng in front of the light curtain thought that this strange phenomenon was caused by Qin Yuan, and they almost fainted with excitement. Brother, this kid is probably torn to pieces now. After hearing Qi Feng's words, Feng Qingshu picked up the wine glass and took a big sip, then laughed. I'm afraid there will be no bones left. The fighting power of the demon sect monks is indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect that Qin Yuan's blood sea domain can reach this scale. Brother Fan looked at the blood storm that suddenly rolled up on the light curtain, and his mood had fallen to the bottom. Now he wanted to cry but had no tears. In such a fierce blood sea domain, Su Fan probably had no way to survive. It's all over now, he has lost everything. Brother Nanming in front of the light curtain breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively and bet all his wealth on this kid. Otherwise, he would be ruined and bankrupt. Brother Nanming picked up the wine glass and drank a sip of spiritual wine to calm down. Third brother, didn't you say that this country bumpkin was quite powerful? It's only been a short while, and he was completely crushed by that demon cultivator. Senior brother Nanming smiled bitterly and said, it's because that kid Fan tried his best to seduce me. Fortunately, I stayed calm and didn't go crazy with him. Thinking of senior brother Fan, he laughed. This guy is miserable. I guess you must have bet all his wealth on this kid. He is just waiting to go bankrupt. The female cultivator next to him curled her lips. It was just a country bumpkin from a small plain. No one knew what evil had befallen these two brothers. Not only the people in front of the light curtain, but even the cultivators in charge of controlling the secret realm of Taipei Immortal Palace were frightened out of their wits by the sudden outbreak of the blood-colored storm. Uncle. Secret realm number 97 can't hold on anymore. Hearing the shouts of the Yuaning disciples guarding the secret realm, the two old monsters in the Huishan realm of Taipei Immortal Palace hurried over. The sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon in the secret realm also surprised the two of them. They quickly took control of the secret realm and prevented it from collapsing. The two old monsters in the God transformation realm wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that this disciple of the blood demon palace of Qirongshan is so powerful. With the ferocity of his blood sea domain, it's not a problem for him to kill into the top 100. Why haven't I heard of such a disciple in the blood demon palace before? Could it be that those old demons deliberately kept a hand? After all, they were not in the scene in person. And even the old monsters in the God transformation realm didn't see anything unusual through the light curtain. Just when the people in front of the light curtain were amazed at the vast blood sea domain, Qin Yuan was about to cry. Now, except for himself, no one knows that Su Fan is using his blood sea domain to cover up and is sucking his blood crazily. This is really digging Qin Yuan's cultivation foundation. He spent hundreds of years of effort and consumed countless cultivation resources to make his blood sea domain reach its current scale. But it was only a short while ago, and the endless blood sea domain had been devoured by this kid by 10%. What made him most frustrated was that, except for himself, everyone else thought that this sudden strange phenomenon was from his hand. Qin Yuan certainly would not let Su Fan devour the blood sea domain that loved him, but no matter how many means he used, he could not shake this vast blood storm. It was obviously his domain, but it was controlled by others. Qin Yuan was so frustrated that he wanted to hit his head against his head and die. He made up his mind, his eyes condensed fiercely, and he performed a sinister soul secret method. Who knew that this soul secret method not only did not cause any damage to the opponent, but also caused the spell to backfire, almost making him pass out. Fortunately, before Qin Yuan came, the ancestor of the family personally gave him a soul treasure, which prevented him from being completely destroyed. Even so, his soul was seriously injured. He couldn't fight anymore. If he continued to struggle for a while, his blood sea domain would definitely be sucked dry by this guy. Qin Yuan was completely convinced. Apart from other things, the other party's soul strength alone was not comparable to his. He endured the severe pain of his soul and sent a thought to Su Fan. "Devours, please let me go." At this time, Su Fan was swallowing the blood sea domain and was having a great time. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Qin Yuan almost cried. "You might as well kill me. If my blood sea domain is eaten up by you, I might as well die." "Devours, everything can be discussed." After receiving the other party's thought, Su Fan immediately became energetic. "It's not impossible, but you have to show some sincerity. Devours, I don't want a soul-stealing boy anymore. I'll give it to you, you can pull it, that wasteful thing. Whoever wants it can take it, I definitely won't want it. I don't want that thing, just give me 1.8 million spirit crystals." Qin Yuan almost passed out after receiving Su Fan's thoughts. You really dare to think that, although he was born in a wealthy family, he couldn't get so many spirit crystals at once. The 200,000 spirit crystals that Qin Yuan bid for spirit-stealing boy from Su Fan were all scraped together by him. "Devours, I can't take out so many spirit crystals, can I exchange them for something else? Is that so? Forget it, don't worry, I won't suck your blood sea domain dry." Qin Yuan looked at the blood sea domain that was constantly being devoured, and he wanted to die. "How about this, when we get out, I'll find someone to make up for it and try my best to meet Devours' requirements." Su Fan sneered, thinking about something beautiful. Qin Yuan is actually quite insidious, he can't trust this guy, who knows what tricks the other party will do after he gets out. "How about this, what do you have now, tell me." Then, the two started another transaction. Anyway, Qin Yuan gave almost everything in the ring to Su Fan, except for the soul-stealing boy in his hand. There was no way. Even during the transaction, Su Fan had no intention of stopping and continued to devour Qin Yuan's blood sea domain. He stopped devouring until Su Fan was about to fleece Qin Yuan. It is estimated that this guy should not have anything valuable except the soul-stealing boy. You can't let him sell his ass bones. "Okay, fellow Taoist, cooperate with me next and help me put on a show." Qin Yuan was so frustrated. This was the first time he was harmed so badly by someone. The rare materials accumulated over the years were all plundered by this guy. But even so, he still had to help the other party play the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. There was no way, he was a fish. At this time, Qin Yuan dared not disobey Su Fan's wishes. His blood sea domain was devoured by this guy by nearly 20%. At this moment, his heart was bleeding. I don't know how much time and energy he spent on so much blood. Su Fan didn't tolerate this guy's bad habits at all. He deserved it, because he didn't hold back from the start, looking like he was going to kill him. Anyway, Qin Yuan was unlucky to meet Su Fan, a big cheater. The fight between the two began to become exciting, and the whole process was full of ups and downs. Su Fan had been completely crushed by Qin Yuan, but who knew that he could survive and take advantage of the moment when the other party was careless to counterattack unexpectedly. When Qin Yuan was sent out of the secret realm, all the people who were watching this fight in front of the light curtain broke their glasses. Especially Feng Qingshu and Qi Feng, they stared at the light curtain opposite in amazement. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hearing Qi Feng's words, Feng Qingshu pushed a female cultivator sitting on his lap away, picked up the wine pot on the table, and smashed the other party's head at once. Asshole, incompetent waste. Feng Qingshu smashed everything in the abode like crazy. Qi Feng was even worse off. All the other party's grievances were vented on him, and he was almost beaten to death. Senior brother Fan didn't react for a while. He stared at the light screen opposite with a dull face. It took a long time for him to figure out what was going on. Then, A feeling of being hit by happiness instantly occupied his mind. Senior brother Fan had never experienced this feeling of falling from heaven to hell and then rushing back to heaven from hell. It was too exciting. I won. Senior brother Fan jumped up from the ground like a mental patient, causing all the disciples of various sects around to cast their eyes on him. Everyone looked at him with a caring look, and then another one went crazy. Such a situation was no longer surprising to the disciples of various sects. These days, there are few disciples who are betting on gambling from time to time, and they do all kinds of crazy things because of big wins or big losses. It's no wonder that Fan was excited. He went all in and bet all his wealth on Su Fan. Not only did he win a lot of spiritual crystals, but what made him even more excited was that he thought Su Fan was going to lose, but he actually killed his opponent at the last moment. This ups and downs process really made him extremely excited. Senior brother Nanming looked at the light screen opposite, then picked up the wine glass and took a big sip, only to feel bitter in his mouth. He really didn't expect that he would be in such an extremely dangerous situation and still be overturned by this kid. It's just dog shit luck. Maybe he has a defensive treasure, so he survived by chance. That demon cultivator is also a waste. He has such a big advantage, but he can still capsize. If it were someone else, they might think so, but senior brother Nanming would not think so. He knew in his heart that he still underestimated this kid. Although Su Fan's acting skills are excellent, especially in the 6th round, he can even be called an actor-level performance. But in the 6 rounds of the Taoist Association competition, he was crushed by others in each game, and then killed his opponent at the last moment. Even if senior brother Nanming is stupid, he should understand what's going on. Sister, you were fooled by this guy. Not only you, but your brother also underestimated his strength. Sigh. Seeing the third brother sighing there, the sister couldn't help but curl her lips. He is a country bumpkin from a small dimension. He will die in the next round. Senior brother Nanming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't explain to the sister. The sister's prejudice against the disciples of the superdimensional sect was the same. Otherwise, he would not have missed this opportunity to win money. Missed it. By the 7th round of the Daohu competition, there was no weak player left. Chapter 747, The Wool is Pulled Too Hard. Seeing Su Fan being sent out of the secret realm, Su Fan weighed the ring in his hand and smiled. This time, Qin Yuan had made a lot of money. He had taken advantage of him. Although there were not many spiritual crystals, there were some top-grade elixir talismans, Taoist weapon arrays, and various rare materials for making and refining elixirs. In addition, there were several incomplete sets of Taoist traditions of the Immortal Sect and the Demon Sect, as well as many ancient books and jade slips. It can be said that the harvest was quite rich. If all these things were added together, there might not be much more. If they were sold and exchanged for spiritual crystals, there would be at least hundreds of thousands. Anyway, in order to protect his own Blood Sea domain, Qin Yuan's wealth accumulated over the years was almost plundered by him. I wanted to deal with this guy, but considering that he was willing to spend money to avoid disaster, I would spare him for now. At this time, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he quickly put away the ring, and his figure slowly disappeared from the air. Chen Rong sat cross-legged in front of the table, dozing off with her chin propped up, just waiting to be notified to leave. Leaving here so soon, the girl had been born with a bad fate, and had long been accustomed to it, so she didn't sigh. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the opposite side of the table, which scared her. Chen Rong took a closer look and found that it was the senior from the small plane. She quickly got up from the ground and bowed to Su Fan. Disciple, I pay my respects to the true Lord. Hey. How did this senior come back? Isn't he? The disciples who failed in the Taoist competition will be directly teleported to other places and will not return to this tea house. Could it be? That's not right. She just saw the senior being crushed to death on the light curtain, and there was no chance of turning over. Get up, make me a pot of spiritual tea. It was not until she heard Su Fan's words that the girl shuddered and quickly got up and ran over to make a pot of spiritual tea. Chen Rong was filled with surprise. She didn't expect that this senior would actually advance. In such an embarrassing situation, he could actually turn defeat into victory. It was really unexpected. Anyway, he could stay here for a few more days. Su Fan had no idea of the joy in his sister's heart. The first thing he did when he came back was to inform the results of this round of fighting to several uncles in Chixishan. Thinking of this, he took off the communication array from his waist and sent a message to Teng the Immortal Venerable of Xianshan Taoist Palace. Uncle, 1. Although the cultivators from small planes such as Chixishan could enter the venue to watch the fighting, they could only see the fighting images of those genius disciples. The results of the 6th round of the Taoist Association competition will not be announced until all the games are over. So Teng the Immortal Venerable and others have been nervously waiting for the news of the fighting. Good, you kid, you are amazing. Su Fan glanced at the message replied by Teng the Immortal Venerable and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Knowing that he had passed the 6th round, the old guys in Chixishan were probably very excited. In all the previous Daohu competitions, Su Fan was the first disciple from a small plane to pass the 6th round. This also meant that he had created a miracle. Immortal Tengda and others immediately sent the news back to Chixishan. Su Fan made it into the top 2,000 of this Daohu competition, which was absolutely unprecedented for Chixishan. The 10 super immortal sects in Chixishan and all the sects in the entire plane were jubilant, ringing the bells 99 times almost at the same time. The entire plane was like a festival, with countless immortal cities lit up all night, and all the restaurants were crowded. The cultivators in Chixishan were all excited, especially the disciples of Xianshan Dao Palace, who were even more excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After Su Fan sent a message, he thought about it and sent another message to Chen Qing and Liang Xianzong. At this time, Chen Qing had been nervously waiting for the result of Su Fan's 6th round, and he replied to his message in seconds. Brother, congratulations, big brother, you are so awesome. 2 messages were replied in succession, and the latter one must have been sent by Shen Fang. Because Chen Qing became a disciple of Liang Xianzan in the sect, as her follower disciple, she asked the master to bring him into the sect. Of course, Shen Fang could not enter the inner sect directly, and was thrown directly into the outer sect. Whether he could make a name for himself in the future depended on himself. He chatted with it too for a few words, and was about to put away the communication array. As a result, he received several more messages, which were sent by Brother Fan and Brother Nanming. They also made it through the 6th round, but their matches were all in the morning, so they had been paying attention to Su Fan's fight. Brother, we made a lot of money this time, thank you, you made it through the 6th round, so this play can't be performed. Brother Fan was so excited that he even changed the way he addressed him, and directly called him brother. It's okay. I think I can still play one more round. Who would pay attention to me, who comes from a small plane? Well, I want to bring a bottle of spirit wine to celebrate with you. We can only wait for the next round. After Su Fan passed the 6th round, even senior brother Fan was unsure. He said this to test the waters. After all, starting from the 7th round, the talented seeded players from the Chaoguang Star Domain began to leave the stage one after another. The next round should not be a big problem. Su Fan certainly understood the other party's thoughts, so he gave him a reassurance. I've been waiting for you to say this. Let's do it the same as usual in the next round. Senior brother Fan immediately became energetic after hearing this. He was still superstitious about Su Fan's strength. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Because of Chen Qing, Su Fan must maintain a good relationship with senior brother Fan, so that she will have someone to take care of her in the sect in the future. Senior brother Nanming is much more formal. After all, he is one level lower than senior brother Fan. Junior brother, congratulations, thank you, senior brother, it was just a fluke. Junior brother, I still believe in your strength, you are so stupid. At least in the 6th round, you dare not go all in like senior brother Fan. But senior brother Nanming is a disciple of Hanhei Dao Palace after all. As the head of Xianshan Dao Palace, Su Fan has to consider all aspects of the sect. Senior brother, I should have no problem in the next round. Junior brother, you are really a hidden talent. Even I admire your strength. The meaning of the other party's message is that he still doesn't believe that Su Fan can easily pass the next round. Anyway, he has said so much. As for whether the other party believes it or not, it has nothing to do with him. Senior brother Nanming chatted with Su Fan for a few more words, and then put away the communication array. He was also skeptical about Su Fan's words. After all, the genius disciples of Chaoguang Star Domain will be eliminated in the next round. If this kid encounters a genius disciple, he may not be able to pass the 7th round. Third brother, don't listen to his bragging. A disciple from a small plane can pass through 6 rounds, just because of bad luck. After hearing what the girl next to him said, Senior brother Nanming smiled. Then wait until the results of the match are announced before deciding whether to bet. Although Su Fan is the first disciple from a small plane to pass through the 6th round in the Chaoguang Star Domain Centennial Dao Conference, no one pays attention to him. For those disciples of the super planes, this is just an accident and there is no need to make a fuss. However, in the main venue of Taipei Immortal City, some disciples who are keen on gambling have won a lot of spiritual crystals with Su Fan, the big dark horse. The Chaoguang Star Domain Centennial Dao Conference has been a carnival of wealth for the gambling industry. Starting from the first round of the Dao Conference competition, cultivators are allowed to bet on each battle, and the official will set the odds according to the strength of the two sides of the battle. Many cultivators who like gambling, in addition to betting on some more popular matches, will also place some bets on other matches. Especially for disciples from small planes like Su Fan, the official odds are relatively high. Except for some cultivators who hope to bet on underdogs, most people will not bet on Su Fan. So now many cultivators have begun to pay attention to Su Fan's situation, hoping that he can go all the way to the end. Of course, this is only limited to Taipei Immortal City and some immortal cities in Qingluanshan. After all, this is the home plane of the Centennial Taoist Association, so many cultivators who are keen on gambling get more information. Now Lichixishan is celebrating with loud gongs and drums, and cultivators from other planes don't even know that he exists. Not to mention the disciples of the big sects in the super planes, even the cultivators from many small planes don't pay attention to Su Fan. Now everyone has put their minds on the talented disciples of Chaoguang Star Domain. Moreover, the officials of the Centennial Taoist Association of Chaoguang Star Domain are also sparing no effort to promote these talented disciples. Su Fan is just a small transparent person, and no one cares about him at all. The next afternoon, the 7th round of the matchup was announced. Su Fan's opponent was Mingshan Immortal Venerable from the Zuanayu Sword sect of Duanlishan. In the eyes of others, Su Fan obviously drew a bad lot. Duanlishan is one of the most powerful super planes in Chaoguang Star region. The confrontation between the Immortal sect and the Demon sect in this plane is extremely serious. The relationship between the Immortal sect and the Demon sect is also full of contradictions, so the Immortal-Demon War will occur every few decades, so the fighting power of the monks in Duanlishan is extremely strong. The Zuanayu Sword sect is one of the most powerful sword sects in Duanlishan, and Mingshan Immortal Venerable is also one of the 10 elite disciples of the sect. Look at Su Fan again, he is just a disciple from an unknown small plane. Although he managed to get through the 6th round of the Taoist competition, he was completely suppressed by his opponent in every game, and the fighting process was also full of dangers. But Su Fan was extremely tenacious, like an indestructible cockroach, and he could always successfully counterattack under extremely embarrassing disadvantages. Faced with two disciples with such a huge difference in strength, no one would bet on Su Fan. That is to say, some cultivators who are looking forward to an upset will bet some spirit crystals on him. After all, the odds are very high, and they will not feel bad if they lose, and they will get several times the return if they win. Su Fan's opponent in the next round has just been announced, and the message from senior brother Fan came. Brother, you know the opponent in the next round, right? This guy couldn't sit still when he heard that Su Fan's opponent was Mingshan Immortal Venerable from the Zuanayu Sword sect of Duanlishan. I already know, just listen to me as usual, this guy is a sword cultivator. I specifically asked Duanlishan's friends. Mingshan is a notorious guy in Duanlishan. I don't know how many demon sect cultivators he has killed with his sword. I have killed many sword cultivators. In the eyes of others, sword cultivators are powerful and unparalleled in killing, and they are the opponents they least want to meet. But in Su Fan's eyes, sword cultivators are the easiest to deal with. Because these guys are stupid. So after knowing his opponent in the next round, he didn't take it seriously at all, but felt very fortunate. Brother, do you believe me? Of course I believe you, but that guy is not weak. If Su Fan hadn't hoped that he would take care of Chen Qing in the sect in the future, he would have ignored him long ago. Let me put it this way, my winning rate in the next round is at least 90%. After seeing Su Fan's message, senior brother Fan replied with a message after a long time. Brother, is this true? You have a 90% winning rate against Mingshan of Zuanayu Sword sect, so your strength will have no problem making it into the top 100, and the top 100, I can even make it into the top 3 if I work hard. Brother, are you relieved now? I'm not relieved at all. Is what you said reliable? Reliable? Senior brother Fan talked to him for a long time before he stopped pestering him. Su Fan was about to put away the communication array when he saw messages coming in one after another. Among them were Hongfa Immortal Venerable and Tengda Immortal Venerable of Zhenshan Dao Palace, as well as senior brother Nanming, as well as Chen Qing, Shen Feng and others. After they knew Su Fan's next opponent, they all sent messages to ask. Su Fan patiently explained to them, and they finally calmed down. Senior, it's time for dinner. At this time, Chen Rong walked into the tea house with a space food box and placed all kinds of exquisite spiritual food on the table one by one. She was a very careful person. Knowing that Su Fan was a physical cultivator, she prepared every meal very well. In fact, Su Fan was quite satisfied with this girl. Not only was she sensible, but she was also very careful in doing things. Moreover, disciples from super planes would have an inexplicable sense of superiority towards a small plane cultivator like him. Even low-level cultivators were the same. They looked respectful on the surface, but actually looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Su Fan did not feel this feeling from this girl. The other party's eyes were also very peaceful, which made him very satisfied. After Chen Rong had placed all kinds of spiritual food, Su Fan took out a store drink from his arms and threw it to her. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Take this. Thank you, master. Chen Rong took the ring with a look of surprise on her face, and quickly bowed and saluted. She hurriedly ran out of the tea house, found a deserted place, checked the ring with her spiritual sense, and immediately opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect this senior to be so generous and give her so many things. Chapter 748, Shush, you're naughty again. Looking at the things in the ring, Chen Rong was very excited. Today, her life is very difficult. Although she is already a giant and cultivator, in a superplane like King Luanshan, giant and cultivators are nothing. In recent years, Su Fan has seized countless spoils of war. Some of them are useless to him, and they can't be exchanged for many spiritual crystals if they are sold. As for some good quality cultivation resources, it would be a pity to sell them at a low price, so they were kept and used to reward low-level cultivators. Chen Rong took a deep breath and carefully put the ring away. Just as she was about to return to the tea house, the communication array disc on her waist vibrated slightly. She took off the communication array disc and saw that it was a message from her best friend inside the door. Wrong, let me ask you something. Is the country bumpkin you serve from Chixishan? Yes, what's wrong? Then he's in trouble. Do you know who he's playing against in the next round? I don't know, and I didn't ask. The opponent of that country bumpkin in the next round is Mingshan's Henjin from Zuanayu Sword Sect, whom I serve. Seeing the message sent by her bestie, Chen Rong was stunned. She couldn't help but lament in her heart that the senior had such bad luck. He finally survived one round, but he didn't expect to meet a sword cultivator senior in the 7th round. Well, I thought I should leave today. What's there to be dissatisfied about staying for a few more days? And the senior just rewarded me with so many good things. It's not a loss to leave after the next round. Okay, I should go back. Chen Rong put away the communication array disc, then turned around and trotted back to the tea table. She entered the tea table, picked up the teapot and refilled Su Fan with a cup of spiritual tea, then wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Su Fan glanced at her and said, "What's the matter with you, senior? Do you know who will be your opponent in the next round?" After hearing what the girl said and seeing her worried look, Su Fan couldn't help but smile. "Why, are you worried that I'll die at the hands of that sword cultivator?" Chen Rong waved her hands quickly and said, No, the strength of that Mingshan's Henjin is quite powerful." Seeing that the girl was talking incoherently, Su Fan laughed. "In the next round, go to the gambling station and bet some spirit stones on me. The odds are so high, what if I win?" Hearing Su Fan say this, Chen Rong was stunned. This senior seemed very confident. He didn't seem to be worried at all. Could it be that the senior was hiding his true strength? But the girl immediately discarded this idea. That was Mingshan's Yanzan, a sword cultivator who was famous even in Jiaoguang Star Domain. Su Fan didn't have time to think about the little girl's thoughts. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. At this time, Sister Zhen from the portable secret realm suddenly sent him a thought. Su Fan put down his teacup and said, "Go get me some food." Seeing the girl leave the tea house, his figure also disappeared in the tea house and entered the portable secret realm. As soon as Su Fan entered the secret realm, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he had disappeared from the spot. As soon as his figure disappeared, a wave of ripples appeared in the air, and a huge phantom appeared where he was just now. "Hush! You are naughty again." Hearing the voice of the master, the illusory figure of Hush suddenly emerged in the air. Su Fan glanced at this guy. After sleeping for so long, his body size has doubled, and the concealment effect is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that after the sleep evolution, Hush is almost an adult. If this guy was too excited just now, he might have been attacked by it. Hush has been sleeping for so long, and seeing that the master is very excited, it keeps rubbing Su Fan with its big head. Now this big guy is several feet tall, how can he withstand its torment? Okay, let me see how powerful you are now. Hearing the words of the master, Zuxu suddenly became excited, and his figure disappeared from the air in an instant. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he completely let go of his spiritual sense. Obviously, this guy was close at hand, but he didn't detect a trace of breath. He closed his eyes again and concentrated on sensing Zuxu's existence, but the result was still nothing. This guy is now amazing. He disappeared without a trace under his nose, and he didn't even detect a trace of its breath. After a while, more than 10 meters away from Su Fan, Zuxu's huge phantom emerged from the air. This guy saw that Su Fan didn't sense it, and jumped over again, showing off. At this time, Sister Zhen floated over from the side, and she gently touched Zuxu's big head with her hand. "Hush! Don't you have 2 more magical powers? Let the master see." After hearing what Sister Zhen said, the illusory figure of Zuxu shook slightly, and its huge shadow appeared hundreds of feet away in an instant. Then, its illusory body disappeared into the air again, and then appeared in front of Su Fan in an instant. Fuck. Zuxu's magical power turned out to be an escape technique, and the most amazing thing is that it can be performed in an invisible state, which is a bit against the sky. If it were in the dark environment of the virtual world, it would be invincible. The only disadvantage is that the distance of the escape technique is a little closer. Zuxu rubbed Su Fan with its big head, and the huge illusory figure disappeared from the spot again. Then, a slight fluctuation suddenly appeared in the air hundreds of feet away, and then a wave of air visible to the naked eye was seen, like an invisible sharp blade, sweeping across the distant forest in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a roar, the giant trees in the forest and the mountain behind were all cut off one after another. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and he appeared in front of the destroyed forest. He looked at the cut giant trees, and the cuts were very smooth like a mirror. The mountain behind was almost the same, which showed that the power of Zuxu's magical power was very considerable. If a cultivator used this magical power during a battle, although it was powerful, the opponent would definitely be on guard. But if Zuxu, who was hiding beside the opponent, used this magical power without anyone noticing, it would be too terrible. I didn't expect that this guy would have such a big increase in strength after sleeping. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh that the strange beasts and demons were definitely the darlings of God. They didn't need to practice hard at all. Maybe they could inherit all kinds of powerful magical powers from the blood of their ancestors after sleeping and waking up. Look at the human race, not only do they have to practice hard, but they also have to break through bottlenecks. It's just like being raised by a stepmother. However, it's just the right time for Zuxu to wake up. The next round of the Daohu competition is just right for this guy to try his skills. At this moment, in a secluded house in Taipei Immortal City, Feng Qingshu looked at Qi Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, with a gloomy face. "You mean, the matter is not done?" Qi Feng knelt there trembling, and then nodded. "You are a waste, you can't do a little thing. What use do I have for you, brother? I went to see that sword madman, he is a psychopath, he almost killed me with a sword." Hearing Qi Feng say this, although Feng Qingshu was extremely angry, he also knew what kind of character a sword cultivator was. He also knew in his heart that this sword madman could not be bribed. Seeing that Feng Qingshu stopped scolding him, Qi Feng quickly crawled over. "Brother, those sword cultivators are all very strong and they kill without blinking an eye. If they meet that kid in the next round, they will definitely kill him." Hearing Qi Feng's words, Feng Qingshu's face looked better. "Get out of here quickly. I'm annoyed when I see you." A few days later, the 7th round of the Centennial Dao Association competition began. After Su Fan was sent into the secret realm, he saw a middle-aged cultivator standing a few miles away. The other party was wearing a gray robe and carrying a long sword on his back. He looked arrogant and unruly. When he looked at Su Fan, his eyes were looking down on him. It was as if Su Fan was just an ant in his eyes. Su Fan sneered. He didn't plan to act in this battle anymore, because there was no point in acting. After the 7th round, the winner will enter the top 1,000 of the Dao Association competition scoreboard. Those who can enter the top 1,000 of the Dao Association competition scoreboard are not simple. Even if he wants to be a nobody, it's impossible. By then, his roots will definitely be thoroughly dug up. At this time, the Mingxian master from the Zuanyu sword sect on the opposite side suddenly raised his right arm and made a beckoning gesture. It meant that Su Fan would make the first move. Although this behavior was very arrogant, for a sword madman, he certainly would not think that he was arrogant. Ever since he knew that the opponent in the next round was a disciple from a small plane, Mingxian master did not feel fortunate, but rather a little disappointed. Mingxian master was a sword cultivator, and in fact, he most hoped to meet a genius disciple from the Chaoguang star domain. Who would have thought that the opponent in this round would be a disciple from a small plane, which also made him a little disappointed. Especially this guy Feng Qingshu. He even sent his followers to the door, hoping that he would kill the kid on the opposite side for him in this battle. Mingxian master was naturally furious. He never thought that the other party would ask him to do such a thing. This is an insult to a sword cultivator. Although some of his fellow disciples had mentioned to him that Su Fan's 6 consecutive rounds of Jedi counterattacks were a bit strange, he didn't care at all. Seeing the other party's gestures, Su Fan didn't feel humiliated. He never cared about these things. It's a good thing that he was asked to make the first move. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he made several finger gestures with his hands in succession, muttering a spell. After a while, the whole sky had dimmed, as if night had fallen. Thick dark clouds gathered more and more. The thick clouds in the sky seemed to be pressing down at any time. Silver threads were looming in the dark clouds, and bursts of dull thunder were faintly heard. The opposite Mingxian's engine was stunned for a moment. This guy is too shameless. I asked you to make the first move, but you can't cast such a 5-direction demon-slaying soul-sweeping divine thunder of the Xian Zhuang magic. Although the 5-direction divine thunder to punish evils and shake the souls is powerful, the preparation time for casting is also notoriously long. This kid actually took this opportunity to directly cast such a powerful 6th-level Taoist technique. Not to mention him, even senior brother Fan and senior brother Nanming in front of the light curtain felt embarrassed. How could there be a person like Su Fan? He has already let you take the initiative. But you took this opportunity to cast the 5-direction divine thunder to punish evils and shake the souls directly, and took the preparation time into account. Despite this, Master Mingxian just sneered. Today, let you, a country bumpkin from a small plane, see what it means to break all methods with one sword. He did not take the opportunity to attack, but waited for more than 10 breaths until the Taoist technique 5-direction divine thunder to punish evils and shake the souls was completely activated. At this moment, lightning flashed and rolled continuously between the gaps and the thick clouds. The dark clouds fell lower and lower, and the atmosphere became more and more depressing. The whole sky seemed to be pressed down, and the violently rolling dark clouds stirred up the sky within a radius of dozens of miles, and continuously emitted sharp and piercing sonic booms. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely thick purple thunder seemed to have found a channel for venting, instantly tearing through the void, and madly roared down towards Mingxian's engine in the distance. Mingxian's engine looked up at the purple thunder, stretched out his hand and pinched a sword finger, and then fiercely pointed to the sky. Zhang! There was only a sword chant that resounded through the void, and the flying sword behind him instantly soared into the sky. A sharp and dazzling sword light flashed between the dark sky and the earth, and the sharp murderous aura swept across the sky and the earth, whistling into the air. The sword light seemed to be born from nothingness, tearing through the dark sky in an instant, sweeping up the mighty power, and stabbing towards the purple thunder of heaven and earth. Boom boom, with a loud sound that shook the world, the dazzling sword light and the purple thunder collided with each other. The fierce and domineering purple thunder was actually chopped into ashes by the sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth, and disappeared without a trace with a series of dull thunder. It must be said that the flying sword of Master Mingxian was indeed fierce. This domineering 6th-level Taoist magic actually destroyed it with one sword. The combat power of sword cultivators should not be underestimated. But Su Fan did not intend to do anything to the opponent when he launched the 5-direction demon-slaying and soul-sweeping divine thunder. He knew in his heart that for a powerful sword cultivator like Master Mingxian, The ordinary magic of the Taoist magic could not resist the attack of the sword cultivators' flying sword. Just when Master Mingxin was controlling the flying sword to fight against a five-direction demon-slaying and soul-sweeping divine thunder, Su Fan had a thought and a black magic sword appeared in his hand. He held the demon-slaying sword tightly with both hands, staring at Master Mingxin opposite. An extremely terrifying aura permeated his body, spreading rapidly around him. Su Fan's eyes focused, and he slashed down with his sword lightly. Wuji slash. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, A Gentleman Can Be Deceived. Swish, a faint sword light instantly cut through the sky and earth. It was ordinary, silent, and without a trace of earth-shaking power. This sword light seemed to be washed clean of all the dross, like the long flow of the long river of time, an endless cycle, endless and endless. The power of law. The eyes of Master Mingxin on the opposite side suddenly condensed. As a genius disciple of the Chaoguang Star Domain, his knowledge was certainly extraordinary. In an instant, he realized the crisis from this inconspicuous sword light. Master Mingxin suddenly became energetic. He originally thought that this battle was meaningless, but he didn't expect that the guy on the opposite side was still capable. Although any Taoist or secret method containing a trace of the power of law can be easily performed by any elite disciple of the Chaoguang Star Domain. But the sword of the guy on the opposite side is not as simple as it looks. Master Mingxin's eyes condensed, pinched a sword finger with his right hand, and pointed forward fiercely. Zhang, the flying sword that had just slashed the five-direction demon-slaying soul-sweeping divine thunder, instantly let out a sword chant that reached the sky and then plunged down fiercely. The flying sword that fell from the sky made a piercing whistle and crashed into the silent sword light. Boom boom, there was a devastating explosion, and the surrounding air instantly turned white. A circle of grayish-white breath visible to the naked eye shook in all directions. The aftermath of the huge explosion caused an invisible and intangible wave of destructive power to spread, and in an instant, the terrifying wave swept across the entire secret realm. The earth collapsed one after another, dust and gravel flew all over the sky, everything was shattered and torn apart, and there were white shock waves everywhere. Everything in the secret realm seemed to be shaking violently. The flying sword of Master Mingxin let out a shrill hiss and was shaken back. Su Fan was also shaken back several miles away by the violent aftermath of the explosion, and then he stabilized his body. He laughed. The attack power of the sword cultivator was indeed extraordinary. The face of Master Mingxin on the opposite side also showed a trace of surprise. What was the origin of this kid? This sword move contained a trace of the power of the law, and its power was as powerful as his flying sword. Such strength has surpassed most of the genius disciples in the Chaoguang Star region. You know, even among the elite cultivators in the Yuanying realm of the entire Chaoguang Star region, there are no more than 1,000 people who can take his flying sword. Are the disciples of the small plains so powerful now? Not only Master Mingxin was shocked, but even the people who were watching this battle in front of the light curtain felt the same as him. Senior brother Fan was okay, after all, he had seen Su Fan's strength. But senior brother Nanming was different. At this time, he opened his mouth wide and stared at Su Fan on the light curtain in amazement, and his heart couldn't help but set off a huge wave. I didn't expect that this kid's strength was so terrifying that he dared to fight a powerful sword cultivator in an upright manner. What shocked him the most was that he was not at all inferior. That was Mingxin's Henjin of Zuanayu sword sect. A powerful swordsman who could be ranked among the top among all the disciples of the sword sect in the entire Chaoguang Star region. Senior brother Nanming covered his face and regretted it deeply. He was worried that Su Fan would not be able to defeat Mingxin's Henjin in this match, so he bet a large amount of spirit crystals on Mingxin's Henjin's mountain. Third brother, this guy is too insidious, he has been hiding his strength all the time. Senior brother Nanming glanced at the girl next to him and smiled bitterly. Do you know what he said to me before the fight? He said he could win this match. The girl suddenly became excited and said, Third brother, did you bet on him? That's several times the odds. No, I bet all the spirit crystals on Mingxin's Henjin. The girl was stunned for a moment, then curled her lips. His third brother is good in everything, the only shortcoming is that he is always hesitant when encountering things. It's okay. Although he is quite strong, I don't think it's possible for him to defeat senior brother Mingshan. After hearing what the girl said, senior brother Nanming knew that she was comforting him. But he knew very well that the guy was definitely not that simple. Who knows if he has any other trump cards? The strength he just showed was just the tip of the iceberg. At this time, Chen Rong in the tea house was also shocked and opened her mouth wide. She never thought that the strength of this senior would be so strong. She suddenly felt a little happy in her heart. After listening to the words of the senior that day, she was like being possessed by evil spirits. She actually went to the gambling station and bet some spirit crystals on him. For this, Chen Rong regretted it all night and secretly scolded herself for being impulsive. Originally thought that these spirit crystals would definitely go down the drain, who knew that this senior actually brought her such a big surprise. If he wins this game, he will get several times the return. At this moment, feeling the power of Su Fan, Master Mingshan was not only not worried, but excited, and the blood in his body was boiling. Unexpectedly, today this unknown disciple from a small plane would bring him such a big surprise. He could finally have a hearty battle. Zhang, Zhang, the flying sword floating in the air seemed to feel the excitement of its master and emitted a breathtaking sword chant. Master Mingshan's eyes condensed, and his sharp eyes penetrated the sky-like substance, firmly locking onto Su Fan's aura opposite. At this moment, a vast and majestic momentum hit the sky, causing great turbulence within 100 miles. He raised his hand and pinched a sword finger, then pointed forward fiercely. Cut! The void suddenly split open, and a dazzling light swept across dozens of miles of space like thunder and lightning, descending with a terrifying momentum. Zhang! A shocking sword chant resounded through the world, and the sharp whistle shocked the sky and tore through the wind and clouds. The light in the sky dimmed at this moment, as if a terrifying force of tens of thousands of pounds was pressing down. Su Fan on the opposite side couldn't help but stare at him. The opponent's flying sword also contained a trace of the power of the law, and its power was much stronger than before. The genius disciples of the major sects in the superplane should not be underestimated. Su Fan held the Demon Slayer sword tightly with both hands, and a repressive aura permeated his body. The extremely terrifying aura spread all around, and the fierce and violent momentum suddenly rushed into the sky. A mighty force that could destroy the world was slowly brewing. In just a few breaths, Su Fan had already accumulated his strength. The time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the Mingshan's engine on the opposite side felt that the surrounding scene had changed. At this moment, he seemed to be in a vast and ethereal starry universe. Endless, without boundaries, and without an end. Void slash, Su Fan slashed down with a fierce sword, and the sharp sword edge exuded a majestic aura that could split the entire world in half. The space of the entire secret realm became distorted, as if it would collapse and shatter at any time. Boom boom, with a violent roar that shocked thousands of miles, the two sword lights collided like Mars hitting the earth, and the unfamiliar vast starry sky was instantly annihilated. Under this powerful impact, Su Fan and Mingshan's engine's flying swords were directly shaken away as if they had lost gravity. The entire secret realm was suddenly caught in the wind and rain, as if it was a lonely boat in a storm, shaking violently. In the trembling secret space, the soil of the earth collapsed layer by layer, and large cracks as long as 10 miles, as if they would be broken in the next moment. Su Fan flew dozens of miles away, and then he stabilized his body. Although he was hit hard by the terrifying aftermath of this violent explosion, his body was extremely strong and was not affected at all. But Mingshan's engine on the opposite side was not as relaxed as him. His natal flying sword was connected to his mind, which also caused his sea of consciousness to be severely damaged. He suppressed the discomfort in his sea of consciousness, his eyes revealed a solemn look. But before he could recover, he saw a flash of sword light in the distance, and the opponent attacked him again. And the boy's sword was still a big move containing the power of the law. Master Mingshan was stunned. Could this guy be made of iron? The two of them just fought hard, and even his soul was greatly affected. The opponent was not hurt at all, and he used another big move in the backhand. But at this time, Master Mingshan could only continue to fight with the opponent. His eyes condensed, and a terrifying and peerless killing intent permeated his body. The fierce and crazy killing intent almost condensed into substance at this moment. Zhang, with a sword chant that resounded through the void, a dazzling sword light instantly tore through the sky, and the sword light with a majestic and domineering momentum flashed in the air. Master Mingshan instilled his endless killing intent in this sword, endowed it with unprecedented sword intent, and also contained a trace of killing law. Therefore, His sword was filled with a magnificent and fierce-killing intent and spirit. Boom! Another earth-shaking roar, a more massive destruction than before descended upon the secret realm. The sky and earth changed color, sand and rocks flew, covering the sky and the sun. Large tracts of soil in the secret realm collapsed, and under the overwhelming impact, large tracts of land rose into the sky. Puff! This time, Master Mingxian spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly took out a jade bottle from his ring, poured out a few pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He closed his eyes and concentrated, preparing to use his power to dissipate the power of the medicine. Who knew that before he could use his power, Master Mingxian suddenly opened his eyes, because a sword light flashed again in the distance. He smiled bitterly, not expecting that he would encounter such a monster today. Master Mingxian laughed. It seems that he will have to go through a fierce battle today. Since he became a sword cultivator, that is, when he once crossed the level and killed a demon lord who had transformed into a god, he would have such thoughts in his mind. In the past, when he faced cultivators of the same level, he almost always crushed his opponents. Even when they were evenly matched, he had never endured such great pressure. Could it be that the guy on the opposite side had the strength of an old monster in the god transformation realm? Although Su Fan caused great pressure to Master Mingxian, he was a sword cultivator. Even if he faced a great crisis, he had to fight bravely. Sword cultivators, even if they died, had to die standing up. Next, Su Fan slashed several more swords regardless of anything. He felt that Master Mingxian on the opposite side was obviously not doing well. Now he was already seriously injured, but he was just holding on with one breath. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh that the bones of sword cultivators were really hard. In just a short while, he had already used nearly 10 swords containing the power of the law. Not to mention a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, even the old monster in the late god transformation realm in the Sky Rift Valley couldn't stand it after enduring more than 20 of his swords in a row. A gentleman can be deceived by his own method. Although sword cultivators are not gentlemen, these sword madmen are stubborn. So today, Su Fan chopped, and he didn't even think about a sneak attack, because he calculated that Master Mingxian would not hide. If sword cultivators go crazy, even they are afraid. They would rather die than bow their heads. After another earth-shaking roar, Su Fan did not continue to use his sword. Devours, don't bear it hard, it will hurt your cultivation foundation again. After hearing Su Fan's words, Master Mingxian laughed up to the sky. But he started to cough violently while laughing, and a trace of blood oozed from his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Thank you for your kindness, come on, These sword madmen are really ungrateful. My kindness was taken for granted by the other party, don't you think I'm angry?" But Su Fan was not angry, these sword madmen are all the same. Wasn't old Yi the same back then? Although Su Fan looked down on this group of people, he couldn't help but admire them in his heart. Thinking of the old Yi in the past, Su Fan couldn't help but feel nostalgic, and the murderous intent that had just arisen also faded a lot. Forget it, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. At this moment, the opposite Mingxian's engine is obviously exhausted, and both his body and soul are on the verge of collapse. He relies on a belief to support himself. He smiled bitterly and lamented in his heart. He was afraid that he couldn't make it today. In his current state, he could only control the flying sword for the last time. At this time, a sword light lit up again in the distance. After performing nearly 10 big moves containing the power of the law in succession, the opponent's body was not affected at all. Looking at the entire Chaoguang Star region, among the genius disciples of the nascent soul realm that he knew, no one could do this. The nascent soul realm cultivators use big moves containing the power of the law, which is also a cross-level casting. Both the body and the soul have to bear tremendous pressure. If it were someone else today, the body would probably have collapsed into slag. Thinking of this, Master Mingxian sighed. Could this guy be a demon? Huh? He let out a long breath, straightened his body, and prepared to welcome the last sword attack in his life. Master Mingxian's eyes condensed, and just when he was about to control the flying sword to attack, he found that a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. At this time, he had already reached the state of exhaustion, and just concentrated all his consciousness to cut the last sword of his life. So he couldn't take care of other aspects at all, and he expected that the opponent had already won and would not sneak attack him at all. Bang! Before Master Mingxian could react, he only felt a sharp pain, and then he knew nothing. Bang! Feng Qingshu slammed his fist on the table, staring at the light screen opposite with a gloomy look. After watching the duel between Su Fan and Master Mingshan, he finally understood that this guy had been hiding his strength. He felt like a fool, and had been played like a monkey by that kid. Even if he was stupid, he knew that Su Fan's strength was unfathomable. Feng Qingshu felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation, and his throat felt sweet and almost spit out blood. Because he was born in a noble family and had a brother who was famous in Chaoguang Star region, even though he had a bad reputation, the disciples of the immortal sect would give him some face. In fact, to put it bluntly, they just didn't want to have anything to do with a scum like him. So he had been smooth sailing since he grew up, and few people went against his wishes. Until he met Su Fan, he felt endless anger and humiliation for the first time. Now Su Fan has become a thorn in his heart, like an obsession that tortures him all the time, making him unable to sleep and eat. This kid must die, and he must not be allowed to leave Taipei Immortal City alive. Senior brother, this kid is playing the pig to eat the tiger. He deceived us all. Feng Qingshu glanced at Qi Feng coldly, and wanted to open his mouth to scold him, but thought about it and gave up. He took a deep breath and said, "Go find those two old guys." Qi Feng was stunned when he heard this. He quickly advised, "Brother, you can't do that. I'm not stupid. Of course I won't mess with him in Taipei Immortal City. The Taoist competition will end in 2 months. Now is the time to make some arrangements in advance." Chapter 750, What a Country Bumpkin from a Small Dimension. Su Fan was teleported back to the tea house. Chen Rong saw him coming back and quickly bowed to him. "Senior, congratulations." Seeing the girl's happy face, Su Fan waved his hand at her. "I asked you to bet on me to win. Did you do it, Senior?" "I bought some and won several times the spiritual stones." Su Fan just wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect this girl to really bet on him. This girl is really fierce. He asked her to bet on him half-jokingly, but he didn't expect the girl to really bet. Su Fan shook his head and came to the table to sit cross-legged. Chen Rong poured him a cup of spiritual tea. Su Fan picked up the teacup and just took a sip, then took off the communication array from his waist and sent a message to the sect's Uncle Tengda. "Uncle, the 7th round of the Taoist competition, I made it through." Although the old guys in Cultivation didn't have much hope for this round, they were also anxiously waiting for the result of the fight. Next, he sent a message to Chen Qing and Shen Fang who were far away in Liang Xianzong. Su Fan chatted with several uncles in the sect. The old guys were almost crazy, and even the messages they sent were a bit incoherent. Uncle Tengda and several other old guys in the God Transformation realm chatted with him for a few words, and then they all disappeared. They had to pass this news back to Cultivation as soon as possible. Now that he has entered the top 1000 in the Daohu competition, this news may cause a big sensation in Cultivation. Su Fan was about to put away the communication array when he heard someone outside triggering the tea house array. He frowned immediately, but then guessed who it was. The person outside must be Senior Brother Fan. After this round, Su Fan's strength has been completely exposed, and Senior Brother Fan no longer needs to hide it. He can come to the door openly. Su Fan nodded to Chen Rong and asked him to remove the array. As soon as Senior Brother Fan came in, he burst into laughter, and then sat cross-legged opposite him. "Brother, you are too fierce. You beat Master Mingshan without any chance to fight back." It's no wonder Senior Brother Fan said that. Master Mingshan is a famous swordsman in Chaoguang Star region. Today's fight was also a fluke for me. Senior Brother Fan almost spat out blood after hearing this. "You almost chopped Master Mingshan into pieces. If you hadn't shown mercy at the end, he would have died in your hands." "Brother, I watched the whole fight between the two of you, and you actually told me it was a fluke." "Keep a low profile. I don't like to show off." "What a low profile. You are a disciple of a small plane, but you defeated Master Mingshan and made it into the top 1000 of the Daohu competition." The background of all the disciples who can make it into the top 1000 of the Daohu competition will be checked out. Senior Brother Fan didn't want to talk to him anymore, but when he thought about winning the spirit crystal in this battle, he suddenly became excited. "Brother, the odds are several times higher. We are rich. Wait for me. I will come to you soon." He took out a ring from his arms and threw it to Su Fan. "This is your spirit crystal. I will give it to you. Don't ask me for it in the future." Su Fan was stunned for a moment, and handed the ring to Senior Brother Fan again. "The Taoist competition is not over yet. Why are you giving it to me now? Can't you go to the gambling station to place the bet yourself? Don't you have so many people under you?" I can't afford it myself. Anyway, you have to arrange people to go to the gambling station to place the bets, and help me, I'm almost your errand boy." Senior brother Fan glared at him and put the ring away. At this time, the formation outside the tea house was triggered again, and senior brother Fan laughed. "It must be that guy Nanming. I heard that he didn't dare to bet on you in the last round and lost a lot of spirit crystals." Su Fan signaled Chen Rong to open the tea house formation. As expected by senior brother Fan, the person who came was indeed senior brother Nanming. But he was not alone, and he also brought his sister, the sister who gave him the healing pill. Senior brother Fan was very familiar with a brother and sister, so everyone sat cross-legged together to drink tea and chat, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Now that Su Fan has entered the top 1,000 in the Taoist Association competition, the attitude of the two towards Su Fan will never be the same as before. These nearly 1,000 disciples are the best among the talented disciples in Shaoguang Star Domain. Especially senior brother Nanming, he is trying his best to win him over. The sect hopes to accept this guy into the sect. Now the sect has begun to pay attention to the lower sect of Zhenshan Taoist Palace. Two senior brothers, you also have to play in the afternoon. After hearing what Su Fan said, senior brother Fan laughed. "I don't think it will work. I'm facing senior brother Duangayan from Kunwu Xiandao Zuanjian sect in this round. I'm probably not going to make it." Senior brother Nanming also shook his head and said, "My luck wasn't very good either. I ran into the big devil Chu Huchin from Hixalanshan Demon Stone Palace." Su Fan was not very familiar with Chaoguang Star region, and he didn't know the two people they were talking about. But from the tone of their conversation, he knew that they must have met a master, and he probably couldn't make it through this round. "Be careful in this round, don't fight hard if you can't." Senior brother Fan laughed and said, "It's okay, my ancestor has already passed the word to Daoxuanjian sect." Senior brother Nanming also nodded and said, "Master has a close relationship with a Xianzan from the Demon Stone Palace. Although the chances of winning this round are not great, the other party will also leave room. This is fucking." Su Fan suddenly realized that the martial arts world is not really about fighting and killing, but all about fucking human relationships. Senior brother Fan took a sip of the teacup, then said, "I don't have any other thoughts now, I just hope to win more spirit crystals." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Fan and laughed. "Brother, I'm counting on you." Senior brother Nanming looked a little unhappy when he heard this. Because of his indecision, he lost a lot of spirit crystals in this round. "Junior brother, are you sure about the next round?" Su Fan was stunned for a moment and said, "How should I know? I don't know the opponent in the next round yet." After hearing his words, senior brother Fan and senior brother Nanming were both stunned. "Brother, the next round of the Daohu competition will not be a one-on-one fight." "Junior brother, don't you know the rules of the Daohu competition?" "What the hell? Is the next round of the Daohu competition going to be played in a different way?" "I really don't know, the uncle in the sect didn't tell me. In the past, no disciples of the small plane could make it into the top 1,000 of the Daohu competition record list. The old guys in the spiritualization realm of Chixishan didn't expect him to go this far, so they didn't tell him the rules of the Dao Association competition. After he passed this round, Tengda Xianzan and others were already so excited that they had forgotten about it." Senior brother Fan smiled and said, "The disciples within the 1,000th place in the Dao Association competition will not fight alone in the next round. Last time, the Dao Association sent all the disciples to the Star Domain battlefield. I don't know this time. At that time, the genius disciples from several different star domains will be sent there." After listening to the two, Su Fan finally understood the rules of the next round of the Dao Association competition. It should be that the disciples within the 1,000th place on the record list will be sent to a strange area to fight in the wild. And the genius disciples from several star domains will be gathered together. As for how they will be ranked in the end, I don't know. It's really lively. Su Fan didn't take it seriously. This is what he is best at? Su, go ask your master, he should know some news. Senior brother Nanming turned his head and asked the girl beside him. Su rolled her eyes at senior brother Nanming, then stood up and left the tea table. Senior brother Fan glanced at the girl's back and laughed. "Which branch of your family is this girl from?" Senior brother Nanming smiled bitterly and said, "Su is from my third mother's family. She has always loved to follow me around since she was a child. She is a disciple of Tibet Fairy Palace." Su Fan understood that the girl was born out of wedlock and should have good qualifications. After all, Taipei Fairy Palace is the main venue of this Taoist meeting, and the old monsters in the sect should know some news. For children of big families like them, all kinds of relationships are complicated and messy. After a while, Susu came back. I just asked, but the master didn't say it directly, but just mentioned falling star sky ruins. After hearing the girl's words, Senior Brother Fan and Senior Brother Nanming were both shocked. Su Fan was completely confused. He didn't even know where the falling star sky ruins was. What exactly is that falling star sky ruins? Senior Brother Fan shook his head and said, I've only heard about that place from my elders. It's said to be an extremely dangerous place outside the domain. Senior Brother Nanming added, it used to be a plain rich in resources. Later, during the Star Domain War, several powerful people got angry and that plane collapsed, forming the current state of the sky ruins. What the hell? After hearing what the two said, Su Fan felt that all the hairs on his body were blown up. What level of boss is this? He actually blew up a plane. It is said that the environment there is extremely dangerous, with fragments of the plane floating everywhere, and the demons and strange beasts that survived by chance have also undergone various mutations in the environment and become very ferocious, Senior Brother Fan said, and glanced at Su Fan. I will send someone back to the sect tomorrow to help you find information about falling stars. Senior Brother Nanming waved his hand and said, don't bother, let Susa go back to the sect to help find it. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Susu beside him. The girl was obviously a little reluctant, but she still nodded. Su Fan hurriedly arched his hands to several people and said, let's not talk about anything else. I'll host you tonight. Everyone come to my place for a drink. Thank you for your help. Susu beside him laughed out loud. Senior Brother Nanming glared at her fiercely, and then he quickly put on a straight face, but he was full of contempt in his heart. What a country bumpkin from a small plane. Although Su Fan made it into the top 1,000 of the Daohu competition, her impression of this guy has changed greatly, but she still has prejudice in her heart. If you want to treat us, just treat us, but don't even mention finding a decent place. Several people chatted for a while at Su Fan's tea house, and then said goodbye and left. Not long after they left, Immortal Master Huangfa and Immortal Master Tengda of Zhenshin Taoist Palace came in succession. Ever since Su Fan made it through this round and entered the top 1,000 of the Daohu competition, the group of old monsters in the God Transformation realm in Chixishan have been very busy. They first reported the news to Chixishan as soon as possible, and then all the sects were summoned by the upper sect. After all, a demon like Su Fan appeared in Chixishan, and all the upper sects paid special attention to this small plane. Especially Zhenshin Taoist Palace. When they first came, they were rejected by Hanhei Taoist Palace several times. Later, because Su Fan asked Senior Brother Nanming to introduce him, he was summoned by an immortal master of the upper sect, but he didn't pay much attention. Now that Su Fan has entered the top 1,000 of the Daohu competition, the attitude of the upper sect Hanhei Taoist Palace has completely changed. These changes are all because of Su Fan. After all, the world of cultivation only believes in strength. It was because of him that Chixishan, a little-known plane, was recorded in the history of the Chaoguang Star Domain Daohu competition. Although no one knows where Chixishan is, at least they have some impression of it. It is said that several Xianzan leaders of the 10 super immortal sects in Chixishan are already on their way to Qingluanshan day and night. Hongfa Xianzan and Tengda Xianzan brought greetings from all the leaders of the 10 super sects in Chixishan, thanking him for his outstanding contribution to Chixishan. The two encouraged him and left him a ring. This is what we old guys put together for you. Don't think it's shabby. When you return to Chixishan, we will give you a bigger reward. The two old guys kept talking silently for a long time, and Su Fan was tired of listening. But when he heard this news, he immediately became energetic. Su Fan took the ring and bowed to the two old monsters in the God Transformation realm. Disciple thanks uncle for his kindness. Okay, get up. You may not know the rules of the next round yet. You two old guys are really amazing, telling me now. Disciple already knows. Immortal Venerable Huangfa smiled and said, I should have come to tell you a long time ago, but we have been busy today and have been summoned by various upper sects. Immortal Venerable Tengda also smiled and said, several senior brothers from the Hanhei Dao Palace personally met with me today and mentioned you specifically. What does it mean? Su Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that they wanted to summon him to the Hanhei Dao Palace? If the Hanhei Dao Palace really wanted him, it would be a very tangled thing. They asked me to ask you if you have any intention of joining the upper sect. After hearing what Immortal Venerable Tangda said, Su Fan didn't know how to answer for a while. Uncle Master, can we talk about this after the Dao contest is over? Immortal Tangda nodded and said, although I hope you can go back to Zhenshin Dao Palace with me, the opportunity to join the upper sect is too rare. Su Fan nodded and said, Uncle Master, I will consider it. After sending off the two Uncle Masters, Su Fan sat cross-legged in front of the table in the tea house and closed his eyes to think for a while. Although joining Hanhei Dao Palace would be beneficial to his future, he was an outsider disciple from a small plane. Could the sect treat him as one of their own like Zhenshin Dao Palace did? Although Su Fan had not been in Zhenshin Dao Palace for long, he particularly liked the atmosphere of the sect, especially the master and the eldest brother. They treated him as their own family and did not treat him as an outsider at all. And the master of Biqiang Xianzong, he really couldn't bear to leave. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.